So guys, what if Naruto went into Fairy Tail and Mirajane's slave movie? Naruto stood at the top of a tree overlooking Konoha, the village he called home. He watched from the tree by himself as he looked onward. He saw how much the village itself had changed, the people that came and went, the years he lived there, watched everyone go by, and it brought him tears of happiness and sadness. It has been over 200 years since the Fourth Great Shinobi War. By the time Naruto was 106, he faked his death since it was about due time he died. However, Naruto was unable to die easily, meaning only old age could kill him, though Naruto stopped aging in actuality at the age of 21. He just used a transformation jutsu to make himself look older. It saddened Naruto, but also made him happy. The system of shinobi slowly came to an end where only skilled people knew how to use chakra. The art of the shinobi was slowly dying. Few people could truly learn to utilize their chakra. Many clans began to slowly intertwine with other civilians and clans. The Kages were still prominent leaders of their village, and everyone's names have gone down in history. However, all the villages continued to thrive, and everyone worked together. Everyone prospered and peace reigned for many years. Besides those who hid in the shadows, their names went unnoticed. But alas, that was the point for shinobi. For those like Itachi, Yamato, Yugao, and all the other Anbu, especially Sasuke, not many knew who he was anymore, except for the fact he was a traitor to the village, and then turned ally thanks to Naruto. Eventually watching everyone he loved die hurt him greatly, being by everyone's deathbed and watching them leave this world hurt. So, when Naruto passed, tons of people attended. But Naruto did not have a family. Since he was forced to live almost as if he was a semi-immortal, he would not die of sickness, he could only die until his time was up. The entire village held a ceremony after his passing as Konohamaru's grandkids were there. Konohamaru passed 20 years before Naruto did. Since then, Naruto kept to himself and stayed hidden. If he ever went out, he always transformed into a civilian. But now wasn't the time for that, it was time for Naruto Uzumaki to finally die. Naruto slowly stood up, as he quickly dashed towards the top of the Hokage monument. He took a seat above his father's head. Naruto looked onward at the setting sun in the distance. Naruto smiled as he watched the sunset one last time. Naruto saw Hagoromo appear before him, and Naruto looked at his hands as he found the sun mark on his right hand, then the moon mark on his left hand. Hagoromo nodded his head and said, "Naruto, it is time." Naruto closed his eyes. Do you guys hear him? It's time, geez, it's about time. Who knew another 200 years would feel so long? The deep chuckle from Kurama laughed from within Naruto. Man. Being in here for so many years has begun to eat at me. Shukaku roared from within looking at Kurama. Feels like it's been ages since we last saw the old man. Son Goku nodded his head ready for him and his siblings to move on. Naruto, we appreciate you doing this for all of us. Madatabi purred thankfully to Naruto for doing this for them. Without you Naruto, we couldn't have gotten a chance to move on ourselves, Seiken said with an almost happy tune to his voice. We must always remember to be thankful for our brother, he is one of us after all. Jimei buzzed his wings. Of course, the one we could call our sibling. Kakuo nodded her head in agreement. It's been a real hell of a time with ya. It's already a real shock that our time is up. Isobu closed his eye and sighed. It was sad to see everyone split up. Well, it's been a hell of a run Naruto. It's been fun. Jayuki looked down at Naruto nodding his head. Naruto smiled as he looked back at the other tailed beasts in his mindscape. Yeah, it's been fun. I'm glad I was able to help you all anyways. Besides, there is nothing more I can do now. Had no idea you guys had a time limit on this place. Hagoromo smiled as he looked at Naruto. I appreciate your patience Naruto. But alas, there is something I am withholding from you. Naruto tilted his head confused, wondering what he meant. Hagoromo floated to the side to look at the sun setting with Naruto. This entire time I've spent asking other gods and goddesses a place to send you. Naruto's eyes widened looking at the old sage. I found a place. And I've been working on trying to make sure I can do my best. However, unlike Sasuke whose body did not retain my chakra, he was not immortal and could die from old age. Wait, are you saying? Yes, Hagoromo nodded his head as he held up his right hand as the sun mark was on his hand. I ask you to wait and ask questions once I'm done. Now let me explain. For whatever reason your body acclimated to it, and it learned to store some of it in your own body. It changed your chakra. It allowed you to evolve from a normal human, with the 9 other Biju in you. Your body has begun to produce its own unique 6th Sage chakra. You now cannot die by normal means. Hagoromo closed his eyes. He felt bad for Naruto. I know it's hard to hear it, but I talked to someone. She and I can transport you to a new world, and we can revert you into a child. Sadly, we cannot remove your sun or moon mark, nor can we revert you to being normal. We can send you to a new world where you can start a new life and make new friends, start a new family, but I won't force you, it's the only other option we got. Naruto didn't hesitate and asked, where will the Biju go? I don't want to keep them here in me, I'd rather find a place they can go so they can live. Hagoromo looked at Naruto for a second and shook his head. He chuckled and smiled. Well, I shouldn't have expected any less from you Naruto, but yes, they'll have a place we can send them to. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head. He wasn't too keen on the new idea of starting a new life. Why a new life? I'd rather move on and see the people I love. Hagoromo smiled and nodded his head. I promise you if you can't find what you're looking for in the new world, I'll make sure to get to you as soon as possible. I'll take you back. For now, it's our only option or you wait here. In the meantime, I'll work on trying to remove the sixth path of Sage Chakra. Naruto went to answer until Kurama intervened as his head of chakra formed next to Naruto's head. If I may be so bold, Naruto, maybe it won't be a bad idea. It's a chance at something. It's the least you deserve. Before Naruto knew it, all the other Bijuu sprouted their heads from Naruto's back, each with their coloration and individual heads. I think it's quite a good idea too. It'd be fun. Madatabi purred. She wondered if Naruto could find someone to fall in love with. Not many people get the chance. I think it's a good chance. Son Goku smiled, nodding his head at Naruto. It is good to give it a shot. Kakuo nodded her head in agreement, and the rest of the others did so too. He would be mighty happy if you did it. Besides, not every day a person gets a second chance at life. Jayuki nodded his head, thinking it would be something good for Naruto to try out. Naruto chuckled as the other Bijuu cheered in unison. Naruto sighed and rubbed the back of his head. Alright, if that's the case, then why not? Naruto looked at Hagoromo. Sure, why not? What should I expect there? Hagoromo smiled as he looked at the setting sun. It's a place called Earthland. You'll be sent there with some others. It's a place full of magic and more. A wonderful place I think you love. A society built upon magic. It works vastly differently from chakra, of course. Since you got your own six paths chakra, you won't need to worry about relearning jutsus. But you'll have to refine your control. Naruto nodded his head. Though it wouldn't hurt to learn it, at least I'd fit in that way. Naruto smiled, thinking about at least the thought of being in a new place. At least it is a change of scenery. Well, let's get going then. We'll prepare the way. And we'll send you there. You'll be about 3 or maybe 4 years old. Hagoromo looked to Naruto. You'll have to retrain to get stronger with magic. Your chakra will grow alongside you. Hagoromo chuckled as he looked to Naruto. I'll come by about when you're 17 or so and see how you're doing. Naruto nodded his head. Think you can make it where I'm born on October 10th again? Hagoromo chuckled along with the other Bijuu. A simple task to do. Hagoromo nodded his head. I think you'll find learning to get stronger once again fun. It'll take time and you'll get there. Techniques you've learned you'll be able to use again. Just take some practice to get back where you are. Naruto nodded his head as she stood up ready. Well, let's get going then. I guess there's no time to waste. Hagoromo closed his eyes and waved his hand as a portal appeared below towards the Hokage Tower. Jump, then I and the other goddess will do our work. Good luck and take care, Naruto. You'll do fine. Naruto smiled as he turned his head. Naruto went to take a step as the Bijuu retracted back into his seal. Naruto went to move until some Anbu landed on the heads. Who are you? State your business. And the group of Anbu stopped, and they recognized Naruto as the previous Hokage, alive and healthy. Naruto chuckled as he waved to them. Well, I guess this is it, see ya. Naruto moved forward as he fell forward. The wind blew in Naruto's face as he fell towards the portal. Soon, he was swallowed up, and the portal closed behind him. The Anbu ran towards the edge. When they looked down, they saw nothing. The few Anbu who were there looked at one another. They all disappeared and went to go report to the current Hokage. Macron Sadilla Sadilla. 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 Macron. With Naruto. Naruto watched as he fell through the portal and saw vast and a bunch of different colors and lights. He looked at himself as his body shrunk, and his voice changed to his original high-pitched tone. Naruto closed his eyes as he prepared for the Bijuu all to leave. Eventually he received their goodbyes. It's been a lot of fun, Naruto. Be safe and take care. We appreciate everything you've done for us. Jayuki nodded his head as he stood next to Kakuo, Chimei, Isobu, Son Goku, Shikaku, and Seiken, all said respectively. Do take care. We'll forever be grateful. We hope you understand why we decided to continue onwards. We'll always be with you. You got this. Make sure to fuck some shit up in Earthland. Do your best. I'm sure you'll get stronger and prove yourself. Naruto turned his head to see Kurama and Madatabi still within him. Don't worry, kid. We weren't gonna completely leave you alone. I wanted to stay. Who knows what fun adventures you'll be on. I don't want to miss it, Madatabi said with a gleeful tone in her voice. Naruto looked to the others and smiled. Please take care, all of you, and thanks for everything. Truly I appreciate these few hundred years with you all. I won't forget any of you. Soon they all dispersed as Kurama and Madatabi were the only ones left with him. Kurama turned to Naruto and finally said, well kid, you should wake up soon, you have arrived. Naruto was surprised, that was fast, but hey, dimensional travel is crazy to begin with. Naruto nodded his head and said, well, I guess it's time to wake up, this should be new. Naruto soon left the mindscape to wake up in the place called Earthland. Macron Sadilla Sadilla. 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 Macron. October 10th, Alvara's Empire Age. Naruto's Earthland Age. 3. Originals Age. 288. Naruto slowly opened his eyes to find himself on the grass. Naruto slowly sat up as he placed his hand on the back of his head and rubbed it. Naruto slowly sat up and looked around and found trees and flowers. Naruto looked down to find himself wearing the black and orange outfit he got with Jiraiya after his training with him. The only difference was that it was small enough to fit him in its current state. Just then Naruto looked around to come face to face with something irregular. He looked to see a snout looking directly at him. The beast that the snout belonged to slowly sat up. The beast towered over Naruto and looked at him curiously. Naruto was surprised to see a beast of this size. He was gargantuan, and this was something he didn't expect. The beast had light-colored scales running all over its body. The beast has a dark-colored fiery mane running down its back and arms, which appear to be connected to its feathery wings, while having 3 pairs of extensions from its jaw. The beast has a dark-colored wing-like design over its eyes, that's complemented by 2 oval designs right above it, the bigger one on the bottom, and the smaller one on top. The beast also has them on its paws, 4 extending from the forearm and 3 on each finger. There's a noticeable border above its nostrils that divides its mouth from its face, extending near the back of its head. Finally, the beast has a pair of jagged horns, extending from the base of its skull and feather-like scales, extending from the back of its knees. The beast lowered its head to come face to face with Naruto. "What is a human like you doing in these parts?" Naruto was relatively surprised he could understand this beast. He wondered if they allowed him to have the ability to talk and speak their language. I don't know, I just ended up here." Naruto did his best to play coy, but then again, he had no idea where he was to begin with. The beast raised an eyebrow and asked, "Alright, then get out of here, scurry on home to your family, you don't belong here." Naruto looked at the beast and could tell it was hurting. Naruto could feel it too. The dragon was in a lot of pain about it too. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and wasn't scared of said beast. If anything, he was curious about who this was. I don't have a place to go home to. My parents died a long time ago." The beast's eyes narrowed looking at Naruto. "Do you not fear me, child? I am yet a beast that you couldn't comprehend my power. I could squash you just with a press of my claw. I am a dragon, a beast that is beyond what normal humans are." Naruto continued to look at her rather curiously. What she said didn't entirely correspond to how she felt. Naruto smiled as a child would and walked over to the beast. Naruto stuck his hand out. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Dragon." Naruto could tell by the dragon's voice that it was a female. The female dragon continued to look at Naruto curiously and was very unsure of what to do. The dragon lowered its head and asked, "Child, do you not fear me? Why stay?" The dragon's voice changed from a rough deep growl to someone who was greatly confused. Naruto thought for a moment, trying to think of what to say. Now that he also thought of it, it felt like Matatabi and Kurama were silent. He'll have to figure that out later. "Well, I mean, you don't seem that mean. Besides, if you were to kill me, you would have already done so. Don't you already have the power to do so? So, since I'm still breathing, I'd like to give you the benefit of the doubt." The dragon herself couldn't believe this child, but it made her think a lot about some of the most recent events, especially the current fetus that she halted from growing, that there was someone who was not scared of her, was not scared for a moment. Maybe, just maybe this was what she was looking for, the dragon thought to herself. Maybe there is something I can also do for the future. If that celestial mage is going to do what I think she'll do, maybe I can impart this little one. Maybe it's one more thing I could do right in this world. I must admit you're well educated to speak this well. Most children your age can't speak the way you do." Naruto's sweat dropped, unsure of how to respond. "Well, honestly, it's a long story, Miss Dragon. It's not that simple. My parents are indeed dead, however." Naruto was unsure if he could trust this dragon. I mean, he hardly knows who she is too. The dragon nodded its head. "Alright then, how about a proposal? I'll give you a chance. Why don't we take our time getting to know one another? We can slowly open up, maybe, just maybe, this was meant to happen. Come, child." The dragon turned and began to walk back towards a large cave. Naruto followed suit, going into the cave. "Tell me, you have heard of magic before, right?" Naruto technically knew what magic was, just not how to access it. "Well, I've heard of it, I just don't know how to use it." "Have you heard of Dragon Slayer magic before?" The dragon raised an eyebrow, curious about what Naruto would say. Dragon Slayer was well known throughout the kingdom, everyone knew of it. Naruto stared blankly at the dragon. "Dragon Slayer magic? Nope, the first time." The dragon smirked. "Well then, just saying, a lot of people should know of Dragon Slayer magic, so tell me, kid, where did you come from?" The tone of the dragon turned to a snarky one. Now the dragon wanted to know who Naruto was. Was he just a child who hid under a rock all the time or what? Naruto knew he was found out as he was unsure of what to say. "Well, I mean, you aren't from here, are you, child? I know you didn't wash up here by the shore, nor did you walk out in the forest, so tell me, how did you get here?" The dragon's snout got closer to Naruto, wanting to know who he was, where he came from, and what he was doing here. I know I sensed a shift when it came to the world. Something happened, as if a hole was torn within the world. Did he come from it? I need to confirm it. Then again, his outfit doesn't scream he is from around here either. Naruto bit his lip, knowing he was in a bind now. This dragon was really smart, crazily smart. Naruto eyes this thing on. Kurama. Finally. Damn, this thing is hard to work around. I don't know what happened, but the fact that we're in this new world, there are changes to your body, and working around this thing here was hard, geez. The dragon's eyes widened when she noticed Naruto was communicating with someone that came from within him, because she sensed his magic container activate. Boy, who are you talking to? Or should I ask, what are you talking to? Naruto was surprised she could tell. Damn it, she could sense that. How? I think it's because I may or may not have activated your magic container. I told you to wait, you idiot. Wham! Naruto flinched when he heard Matatabi whack Kurama upside the head. Naruto sighed as he rubbed a bridge between his nose. Sigh. I guess there's no use hiding it. Kurama, is my body really at this age right now? Yes, meaning you'll have to wait until your body grows back to its normal state. Your chakra coils are fine, and so is everything else. Hell, I even sense the 6 paths chakra here too. It'll grow with you, but you'll have to train, because from what I'm understanding, your chakra control, and I quote, is completely and utterly shit. Damn it, sigh. Well, let me tell you. This dragon, it's a long story. Let me start from here. Naruto lifted his hand in the air as he moved his right hand from right to left. In a dimension far, far away, Kurama, Matatabi, and the dragon all sweat dropped at Naruto's intro. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. A few hours later. And that's how I ended up here. I'm technically immortal and cannot die to old age. Could I be killed? Yes, but the chance of it happening is low, so I was sent here for, I guess, a second chance. Naruto lay flat on his back, exhausted from the explanation. The dragon raised an eyebrow at the bizarre and crazy story of this child. However, something was making her believe him. Show me, is there any proof you came from the said place? Naruto sighed as he crossed his fingers. Shadow clone jutsu. Like that, the cave was soon full of Naruto clones, and this caused the dragon's eyes to widen in shock. Naruto then also let out a loud gasp of air. He quickly fell to his ass, as he felt almost all his chakra was sapped from him. Naruto, your chakra reserves might be larger than they used to be the last time you were a kid, but it's still small. Be careful. Kurama and Matatabi quickly refilled some of Naruto's chakra with theirs. The dragon lowered its head to sniff the clone. Impressive, I've never seen a technique used like this before, and you didn't even use magic. It's not a thought projection or a bet, a similar concept. Alright, you piqued my interest, young child. Maybe there is a real reason why we met. The dragon had a toothy grin appear on its face. How about it, I train you, teach you to become a dragon slayer. Then I'm going to send you to the future. Naruto's eyes widen. What? How? Why? You just met me? Also. Time travel, you're an idiot. Not only did you time travel, but you also dimension traveled. How are you surprised? Well, I thought only old Gram 6 Paths could do that, and whoever the goddess he worked with. The dragon looked at Naruto and narrowed her eyes. From my understanding, you'll be a prime candidate to become a dragon slayer. Not only that, also I want to know more. Tell me about yourself. The only thing you told me was about your experiences as a shinobi, and who and what you had to fight. I didn't learn anything about you. Naruto felt a sense of comfort hearing the dragon say that. Wait, you want to learn about me? Or what? Naruto was a little surprised by her telling him this. There are currently other dragons also teaching children to become dragon slayers. I want to do that too. You'll be like my child I can look after. After all, I've always wanted to be a mother. The dragon smiled. So, please, I would love to hear about my child, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was a little surprised, but this also touched his heart. It felt nice, that someone wanted him to be their child. Naruto knew his parents were Kushina and Minato, and he got to talk to them and experience what it was like, but he never got to grow up with a parent. It is nice to have something like this. Was it wrong? Was it a bad idea? Could it have more negative effects? Naruto, go for it, it doesn't hurt, and I don't sense any malice from her. I think you're good, Kurama added, wanting Naruto to get a chance to experience what it was like to have a mother. Naruto smiled, looking up at her, and asked, so what's your name? The dragon smiled and said, my name is Rose Red. I'll be teaching you how to use Sage Dragon Slayer magic. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. A few months later. Sage Dragon Roar. Naruto let out a bellow that covered a vast majority of the forest, which caused an explosion. The flames themselves were light green, and the explosion was a ball of red fire. Rose smirked, proud of Naruto. I'm impressed to see you come this far in such a short amount of time. Granted, you're from an entirely other dimension, with a new body. You've adapted to Dragon Slayer magic quite easily. It's powerful. My question is if your body can keep up with your magic. Naruto didn't like the idea of having motion sickness. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna deal with that. I'll nip it in the bud and make sure my body is in top peak condition. Naruto flexed his muscles. Granted was not too apparent, he was currently trying to make do with his child's body. He was technically only 3 or so years old. Just then 2 animals came running up next to Naruto. It was a chibi version of Matatabi and Kurama. Naruto, since you're done going over your progress with Rose, it's time for you to work on your chakra control. Rose looked down at the fox. Oi, I'm not done with him just yet, he still needs to practice some of the enhancement spells I taught him. Well, excuse me, but I'm pretty sure we agreed on his training schedule. Pardon me, young lady, but I'm pretty sure I outrank you in age, Kurama said with a threatening tone. But the problem was, as he was in his chibi state, which, Kurama and Matatabi will grow back to their original sizes with time, meaning their pools of chakra, while on the level of 4 cages. Their chakra will slowly increase with time. Little runt. How dare you? Rose went to rebuttal against Kurama. Ah-san, 2 cents, stop arguing please, Naruto said sarcastically, which caused both beings to glare at Naruto for the comment. Boy, I did not teach you to be snarky with me, mister. Do you want to go tonight without dinner? Rose growled back as she slowly transformed back into her human form. Naruto looked at Rose and smiled. It's still hard to believe that you used to be human, but I'll admit it's different. Rose sighed as she shook her head. I just hope the meals I make, including the antibodies needed, will prevent that. Naruto walked up next to Rose and grabbed her hand. Granted, Naruto was technically 306 years old. He was currently a child. It was nice to be able to take things slow and allow Rose to treat him like a big sister or mother. Naruto throughout this time has always looked up to Rose like a big sister. She didn't seem that old, so mother didn't fit for him. Rose had dark rose-colored hair, her front bangs parted to the right, with a braid that draped down her right side. Naruto had to admit Rose had a body and chest size similar to that of Tsunade. Rose wore a white cloth cape that draped over her back and another around her waist. She always would wear a rather revealing outfit that had cross blue segments to her outfit that revealed some of her flat-toned belly, however, had a skirt that covered the rest of her legs. Naruto waved it off. I'm sure you're doing great, Rose, don't sweat it so much. You get dinner going, I'll finish up my training with Kurama and Matatabi. Rose nodded her head and turned to Matatabi. Matatabi, make sure the 2 idiots don't overdo it, please. I'd like to have a nice meal that doesn't have Naruto sitting at the table with bandages and wraps, please. Of course, Rose. Though, I want to talk to you for a bit. Matatabi split her chakra, creating a chibi clone that went after Kurama and Naruto. Matatabi and Rose went into their little house that was hidden within the cave, which then proceeded to open up, revealing an opening in the top of the cave that lets light in. Once they got inside the house, Matatabi asked, Rose, I must ask, this entire time you've looked after Naruto, I must ask, why take him in, even if you learned about his past and everything? Why? I still don't understand. Rose raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised you didn't ask me this sooner. Why now of all times? Matatabi shook her head as she narrowed her eyes. It's the fact that I wanted to see what you're all about, see if you hurt Naruto, but so far you haven't treated him well. Very well, I think he looks up to you, like a parent or older sister. Rose smiled as she let her eyebrow fall back normally on her face. Well, if you think about it, I've recently gone through a lot. My baby, it's complicated. Let's just say I was in a bad spot. The fact that I am also a dragon because of my magic. I worry greatly for my child, but even so life doesn't work the way you want it, does it? Matatabi looked at Rose curiously. I'll be honest, I don't fully trust you, but Kurama can sense if one lies or not. I must ask if there are things you're hiding from us. I at least plead with you to think about telling Naruto or us at one point. I don't think I've seen that boy ever be a boy before. Kurama told me what Naruto went through as a child. It was similar to what all other Jinchuricas go through. Rose smiled as she nodded her head. I guess there are things I still don't wish to tell him, but eventually, the antibodies I produce for him aren't easy. It's a struggle, but it is easier if I did it by merging myself with him. That way I have a surefire way to make it so that he won't transform like I did. He can't know along with the other dragon slayers, but even then, I'm sure of how to go about a lot of things. Matatabi looked at Rose and closed her eyes, sighing. I get it, I do, but it'll break his heart eventually. I think you can trust Naruto with this information. He trusts you greatly. Rose turned to Matatabi and smiled. Thanks, Matatabi. If anything, I guess there is one more thing. I should tell you, it's the fact I am pregnant, Matatabi, but I stalled the advancement of the baby. It isn't time to give birth to it. I'm not sure how I want to do this. I was thinking of allowing myself to use a thought projection and give it half of my magic container. It would do what I asked of it to look after Naruto, but I'm afraid it would my newborn. Matatabi was unsure of what to do as well, but an idea did form in her head. Is there a way for me to make the antibodies that Naruto needs? Rose looked at Matatabi shocked. Well, if I remember correctly, there are ways for you to learn, but it could cause you to be a Biju dragon if that is even possible. Matatabi didn't give it any thought. I'm glad that we could consider you family, Rose. If that's the case, then that works for me if it means becoming part Biju dragon, and I can help you, your child, and Naruto. I'd be more than happy to help you out. Of course, if this is something you want to keep from Naruto, I get it. Rose smiled. In fact, I don't want him to know I have a child. I don't want him to feel like he is responsible for it, whether it's a boy or girl. In fact, Rose rubbed her belly. It'd be funny if it was a girl, and the two did fall in love with one another. I can easily speed up her age, physically, but I think it'll be fine. I'll take care of her and give birth to her a few years before Naruto is sent through time. That way, when they grow up, they won't know one another. It'll be fate if they meet one another, or even fall for one another. Well. Now I hope it is a girl. Matatabi cheered and purred at the mere thought of it. This caused Rose to chuckle with Matatabi. Matatabi now understands Rose's and her choices. It was something she was okay keeping secret from Naruto. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Time skip 4 years. Alvara's Empire age. Naruto's Earthland age. 7. Real age. 292. Sage Dragon Roar. A blast of light green fire shot towards Rose as she tanked the attack due to her dragon scales. Naruto jumped towards her as a Rasengan formed in his hand. Rasengan. Rose held up a claw that cushioned the attack of the Rasengan. Rose flinched. She had to admit, that attack itself was devastating. It shreds, and it does a lot of damage, more than a normal attack would do. Rose opened her mouth and fired her own attack off. Sage Dragon Roar. Red hot flames spewed toward Naruto, but he simply opened his mouth and began to eat Rose's flames. Naruto quickly jumped into the air with his hands extended outwards. The extra magic he ate from Rose's attack wrapped around his body like a cloak. They took the appearance of light green flame wings. Naruto held both hands up and shouted, Sage Dragon Secret Art. Special Sage Cannon. A condensed beam of magic gathered into a narrow beam of fire from Naruto's attack. Naruto's attack also had a spiral laser of green around the beam. Rose lifted her wings and blocked the incoming attack that struck her wings. She smiled behind her wings. He has grown so much and so quickly over these past few years. I'm impressed he was able to fire off such high-level spells so easily. He'll be a powerful foe for anyone who dares goes against him. Rose quickly flared her wings out, which deflected the rest of Naruto's attack. Impressive. Now show me what you can do. Rose charged forward as she changed back into her human form with her hands ready to fight. Naruto noticed what his parent-like figure wanted him to do. He ran at her, engaging her in hand-to-hand combat. Rose threw a right-hand chop to the left of Naruto's head. He quickly brought his left hand up to not block. Instead, he redirected her attack and went to attack with his left hand. Rose went to block with her left hand, but saw Naruto reel his left hand short of its mark. A feint. Sneaky little Naruto threw his right hand toward Rose's solar plexus. Rose smirked. Instead of shifting her body or her arms to block his attack, Rose allowed herself to lower herself down to Naruto's height. Before Naruto knew it, his hand punched into Rose's left boom, cushioning Naruto's attack. Ayak. Rose, what the hell? Naruto screamed out as he retracted his hand. Rose quickly swept her feet under Naruto's, causing him to fall flat on his ass. She then aimed her knife fist at Naruto's throat. I win this time. Naruto looked up at Rose annoyed. Cheater. Rose giggled as she offered her hand up to pick Naruto up. If I remember correctly, when it comes to a life or death battle, fairness does not exist. Besides, pretty sure you're a self-proclaimed perv for training under Jiraiya-sama, so educated me using pervy techniques against your opponent is cheating. Just then Matatabi and Kurama, who were now about the size of a full-grown wolf, came walking up. Matatabi smirked and said, oh yeah, totally fair when you pulled out the reverse harem jutsu on her, even then it did almost succeed. Kurama simply rolled his eyes. I can't believe you still even have that jutsu. Grrr. Kurama despised that jutsu along with the sexy jutsu itself. My strongest host ever, and he uses perverted attacks. Pathetic. Naruto closed his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest and looking away. Oi. It worked on Rabbit Granny. Rose chuckled as she gestured them to all follow her. Besides, Naruto, it's time we talked about this, remember? Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, that was today. Kurama and Matatabi looked at Naruto with saddened looks in their eyes. Rose looked at Naruto with a saddened expression. We worked hard together, you learning some of my enchanting magic and other spells, including my Sage Dragon Slayer and Matatabi's Hellfire Dragon Slayer magic. It was a lot for you to learn, but you did it. Naruto frowned. Does this mean I'll never get to see you again? Rose. I don't want you to go, can't you come with? Naruto placed his right hand on his left bicep and gently rubbed it. We've been together for 4 years, and I don't want you to leave. I like being with you. You've given me what I've always wanted, someone to love and care for. You're practically family to me, Rose. I don't want to lose you. Rose understood Naruto's plight and his love and admiration for her. She placed a hand on his head. Yes, I understand your argument and the things you've been through. I wish there was more I could do, But I need you to travel to the future, like we talked about. It's nothing we can do, my dear Naruto. I love you very much, but your place isn't here, there is yet a greater evil out there. We talked about this, you made me a promise that when the time was right after Acnologia is finished off I would then get to rest in the peace as well. As foolish as I was, there are some things I can't take back, but I also don't regret the things that have happened and that will transpire. Rose moved her hand and placed it on Naruto's left cheek. Rose shook her head and frowned. I'm so sorry for deceiving you, Naruto. I have to do this when you're asleep. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive me. There are things I cannot tell you. There are things that need to happen, but you cannot know, due to the flow of time. I'm sure there are so many things that have already changed, and I wish to not cause more problems than there already are, so, please forgive me, but I will not be accompanying you. Rose began to wave her hands as they began to glow a dark purple. Naruto went to argue, but soon found himself sleepy. Wait, why am I can't move. I can't speak. Naruto found himself falling forward as Rose smiled as she gently laid Naruto on her lap. Kurama and Matatabi returned to their seals. Naruto saw Rose's lips move and heard her speak. I'm sorry I lied to you, my real name isn't Rose, but I'm sure we'll meet again. Naruto, I'm so proud of you and I love you. Naruto read what her lips said and watched as tears ran down her cheeks. Before he knew it, his entire world went dark. Macron Sadilla Sadilla. 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 Macron. With Anna Hertfilia, July 7th age. Late X380s. Okay, the plan is in motion, and everything is set. Anna looked at Zeref. I can't believe that this is what you want to do, just so they can kill you in the future. Zeref nods his head. Well, as long as I want to be killed, I'm sure Natsu will be able to do it. Zeref looked down at the sleeping children who were ready to be sent into the future. Just then someone appeared behind them. Anna was on guard looking at the woman who now stood there. However, the woman was standing there with a blonde boy who was a bit younger than some of the others, however, was older than Wendy. Just who are you? Anna asked defensively. I mean no harm, Zeref, I'm sure you remember me. The name is Irene Bulsirian. Irene looked at the boy in her arms and kissed his forehead. This one here is Naruto Uzumaki, my child I took in. I already have someone working on his antibodies to prevent him from becoming a dragon. I was hoping you would grant passage to send him too. Anna then relaxed and smiled. I see no harm, granted it might be surprising, but I see no problem with his. Zeref looked at Naruto. He could sense a great deal of power from him that was still hidden and yet to be unlocked. I see no harm, whoever he is. I can't wait to see how strong you'll become. If Natsu can't beat me, maybe he can. Irene gently laid Naruto down, but once she did, she found tears rolling down her cheeks. It was like she was giving up her child, even if it was only for 4 years. She looked after him, fed him, clothed him, taught him. She passed as much knowledge to him as she could. It was the first time she had ever gotten a taste of what being a mother was like. Irene rubbed Naruto's cheeks. My sweet boy. Take care, remember I will always and forever love you. She knelt and kissed Naruto on the cheek. Irene slowly stepped back as Anna Hertfilia went to do her thing to open up the eclipse gate. Macron Sadilla Sadilla. 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 Macron. July 7th Earthland Age. X777. Naruto's Earthland Age. 669. Physical Age. 7. Layla Hertfilia breathed tirelessly as she opened the gate to the eclipse gate. She saw a total of 6 lights come out of the gate. She saw them shoot across the sky in different directions. However, she did note one ball of light shot toward her house direction. Layla turned towards her comrades to figure out what to do next. Macron Sadilla Sadilla. 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 Macron. July 8th Earthland Age. X777. Naruto's Earthland Age. 669. Physical Age. 7. After she failed attempts to get the King of Fiori, Toma, to have the gate destroyed, he refused, and even then so, Layla was forced to use her own magic and life force to replace the one celestial key that was missing. Layla had a carriage take her back home to see her daughter Lucy and her husband. Layla couldn't wait to be home and spend what time she had left with her daughter. Just then the carriage stopped as the driver called out, Layla-sama, we have a problem in front of us. Layla, even though exhausted, stuck her head out the window. What she saw shocked her. There was a large gap in the middle of the road. It's as if a comet came crashing down toward the ground and carved up the ground. Layla felt as if all her exhaustion left her body. She bolted out the door. Her driver, Jarvis, knowing Layla's condition, shouted, Layla-sama. You shouldn't be up. Your body. Screw it. If it's one child that landed here, at least I can try to do something. Layla ran along the giant scar across the ground. The tail end was rather narrow, but it was clear as the scar became bigger and bigger. Something landed here. Her driver eventually arrived and walked alongside her. Soon the two came across a sleeping boy. He had spiky blonde hair and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Not only that, but his outfit was not the normal attire someone would wear in this timeline. She gently lifted the boy by his neck. She smiled. This must be one of them. I didn't expect 6. But maybe there was one more that was added in. Nonetheless, maybe I can give this one a head start on their journey. Then maybe Lucy can also figure out what she wants to do. Layla turned to her driver, Jarvis. We're taking him back to the Hertfilia estate. We're taking him in. Jarvis nodded his head. Very well, Layla-sama. He bowed and quickly ran towards the carriage and quickly brought it around for Layla to get into. Layla picked up the boy. She was relatively surprised to find the boy well-toned with some muscle beginning to form on his body. Soon her driver brought the carriage around, went around the large crater, and continued their way back home. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. A few hours later, Hertfilia estate. Layla was soon brought into the house where she was quickly brought to a bed. Layla's husband Jude Hertfilia came in. Honey, I must congratulate you on your success on your journey, but I must ask, why did you bring home this stray boy? Maids and butlers came and went since they were trying to help Layla. Layla smiled and said, he was one of the kids that were sent here. I don't know where some of the others are. However, when our driver, Jarvis, notified me, I saw the boy and I knew he had no place to go, so I thought, why not we give him a place to be at? Give him a home and maybe a loving family for the boy. I'm sure he'll do great things. Jude was not amused. He loved his wife and daughter Lucy very much. I don't know, dear. This is somebody we don't even know. Someone you found in a crater. We can't just bring a random boy in. Besides, we don't know what he is like. Honey, whatever this thing you were a part of, I love you. I took my step back and you did what you were supposed to do. Let's end it here, sweetie. Plus you don't look well. I have a doctor coming over soon to check you out. Layla smiled as she looked up at him and gently took his hand. Jude looked at her with confusion and worry about her health. Jude, if you love me and Lucy, then please just this once, trust me on this. I think Lucy will have a great friend. He can almost be a like son to you and me. We should give his a chance, please, dear. Jude looked at his wife with worry, and he was confused and unsure of things. However, he loved and trusted his wife very much, so he relented and nodded his head. I understand. I'll make sure he is looked after until you get better. Soon, the doctor came walking in. Ah. Dr. Parker. I'm so glad you're here. Dr. Parker came walking in and nodded his head. Glad to come when you ever call for help, Jude-san. I'll come to take a look over. Layla sent for you. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. But Naruto and Lucy. Lucy, the daughter of Jude and Layla Hertfilia, slowly came walking up to a door. Well, it wasn't just any door. Lucy saw from her window her mother carrying someone in her arms. She watched as Jarvis, one of Layla's most trusted servants, take him into this room. Lucy walked up to the door and slowly opened it. She then silently snuck herself into the room, closing the door behind her. Lucy panned her eyes across the room until they stopped on a bed. She saw the boy with blonde hair and a strange outfit laying on the bed. She slowly and silently made her way up to the bed and slowly got on. Lucy slowly and quietly got onto the bed and she stared at the boy with curiosity. Now she was closer. She noticed the 3 whisker-like marks on both of his cheeks. Lucy slowly crawled up to the boy, looking at him curiously. She placed a finger on her lip and asked herself, I wonder if those are real. Did his parents seriously let him get a tattoo? Lucy tilted her head looking at the boy. No, that sounds unlikely. I wonder what his name is. I wonder how they feel. Lucy extended her hand out towards Naruto's cheek. Slowly but surely, Lucy found her hand up against the boy's cheek. Soft. Lucy giggled as she then moved them across one of his whiskers. Just then the boy moved slightly in his sleep. Wait, can he feel me touching these? Lucy went ahead and then only let her finger glide across his whisker marks. Much to her enjoyment, she hears a light prrrr purring like sounds coming from the boy's mouth. Whoa, he purrs almost like a kitten. I wonder if boys like him have these. Wait, Otu-san doesn't have these, but why does he? Now I want to know his name. I want to know who he is. He needs to wake up. Lucy then smirked as she moved her fingers over to Naruto's nose. She giggled as she then gently pinched her fingers over his nostrils. Momentarily the boy stopped breathing as Lucy waited for his reaction. However, what she didn't expect was the boy to slap her hand away. He then shifted in his sleep and his arm got entangled with Lucy's. Wait. Whoa. Lucy quickly slapped her other hand over her mouth. She found herself on the bed with the boy's arm entangled in hers. She realized that her hand was stuck behind the boy's back. Lucy, now panicking at the situation, got herself it, now began to pull to pry her hand out from the boy's back. She brought her other hand around to lift the boy ever so slightly. Thankfully, she had just enough strength to slightly lift the boy's shoulder, then pull her hand free. Yes, I'm free. Just then boy shifted in his sleep again. He then proceeded to rotate his body towards her. He extended his arm out and pulled Lucy in for a snuggle while he slept. Lucy found herself blushing as she felt the strange boy randomly hugging her. How did this happen? I just wanted him to wake up. But he sleeps like a log. Just then the boy muttered, Matatabi, you're warm. Lucy was now beginning to become irritable as she screamed in her head, well, I don't know who this Matatabi is. But you need to let go. Just then Lucy began to pick the boy's arm up off of her. Just then Lucy saw someone from the corner of her eye. She looked over to find her mother staring at her with a blush on her face. Ha-ha-oo. Oh-to-san. Layla was now up and giggling at the scene in front of her. Meanwhile, Jude's eyes widened as he stared at what his daughter was doing. It looked like his jaw was about to fall off. Just then the boy himself began to stir. As his blue eyes flickered for a moment due to his eyelids being in the way, Naruto's sight was a bit fuzzy, but eventually, his eyes focused to find a pair of brown eyes staring back at him in surprise. Naruto then looked over to see a woman who looked exactly like the little girl. He then saw the man behind Layla. Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, wait, Naruto. You've been in situations like this before. The cute blonde girl who seems to be in my arms for whatever reason, then an older looking one who is stunning by the way, and then that old do I know exactly what to do. Who is the Gigi-chan over there? Layla covered her mouth trying to stop herself from laughing. Grrkkmm. Lucy's eyes widened as she also slapped her hand over her mouth. Grkmmpp. Let's just say that you did not take kindly to that insult. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Few moments later, after Layla did her best to get her cursing and angry husband to calm down, after the family had calmed down, Jude stood near the bed, Layla sat on the bed, and Lucy sat in her mother's lap. Layla smiled. Well, before we begin, why don't we begin with formalities first? My name is Layla Hertfilia. Layla had her hand over her chest. She then gestured to her husband. This lovely old man here is my husband, Jude Hertfilia. Honey. Jude looked toward his wife feeling betrayed. I'm only teasing, dear, Laya giggled. This little one here is my little girl Lucy Hertfilia. Naruto was glad. He was able to learn everyone's names and smiled back, seeing the room she was in and how everyone was dressed. He was able to deduce he was in someone's house that seemed to be very wealthy. Not only that, but also very proper, and thanks to over 400 years of being alive, he knew how to act. Naruto appropriately bowed his head. First and foremost, the pleasure is all mine. He then raised it to talk to the Maida Eye. I would also like to apologize for my current appearance, as I did not know where I was and what happened to myself. Jude, now seeing a different side to Naruto, began to take notice. No worries, my wife decided to bring you back to our mansion. I am simply honoring her favor. Jude wanted to see what Naruto was like more. No need to be so formal either, sweetie, just be yourself, Layla also added, hoping Naruto would ease up. Naruto nodded his head. I appreciated Hertfilia-san, but in the situation I am in, I think being appropriate is proper etiquette in your current presence. Naruto simply nodded his head, understanding what Laya was trying to convey. With that said, I am Naruto Uzumaki. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As it is you as well, Jude added as he continued to monitor Naruto's actions. Layla gave the same polite nod, along with Lucy who stared at Naruto intently. Well, I must ask, but where am I? I don't remember much after the person I was being looked after disappeared. Naruto looked around with a frown on his face. I am not in the forest of Little Garden, in the Alvarez Empire. Layla frowned and shook her head. I am afraid that you are no longer in the Alvarez Empire. I am surprised you remembered where you were, however, it seems you understand to know a lot of what's been going on. Layla turned her head to Lucy and Jude. For this, dear, I need you to take Lucy. Jude understood, but Lucy said, can I play with Naruto-kun afterwards? Lucy asked quickly and Jude looked to Layla. Layla simply nodded her head yes, which Jude nodded with her. Yes, you can, but there is something I need to talk to Naruto-kun about. It's very important. Think of it like business, Lucy. Lucy crossed her arms over her chest. Work again? That's boring. Naruto chuckled as so did Layla when Jude walked over and picked his daughter up. Come on, my little Haim, why don't we get a snack from the kitchen? The two soon left and exited the room, leaving Naruto and Layla alone. Layla looked at Naruto and smiled and asked, Naruto dear, do you know entirely why you're here? Naruto scratched the top of his head. Yeah, I was told why I was sent here, so I am in the future, huh? Layla was a little surprised by how much Naruto already knew about the plan, mainly have Aknologia and Seraph eventually defeated and prevent other future events from happening. I see, well, if it means anything, I'm sure you'll get to see your dragon again someday. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. Yeah, I don't know where Rose could be, or well, even if that's even her name. Naruto looked down upset. He still loved and looked up to Rose greatly, yet there were some things she couldn't tell him. Rose isn't even her real name either. Layla smiled and placed a hand on his head. I'm surprised by how much you were told, but all we can do now is keep moving forward. For now, why don't you stay with us? I got my husband to agree, and I think it is nice if Lucy got a childhood friend to be with. Naruto, I feel it's fine to stay here for a little bit, but I do not suggest staying here long, Kurama suggested as Matatabi looked at him confused. Think about it, you need to keep training. You can do that easier if you go off on your own for a bit. Matatabi had to admit that was well thought out. Wow, that makes sense. For now, you can enjoy and thank the woman for taking you in, but staying here isn't a good idea, you need to get stronger. Naruto mentally nodded his head. Yeah, I hear you guys. Naruto looked up to Layla and smiled. Yeah, I'll stay for now, but I can't stay forever though. Layla frowned. How come? You're more than welcome to stay as long as you need. You can train on the property and not have to worry about anything. It's because I know your special reason for being here. Even still, I can help you here with anything you need. Just then Layla suddenly began coughing as she felt weak. Her vision blurred as she almost slumped forward. Naruto quickly moved as he gently moved Layla towards the headboard of the bed. Naruto panicked a bit as he was unsure of what was going on with her. Hey. What's going on, are you okay? The door soon opened with Jarvis walked in with a frown on his face. Perhaps you can do something for me, Naruto-sama. I apologize, Layla-sama, but I listened in on your conversation when it came to training and magic. Is there anything in magic you know that could help her? Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with her? Layla tried to intervene. Jarvis, don't worry about it, there's nothing else Naruto could do. He isn't a healer, that's not what his magic does. Just then Jude and Lucy came walking back. I heard Layla began coughing. Are you okay, dear? Jude came over to Layla's side and he gently took her hand. Hahu. What's wrong? Why are you coughing? Lucy quickly jumped onto the bed with tears in her eyes. She knew something was wrong, especially when her mother came home and almost immediately went to lie in bed. Jarvis frowned as he looked down. Layla-sama is suffering from magic deficiency disease. It was due to her substituting her magic for one of the missing celestial keys to open the eclipse gate. Jarvis was the only other person who knew what Layla was doing, in case something did go awry. Jude frowned upset. The doctor said that Layla won't last much longer, she will eventually pass away. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing this, and Lucy began to cry as she hugged her mother. She began to cry, begging her mother not to leave her. Naruto looked at Layla, Lucy, and Jude. He could see the family was hurting, yet he could see Laya, although sad that she will have to leave her family, she was smiling. She was probably glad that she was able to save him. She sacrificed her well-being to make sure he and the other dragon slayers made it through the eclipse gate, just so they could beat some guy named Zeref in Aknologia. Naruto's hair covered his face. It's not fair that another child gets to lose a parent. Naruto didn't want to play God or manipulate things. He knew things like this had repercussions. If I were to interfere, how much would it change things? Would I disrupt what Layla and the others had planned for the other dragon slayers? Naruto didn't know what to do until a voice spoke up. Naruto, you do what you feel is right. If you think you should save her, then do so, whatever you choose. No, Kurama, and I will always believe you made the right choice. Kurama stayed silent, showing he was agreeing with what Matatabi said. Naruto opened his eyes and turned to Layla, Naruto, then looked at his right hand. Kurama, Matatabi, do I always have the sixth path chakra active? You do, Kurama responded, which made Naruto wonder what he should do. He did prevent Might Guy from dying after using the 8 gate. Naruto turned to the Heartfilia family and asked, Layla, Jude, Lucy and Jarvis, promise me whatever happens in this room you guys won't ask me questions, nor let whatever happens in this room out of it. Jude looked at Naruto weary of him. Boy, what do you plan on doing? Do you have some sort of healing magic? Lucy then said, Oh, Tusan. He said not to question him. Let's just give him a chance. I don't want to lose mommy. Jude looked at his daughter. Honestly, he couldn't care less, as long as his wife got to live. It was Jude's protectiveness of his wife that made him ask the question. I'm sorry, you may proceed. Jude lowered his head. He wished he could do more for his wife. He felt powerless, and he felt that he was for the first time. He could do nothing as the man of the house, and do nothing to save his wife from death, then his daughter from the pain and suffering of losing her mother. Naruto could understand how Jude felt, but Naruto never got to have a family of his own. Naruto scooched over next to Layla, and Layla saw what looked like a white sun on the palm of his right hand. Naruto placed his hand onto Layla's hand as he channeled the 6 paths chakra into her. He found what seemed to be her magic container was damaged badly, and it was continuously leaking out magic. He then sent his chakra into her and began to mend her container. Soon Naruto then removed his hand and said, There, your magic container was damaged and was leaking magic out continuously. You should feel your magic coming back to you gradually. Jude looked to his wife for confirmation, and Layla closed her eyes and searched her magic container. Steadily she could feel it refilling. I can feel it. Layla turned to Naruto and smiled. Thank you so much, Naruto. Of course, what you said and did here will stay with us, that is a guarantee. Lucy smiled brightly as she turned to Naruto and tackled Naruto, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank you so much for saving my Aka-chan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Layla giggled as she watched Lucy hugging Naruto tightly, and Jude couldn't believe what he was hearing. He smiled as he felt some tears run down his cheek. Naruto and Lucy turned to see Jude with tears running down his cheek. Thank you. Jude got down on both knees and pressed his head to the ground. Thank you for saving my wife. I was originally hesitant to let Layla have you stay here. Forgive this foolish old man. When I learned she was going to I didn't know what I could do. Why you? Even though I treated you as a nobody and wanted nothing to do with you. Why yet you still helped us, so thank you. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Don't sweat it, Heartphilius-san, no need to. Jude shot up from his knees and shouted, no. Please. I can't have someone who just saved my wife call me by my last name like that. Please, Jude is fine. You're more than welcome to stay as long as you like, my boy. I think Lucy would quite like to have a friend, don't you think, Lucy? Lucy nodded her head. Yeah. I get a friend to play with now. Lucy cheered as she stuck both of her hands up into the air. Kurama and Matatabi both silently watched as Naruto seemingly and unintentionally joined another family. The only question is how long he'll stay. Sweetie, why don't we get dinner prepared? I could eat. Layla looked to Jude, who only nodded his head in agreement. Let's make it a feast. Let's celebrate Layla's newfound health. Thanks to Naruto for healing her. How about just Layla getting better? Naruto chuckled as he raised his hand in the air. Jude then suddenly blushed in embarrassment. Oh right, I'm sorry my dear boy, I just got a little too excited. Layla was amazed, even if it was for a moment. Layla saw the man she married. Granted, he didn't change too much, but there were some slight differences. Layla looked at Naruto and wondered, I wonder if this is who Naruto is, his ability to change people so easily. I've never seen this before, it'll be interesting to watch him grow. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. 6 months later, Naruto during this time would continue to train on his own while he had free time. He worked on his chakra control, jutsus, and learning to combine chakra natures to create different Kekai Genkai he originally wouldn't have. This piqued Layla's interest in seeing Naruto train. She never asked him, along with everyone else. No one asked about his abilities. Naruto would tell Layla about his magic and what he has learned. Even Lucy got to obtain Aquarius, one of the celestial keys needed to open the Eclipse Gate. Grammy, who held onto the key, a servant to Layla, was thankful after hearing that Layla would survive, so she came to gift the celestial key to Lucy, hoping it would bring Lucy to help in the future. Thankfully, Naruto was there and was able to save Grammy from being killed by Zoldio. He was one of Layla's most trusted servants, but it was clear he was a threat. Naruto wanted to turn him over, but by Layla's plea, released him. Even if Naruto didn't agree with that situation, he very much enjoyed his time at the Heartphilia mansion. Being with the family gave Naruto a sense of another family, but he knew he couldn't keep relying on him. They taught him to read and write, even though he could understand and speak their language. Their written language is vastly different from the language Naruto knew from the elemental nations. Naruto continued to train and spent plenty of time with Lucy, Layla, and Jude, which Jude, even though had a lot of work, made plenty of time to spend with Lucy, Layla, and surprisingly Naruto too. Jude took a great liking to Naruto, mainly due to him saving his wife. But Naruto found out that Jude was a nice guy. He cared for his family, looked out for them, and made sure his servants had everything they needed. Naruto even got to meet some of the big-time players that Jude works with. This included other wealthy people, who were businessmen, who held great power and wealth. Jude did ask Naruto if he even thought of taking over his business. Jude seemed to be on board if Naruto married Lucy, and simply inherited the business from him and Layla, as nice as it would have been. Naruto isn't a businessman and would only drag the business down. Jude fully understood. Jude knew that Lucy wasn't interested in the business either. She was more interested in following her mother's footsteps. The two talked a lot about wanting to join a guild, and Lucy asked if Naruto would want to join Fairy Tail, one of the more notable guilds known in Fiori, though Layla said that Lucy was too young to join, let alone go off on her own, telling her that she would have to be older before she went out and did something like that. This now gets us to where Naruto was standing by the Heartphilia mansion doors with a backpack. Currently, Lucy was holding on to Naruto in a tight hug, not wanting to let go. Do you have to leave, Naruto? Lucy looked at Naruto with an upset look on her face. Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Lucy, but I need to go out there and continue to get stronger. You're a holder type mage, so your mother is the best to teach you. I need to go out there and get stronger by experience. I hope you can understand why I need to go. Lucy frowned. I know, but I'm just going to miss hanging out with you. It was fun having a friend to play with or hang out with. Naruto simply patted her head. I'm sure we'll meet again, Lucy. Just for now I need to go my own separate way. Naruto then looked up to see Jude and Layla come walking into the front room. Besides, you got a baby brother that you'll have to look after. Naruto could see Layla, who was 6 months pregnant with their newest addition to the family. Jude had a small smile on his face. Do you have to go, son? You know you're allowed to stay as long as you like." Jude began to see Naruto as one of his children, but he couldn't say that. He and Layla agreed to not treat Naruto like their own child as much as they wanted to. It was due to Lucy. They didn't want Naruto to feel like they were a family. That way if Naruto and Lucy ever got together, it would be something easier for Naruto to get the idea for, so he didn't look at Lucy like a sister. "Yeah, I do, but I am very thankful for what you and Layla have done for me, as well as Lucy for keeping my company and having someone to play with." Naruto turned to Jarvis, "As well as all the tips about life." To Jarvis, Naruto nodded his head towards the butler who also nodded his head. "Of course, Naruto-sama, it was my pleasure." Jarvis gave a polite bow. Lucy frowned as she looked at Naruto. I will see you again one day, right? If we do, can we meet at Fairy Tail?" Lucy brought her head into Naruto's chest, hugging him. Naruto smiled as he held up his hand to give her a fist bump. "Then let's do this, Lucy. Get stronger. Go through those fighting styles I taught you. Make contracts with your celestial spirits. I'll promise to continue getting stronger and meet you at Fairy Tail. Once we're ready to do so, I'll either meet you there or wait for you. Let's make it a promise." Naruto Uzumaki never ever goes back on his promises. Lucy went from an upset pouting look on her face to one that is smiling and holding hope. "Alright, I promise you." Lucy smiled back as she hugged Naruto closely. Naruto and Lucy gently broke their hug. "Be a good big sis for your little brother, okay? With that said, I'll probably head on out." Naruto waved to everyone with a giant smile on his face. "I appreciate everything you've done for me, guys. I'll be sure to write and stop to visit when I'm in the area." Naruto opened the door and walked out. Once he did, he saw the other maids and butlers. He knew and helped out when he could, standing in two lines split between butlers and maids. "Be well, Naruto-sama," they all said in unison, which they bowed to him. Naruto shook his head, turning to the butlers. "Take care everyone, Carl, Sam, Evan, Steve, and Simon." Naruto then turned to the maids, Lily, Kathy, Naomi, Sadlizer, Ingrid, and Elise. Naruto continued to walk ahead through the garden to go off on his adventure. Jude, Layla, and Lucy came walking out to see Naruto walking away. Lucy watched as he walked away and mumbled, "Better not find another girl other than me." Lucy began to think back to what Aquaria said about her not having a boyfriend. It kind of annoyed her thinking about someone else being with Naruto other than her. Layla watched as the boy she took in for a bit walked away. She understood why he couldn't stay. He had to go out there and get stronger. Doing so can prepare him for the future. Layla looked down to see her daughter upset to see her first friend go away. Layla smirked, "So you going to miss Naruto, Lucy?" Lucy nodded her head. "I'm sure you'll see him again someday." Lucy said nothing. "What'll happen if he makes new friends?" "It'll be okay, I'm sure we'll all be friends," Lucy responded. "What if he finds a girlfriend?" Layla giggled as she looked at her daughter once again. "What, no? He better." Lucy turned to her mother angrily, but froze as she saw the smirking faces of her parents. Jarvis chuckled as he said, "Looks like Lucy Haim has a crush. Should we expect Lucy Haim to marry Naruto?" "Jarvis." Lucy screamed in embarrassment as Lucy placed both hands on her face to try to hide her blushing. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. With Naruto. Naruto looked up at the sky as he walked. "I wonder where do we first go?" "Well, if anything, we should head to a place where there are creatures to fight. That way if we can get ourselves accustomed more to magic, figure out where we need to go, and what we need to do." Kurama noted importantly that Naruto nodded his head. "Should I even think about joining a guild, specifically Fairy Tail?" Naruto asked, wondering what Matatabi and Kurama's thoughts were. "I think for now you should just train, figure out your magic, and continue your training with chakra. Besides, your control is already still at best Jonin level right now. You got a lot of catching up to do. It will be a while before you even get back to your original state," Matatabi stated wisely. She didn't want Naruto to get upset or frustrated, since he has to start all over again. Naruto nodded his head. "Well, let's begin our adventure in this world. We won't know what it's like until we get out there. We also need to get stronger. That way whatever is coming, it's not a repeat of the fourth great shinobi war." Naruto smiles as he looks up at the sky. "Yeah, I won't lose anyone, not again." Naruto looked at the ground, as all his fellow shinobi he graduated flashed through his mind. He hopes that this world never sees war, because no matter what world, place, or time, war never changes. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Time skip 10 years, July 2nd, Earthland age. X 784, Naruto's Earthland age. 679, physical age. 17. Naruto Uzumaki became one of the biggest mysteries to the current Magic Council, and one of the infamous mages who wasn't part of a guild. There were plenty of rumors, stories, and gossip about him that continued to go through the grapevine in Magnolia, so much so, other guild masters sent their own to try to find Naruto and recruit him. However, they were mainly the dark guilds that hunted for him, that are some of the well-known ones like Phantom Lord, Lamina Scale, and Blue Pegasus. Naruto made his way towards Fairy Tail, after many years of waiting, as well as a few years of being from a certain Heartfilia family, he still wrote, just didn't visit since he was quite busy. When he meant busy, Naruto was currently busy with either doing side jobs or well being a certain someone he thought would be great for this world. I wonder how much Lucy has changed. Been 5 or so years since you last saw her. NYA, I can't wait Naruto. Think any of those girls we met on our travels ended up growing up to be possible mates for ya? Madatabi continued to cheer and purr within Naruto's seal which made even Kurama chuckle. I must agree, if you wanted to you could have quite a few girlfriends. Kurama smirked as he lay in the seal with his front paws crossed and his head resting on them. Naruto simply shook his head. I think you two are thinking too much about it, it'll be nice to see them again, I just hope I've gotten strong. I want to know how strong some of the wizard saints are, maybe even test my skills against an S-class from Fairy Tail. If I correctly remember some recent S-class from there is Urza Scarlet, Mirajane Strauss, Laxus Dreyer, Gildert's Clive, and finally, Mystigen. Naruto soon saw the Fairy Tail guild off in the distance. Naruto hopped to the roofs of buildings and began to run in a streamlined fashion. Naruto didn't bolt for it, but he ran at a steady pace so he could look at his surroundings. Ah, you'll be able to crush them all with ease. They're nothing compared to your and our power, Kurama said boastfully with a large grin on his face, that way you can show off to that Lucy girl. Naruto just sighed deciding to ignore Kurama and this entire conversation of dating anyone, especially having anyone close like a significant other. Naruto soon found himself at the entrance to Fairy Tail and opened the doors. Naruto looked in to find the entire guild in an uproar. Naruto saw a boy with pink hair in a fight with a boy with black hair, who had nothing but pants on. Another person had white hair, was big and buff, was shouting things about being a real man, and a bunch of other members were in a fight. Naruto continued to pan the entire guild, seeing a bunch of people until Naruto's eyes landed on Lucy. Naruto couldn't believe how much she could grow in 5 years. Lucy was wearing her typical ponytail using an orange scrunchie. Lucy ended up growing up similar to her mother Layla. She inherited her mother's buxom figure and her curvaceous body. Naruto saw her talking to a girl with a slim young woman of below average height. She has long, white hair which curls slightly at the ends, with 2 bangs framing her face and reaching down to her chest. Her hairstyle's most distinctive trait is a short, upward ponytail, obtained by gathering and tying the hair covering her forehead. She has large blue eyes and a curvy, voluptuous body. With large breasts, the girl adorned a sleeveless, ankle-length maroon dress with a pleated skirt. The chest is adorned by a large pink bow, and similarly colored trimmings frame the rather ample neckline, acting as straps and a circle around the waist. The white-haired girl was to Lucy's right with another girl with a white head to the left of Lucy's side. The girl to Lucy's left also had white hair that was about neck length. She wore a short dark red dress with a white collar and bow up on her arms above her elbows. She wore gold rings with a pale pink fabric flowing down from them. She wore tall, black socks along with brown shoes. Naruto smirked as he looked left and right as some Fairy Tail members looked at him. Naruto began to walk in towards the bar, over where Lucy and the 2 girls were. However, when the crowd that was fighting began to move closer to Naruto, Naruto saw the big white-haired man flung backward toward the girls at the bar. Naruto quickly dashed forward, hoping to prevent him from hitting the girls. Lucy, Mira, and Lysana who were talking were interrupted when Lucy shouted, "Look out." Lucy screamed out as she lifted her hand to block the giant guy from hitting them. She lifted her right foot and shot it out, hoping to kick the guy, redirecting him away. Just then someone moved in front of her as her foot connected with the man. Lucy still pushed all her momentum into her leg and followed through. However, once her foot made contact, her foot continued as the man was sent flying to the side with a big giant white-haired man went tumbling to the side. Naruto, not seeing Lucy going to kick, shouted, "Oh Kami." As Naruto was sent flying at a nearby table, crashing into it. Mira and Lysana both chuckled. Lysana said, "Oh boy, that was Elfman Nai, he can be so clumsy at times, ahahaha." Mira shook her head slowly to the left and right. "Gotta admit I feel bad for the boy you just kicked, have to admit though, you got a strong right kick." Lucy, sheepish from the compliment, said, "Why yeah, well I learned thanks to someone who helped give me pointers on how to fight." The 3 turned to Elfman who slowly stood back up. Man, that was not manly at all. A real man continues even if he was knocked down. Elfman took off, charging back into the fray, punching the pink-haired boy across the face. Once Elfman got back into the fight, they all continued to look at the boy who Lucy accidentally kicked. Naruto looked down and slowly stood up and dusted himself off from his legs. "Up, man, I have to admit Lucy, you sure got strong, and a hell of a lot quicker the last time we saw one another." Naruto then looked up, and he looked at Lucy with a smile on his face. Lucy's eyes widened as she looked at Naruto. Wait. Naruto. Lucy screamed out as she looked at how much Naruto had changed since the last time she saw him. Naruto chuckled as he gave her his classical smile and nodded his head. "Yep. In the flesh you've Before Naruto knew it, Lucy slammed into him as she hugged him with both arms up against his body. Naruto looked down to see some tears of joy on her face. His bright smile changed to a gentle one, and he wrapped his arms around her. "It's good to see you again, Luce. It's been a while." Soon the two girls Lucy was next to come walking over with a smile on their faces. "So you must be the infamous Naruto Lucy was talking about. She was telling us a lot about you," Lysandra said with a cute smile on her face. "I'll admit that you're not too bad to look at." Lysandra giggled as she looked at Mirajane. Mira on the other hand, when she came walking up to Naruto, looked at him strangely. "Well, it is nice to meet you, but I swear we have seen you before." Mira placed a hand on her lip as she stared at Naruto. Naruto knew what they were talking about. Lysandra was surprised, too curious about what her big sister Mira meant. Slowly Lucy pulled away from Naruto as she wiped away some tears. "You dummy, I can't believe Sniff you didn't visit for almost 5 years. Hahu was worried sick about you, and Otu-san, I was worried too. You only kept sending us letters, but you never stopped visiting after a while. Why?" Naruto looked at Lucy, understanding her plight and her being upset at him. Naruto placed a hand on top of her head and gently patted it. "I have no excuse for not visiting, simply for the fact that I was busy training, going around Fiori and seeing the country, which included fighting monsters, beasts, and other mages, or dark guilds. I was kept busy, and a lot of what I did was dangerous. I made enemies I'm sure out there too. I couldn't risk being seen going back to your place. Not only that, but my training itself was harsh and difficult." Naruto knew he could just transform and hide his identity, but he wanted Lucy to grow up without him. He knew when they were younger, she clung to him and relied on him a lot. He wanted to make sure she could be independent and handle herself without him. Besides, her trying to keep up with him would have been almost impossible, and she would have only slowed him down. Lucy simply shook her head and smiled. "I'm just glad you're here and you kept your promise. Now we can enjoy being part of Fairy Tail together." Mira smiled, taking a step forward. "Ah, I see you're also interested in joining. Let me go get Master to notify him." Mira walked away to go get their master of the guild. Naruto turned to the other girl. "Name's Naruto. A pleasure to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, I'm Lysandra. The big lug over there you caught was Elfman Nai, he's my big brother. My Nisan is Mirajane, but everyone calls her Mira. Glad you came to join the guild," Lysandra said with a bright smile on her face. "I'm glad to have joined the guild too. I can't wait to see what this is all about too." Naruto gave her a thumbs up, which Lysandra was interested in who Naruto was. Just then Mira and an old man came walking up to Naruto. Naruto was surprised to see the man Mira was with was a very short elderly man. He has black eyes and is growing bald with only the outer rims of his head containing white hair. He was wearing a white shirt with a black fairy tale stamp in the middle under an orange hoodie. His attire was complete with matching orange shorts and an orange and blue striped jester hat. The master of the guild stuck his hand out to Naruto. "Ah. Hello, there young man. A pleasure to meet you. I am Makarov Dreyer, the master of this guild. Who might you be? I heard you're interested in joining the guild." Makarov took a look at Naruto's eyes, wondering what type of person he was. "A pleasure to meet you, master. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and yes, I am looking to join this guild." Naruto shook Makarov's hand, and Naruto could tell just how wise and powerful the guild master was. "Wonderful. Just have Mira place a stamp on you, and you're ready to go," Makarov said with a very bright smile on his face. He was very happy to have a child join his guild. Mira nodded her head. "Naruto, where would you like your guild mark? What color too?" Naruto smirked. "I want it on the back of my right hand, orange please." Mira took the stamp and placed it on his hand and added some magic. Naruto saw the guild mark appear orange on his hand. "There you go, there's your stamp." Makarov went to cheer out. Now everyone listens up. The entire guild stopped after Makarov got their attention. "We got 2 brand new guild members. Now let's party." Just then Mira quickly went to Naruto's side and quickly tapped his shoulder. "Wait a second. I know where I've seen you before." The entire guild looked towards Mira. Makarov asked, "Mira my dear, what do you mean?" Mira looked closely at Naruto's eyes and reached her hand up to his face. "May I?" Naruto simply nodded his head. Damn, there's no way she recognizes him, does she? Kurama and Matatabi both thought at the time watching this play out. Mira placed her hand on his face and closed her eyes. She felt out for Naruto's magic, and then her eyes opened. "I knew it. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who saved me, Elfman, and Lysandra 2 years ago. Wasn't it? Your magic. It feels so similar to what you were using that day. You used takeover magic." Lysandra's and Elfman's eyes when they heard Mira say this. Even Natsu looked at Naruto with interest in his eyes, and Makarov looked at Naruto intently. Naruto was very surprised Mira saw this, but he had to give it to her. She was right. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head. "I wondered if those 3 kids I saved that day were you 3. Naruto chuckled as he began to glower as his features began to change. Naruto grew to the size of about a wolf, as he had 9 swaying tails behind him, with orange fur, blood-red eyes with slits, and 3 whisker-like marks on his face. Yeah, you're exactly correct. Naruto then transformed back into his normal human form as Lysandra and Elfman quickly surrounded Naruto, pulling him into a hug along with Mirajane. The 3 all cried out together, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." The 3 chanted. Once they let him go, Elfman slapped Naruto on the back. "You're a real man, Naruto. Thanks for saving both of my sisters." Lysandra wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. "Thank you for saving me. That saved my Nai-chan and Mi-chan from having to endure pain if they lost me." Mira gently clasped Naruto's hands within her hands as Mira had some tears run down her cheeks. "I can't tell you, show you, or even fathom how much I am thankful to you. Losing either one of my siblings would have crushed me. If there is anything you ever need, please do not hesitate to ask." Naruto chuckled embarrassedly as he rubbed the back of his head. Don't mention it. It was the right thing to do when I saw you in trouble. I'm glad you all are okay and alive." Natsu was surprised as he ran up to Naruto. "Thanks, man. Lysandra means so much to me. She's like one of my best friends. So, thanks, man. I appreciate you a lot. If you ever need anything, let me know. Like if you ever need a place to stay. Oh, and the name is Natsu Dragneel. This is my best buddy Happy." Happy flew out from behind Natsu. Gray walked up and let a chuckle out. "Yeah, thanks a bunch. It wouldn't have been the same without the Strauss siblings here. My name is Gray Fullbuster. Nice to meet ya. Also, watch out. Flame Brain's house is a complete dump, not suitable for people to live in, unless you're a scaly salamander like him." "Oh, stripper. You wanna go?" Natsu glared at Gray with his fists up and ready to fight. "Yeah. I'll take your fire for Brain's ass on." "Bopwam ow ouch." The 2 cried out after Makarov retracted his enlarged hand. Makarov smiled and nodded his head, as any parent would say to a person for saving their child's life. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Naruto. Thank you. Yeah. Glad to have been of help." Naruto gave them all a thumbs up. Just then a girl came running up to Naruto once again. Naruto noticed she was a rather young, petite teenage girl of a slender build, who stands at a rather below average height for her age. Her shoulder-length blue hair, which has eyebrow-length bangs, is normally tied up with a colorful bandana around her head. She also had on an orange dress that went down just past her hips. "My name is Levi Megarden. I'm sorry to ask you this, but you are the Naruto Uzumaki, right?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and chuckled, nodding his head to confirm her question, meaning, "You're the one almost every guild has been looking for." Naruto nodded his head again. "It's well known, but there was a story about a boy who was around the age of 12 years old that was powerful enough to be considered S-class. I heard there was even a quest that was considered an SS class, or also known as a 10 years quest. It was the quest to kill the King of Sea Kings." Naruto's amused smile dropped. "What? How the heck did word spread around that it was me?" Levi was surprised. "So it is true." Tails talked about a blonde boy with blue eyes and whisker marks on both sides of his cheeks. That also doesn't exclude a bunch of other feats that were set by you. Maybe you're not as popular around Fiore, but tons of people know of you in Magnolia. I heard a lot from the people about you for helping out. At one point even our jobs requests and everything were cancelled. That or the job requests specifically were requesting you. But this kid stopped us from getting our money. I struggled to pay our rent that time. There's no way. It can't be true. Bruh, he took our jobs. He took our jobs." Naruto began to chuckle and laugh as Lucy even looked away, even though she knew about that, and she did her best to hide her laughter. Naruto nodded his head. I might have, but I didn't realize it after a bunch of angry mages from other guilds tried to teach me a lesson, but let's just say that failed." "How many were you up against?" Mira asked, surprised Naruto could take them on his own, even if he was S-class. "Maybe 8 or so. 2 of them were at least A-class mages and 1 S-class, but they were no biggie." Naruto shrugged his shoulders as everyone stared at him in shock. "But you know you do what you have to do. So, are we gonna start this party or not?" "Wait. Gramps. Are you going to let him keep his rank of S-class?" Natsu called out, eager to hear what Makarov wanted to do. Makarov shook his head. "Well, if there are enough people to say he was S-class, I don't see the reason not to." Makarov then placed both his hands on his hips, unsure of what to say. "Wait. I know. Why don't we have him duke it out with an S-class mage to see if he can do it?" Jet called out, annoyed. "Yeah, for all we know it could be just rumors." Droy added, with many other members nodding their heads. "Wait, I did my research. I think it's true, guys. Plus, even eyewitness and their testimonies are pretty similar and accurate." Levi tried to defend Naruto, but not a lot of members agreed so easily. "Yeah, come on, let's see how he is against Urza. She should be back soon." Wakaba smiled as he took a puff from his pipe. "Yeah. Let's see what the newbie can do." Mikao smirked at the thought of the idea. Makarov sighed as he shook his head. "Alright, Naruto, what do you think? Do you have a problem with it?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, "I'm not complaining. If I were to start from square one, I wouldn't care that much." Lucy then argued, "Wait. Naruto, they don't know what you're capable of. I mean, I've seen firsthand how strong you are. Lucy was annoyed that people began to judge Naruto before they even knew who he was. I know Natsu could destroy an entire pier on his own. However, I've seen Naruto create mile-wide craters and could cause the water in the lakes and ocean to part. Don't judge him before you've even seen him in action. Lucy said back angrily, causing some of the guild members to notice Lucy defending Naruto. Levi felt hurt and upset, hurt because so many people downplayed Naruto. She knew how strong he was. Not only that, he saved her one time when she was being attacked by a group of dark guild mages. Jet and Droy weren't there at the time to protect her, but he did and saw him in action. Naruto is strong, yet in spite. They all judge him too quickly. No one deserves to be judged so critically until everyone has seen his actual strength. Come on, Naruto Nai has to have some merit. Lysandra also argued and Naruto looked to her surprised. Hope you don't mind me calling you that, Lysandra added with a smile which made her look cute. Naruto didn't mind it since, besides he was able to protect me and Mira and save Delphine when we went on our S-class mission. I agree, you can't judge Naruto so much. If Naruto is as strong as he is, you heard Levi, there wouldn't be this type of rumors and stories without evidence. Even our clients have said things about a boy with blonde spiky hair. Besides, if Master thinks he should have the rank of S-class, then it's his say, not ours, Mira also added, trying to help defend Naruto. Makarov sighed as he shook his head. Alright then, I still wish to allow Naruto to keep the class of S-class. However, if people need convincing, then we will let Urza decide if he is deserving of such titles. Naruto could interject. But it is a lesson for a lot of people in the guild. People cannot be judged because of their titles. It's the actions that speak who a person truly is. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. Alright then, if that's what everyone wants, I see no problem with it. With that said, the guild members all busted out with cheers as Naruto began to see the alcohol begin going around. As the guild went back to their typical activities, Naruto went off to the side by the bar with Lucy, Mira, Lysandra, Levi, and Makarov. Naruto looked to Master and asked, so, when do you think Urza will be back from her mission? Makarov shrugged his shoulders. I'd give her at least another few days at the most. In the meantime, do you have a place to stay, you two? Makarov then looked to Lucy. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Our two new members are childhood friends. Do we need to worry about you two shacking up in the same apartment? Or making googly eyes at one another when at the guild? Makarov giggled with excitement as he looked at Lucy. He knew even himself that she was quite the looker. Lucy was surprised, but Mira interjected and said, I'm sure the two have their places to stay or at least have an idea. I don't think it's like that, Master. Mira glared at Makarov, which made him chuckle a bit more as he seemingly walked away from the conversation. Lysandra sighed. Master can be a bit of a perv, but he is honest to good Master. Lysandra went to continue fighting until there was a shout. Oh, you're pushing it, Flame Brain. You want to kick this fight up a notch? Gray shouted as the ice began to come off of his body. Yeah, let's go, ice stripper. I'll cook your scrawny ass. Lysandra sighed as she shook her head. You guys have fun. I need to go remind Natsu and Gray that they're supposed to be friends, and friends get along. Naruto watched as an almost cold and scary aura appear around Lysandra as she kept that smiling look on her face. Mira giggled as she turned to Naruto. Lysandra and Natsu have been close friends since they were little kids. With that said, have you two found a place to stay at? Lucy nodded her head. Yeah, my landlord thankfully isn't too bad, but she does worry me. I mean, my rent is almost 70,000 jewels a month. I'm lucky I even had some to spare after I got what I needed. Lucy looked to Naruto with a concerned look on her face. We need to go on missions soon. Naruto waved to Lucy to tell her to chill out. Ma, don't stress so much, Lucy. Naruto shook his head, chuckling. I guess some things about you never change, but I'm glad it didn't. At least that gives me an excuse to always need to be by you. Lucy blushed at the comment, but it did feel nice to hear that Naruto liked being with her. I'm jealous you two are so close. Why don't you two go out on a mission tomorrow? I'm sure you two have a couple of days before Izo comes back. Mira looked over to the board. There are some easy ones or harder quests below S rank that pay relatively well. Mira pointed to a specific quest. There's one that talks about eliminating a low-ranking monster terrorizing a city. I think it was called a displacement beast or something, but I think it's right up both of your alleys. I'm game. What about you, Lucy? Yeah, we can do that. I want to show you what I can do. Lucy added some pep and energy to her voice. Naruto turned to Levi. Out of curiosity, Levi, are you a typical combat type mage? Levi shakes her head. No, I can fight when I need to. I'm better at the brains and stuff and strategies. That or I can do support. I use solid script magic. Cool, I can do that too. Naruto lifted his hand in the air. He took an empty cup. Solid script. Water. When Naruto wrote the words, Levi watched in amazement as she saw Naruto use different lettering. The water soon fell into the cup, filling it to the top. Naruto used the original characters he knew back from his homeland. Levi looked at Naruto in surprise. Whoa. I've seen that language before. It's an old language that another country uses. I think it's from the Alvarez Empire if I remember correctly. Are you from there? Levi looked to Naruto interested. Now Naruto didn't want to lie, but he almost had no choice but to lie. Lucy doesn't even know the full story about himself, only Layla knows, and Jarvis knows to an extent. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Truly I don't know, all I know is my parents died the night I was born, so, I don't remember much. Mira, Lucy, and Levi all frowned. Oh, I'm so sorry, I had no idea. I got so. Levi went to apologize, but Naruto chuckled, placing a finger on her lip. You had no idea, you can't blame yourself for that. If you want, I can teach you the language if you wish to learn it. Naruto smiled, showing her he forgave her, even if she didn't mean it. Well, I'm glad you at least told us. We're glad to get to know you better, Naruto. You're going to be the talk of the guild for a while. Mira added, trying to keep the mood up. I know I'd like to get to know Arno, my blonde savior, if I get some free time. Yeah, sounds like fun. I'd love to. Levi cheered as she looked toward Naruto with a slight blush on her cheeks. I'd like to get to know about him more too. He has a mysterious vibe to him, not to mention the smile on his face. He also isn't too bad to look at either. Lucy smiled as she took a sip of some water that Mira placed on the table. However, her thoughts were a little different. I didn't think that Naruto would be such a hero and a big shot. Just what has he been doing? How much is he hiding? I feel like he knows a lot more than he leads. I want to ask, but I'm worried I'd pry too much, and it could ruin our relationship. I care greatly for him. I wish I could tell him how I felt about him. Lucy kept these thoughts to herself, hoping that one day she'll get some answers. Maybe I just need to take this chance to get to know my blonde-headed childhood friend. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Later that night, Naruto was finishing up hanging out with everyone, getting to know Gray, Natsu, Happy, Lisana, Elfman, Mirajane, and even some of the other members of the guild. Though, it was funny to watch Loki try hitting on Lucy, though, it did make Naruto feel like wanting to hit Loki for trying to hit on her. Soon enough though, Lucy told him off by delivering a swift kick in the side. Lucy went ahead and left to head back to her apartment and told Naruto to meet her here tomorrow for a mission. Naruto finished up his conversations with Mira and Levi and was introduced to Fairy Tail's main alcoholic Kana Alberona. Naruto got up from the bar. Well, it's been fun partying, but I'm going to turn in if you guys don't mind. Naruto waved to everyone as the three girls waved to him. However, on his way out, Makarov gestured the new member over to him. Naruto came over and Makarov asked, Naruto my boy, can we talk in my office? Naruto nodded his head, complying with him, and followed him into his office. When they got in, Makarov took a seat and gestured for Naruto to do the same. Naruto complied and sat down. So, what is it, master? Naruto looked at the older man confused. Makarov studied Naruto ever since he joined the guild. There were plenty of things that stuck out to him. My dear boy, before I begin, may I ask you, is there anything you'd like to tell me? Of course, anything you say or do will stay strictly between you and me, I promise you that. Naruto looked at the man confused. I'm confused, master, what do you mean? Makarov sighed as she closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. Well, I've been watching you interact with the others in the guild. I must say, you fit in quite well, and you're mysterious, but there is a lot more to you. Makarov's eyes looked serious. I have never seen a boy your age with their guard up. With every movement you made, there were almost no openings to catch you off guard if someone attacked you. You look battle-hardened, professionally trained. Not only that, those eyes. I've seen those types of eyes before, my dear boy. Someone who has witnessed calamities and events that no normal person should see. War, my boy, I'm asking if you have seen war. Naruto was floored by what Makarov said to him. He couldn't believe that he could so easily deduce Naruto by his actions, including just by looking at his eyes. I must say he is very experienced, he is very wise and perceptive. I can't believe he could even tell that from you. Kurama was very impressed by Makarov's deducing skills. Wait, how can you even tell? Naruto looked at Makarov, surprised by his words. Makarov closed his eyes and sighed. I've seen and dealt with a lot of things, my dear Naruto, things I wish I could unsee and ununderstand as well. I can see it, not only that, but the amount of determination, and much more, comes off of you. It's like I'm staring at a raging fire that is powerful when lit, burns who it wants to burn and can leave the things that it loves unharmed. So my boy, do you wish to discuss this with me? Fairy Tail is home to mages who have no place to call home, people to call family, and a place where they feel they belong, live, love, laugh, work, and most of all have fun. Naruto looked at Makarov with a very impressed look on his face. Naruto simply smiled. This is truly why Makarov Dreyer was the leader of this guild, why he oversaw everyone. He was a parent, a leader, who could deduce anything and know when someone he cares about is hurting. Naruto shook his head. If he was going to tell everyone everything, he figured it might as well be Makarov. Well, why don't we start here then? Naruto held his right hand up. Tell me, master, have you ever heard of what chakra is? Makarov raised an eyebrow, showing he had no clue what Naruto was talking about. Get comfortable, because there is a lot that has happened to me. These past few hundred centuries have been long. Naruto held his right hand up as a Rasengan formed in his hand. Makarov's eyes widened as he felt the power come from Naruto's attack. He could not sense chakra, but he could feel the ferocity of the said attack. I see from that example alone, I can now see you are no normal mage Naruto. Naruto was finishing up hanging out with everyone, getting to know Gray, Natsu, Happy, Lisana, Elfman, Mirajane, and even some of the other members of the guild, though, it was funny to watch Lakatri hitting on Lucy, though, it did make Naruto feel like wanting to hit Laka for trying to hit on her. Soon enough though, Lucy told him off by delivering a swift kick in the side. Lucy went ahead and left to head back to her apartment and told Naruto to meet her here tomorrow for a mission. Naruto finished up his conversations with Mira and Levi and was introduced to Fairy Tail's main alcoholic Kana Alberona. Naruto got up from the bar. Well, it's been fun partying, but I'm going to turn in if you guys don't mind. Naruto waved to everyone and the three girls waved to him. However, on his way out Makarov gestured the new member over to him. Naruto came over and Makarov asked, "Naruto, my dear boy, can we talk in my office?" Naruto nodded his head complying with him and followed him into his office. When they got in Makarov took a seat and gestured for Naruto to do the same. Naruto complied and sat down. "So, what is it, master?" Naruto looked at the older man confused. Makarov studied Naruto ever since he joined the guild. There were plenty of things that stuck out to him. "My dear boy, before I begin may I ask you, is there anything you'd like to tell me?" "Of course, anything you say or do will stay strictly between you and me, I promise you that." Naruto looked at the man confused. "I'm confused master, what do you mean?" Makarov sighed as she closed his eyes and then slowly opened them. "Well, I've been watching you interact with the others in the guild. I must say, you fit in quite well, and you're mysterious, but there is a lot more to you." Makarov's eyes looked serious. "I have never seen a boy your age with their guard up, with every movement you made. There were almost no openings to catch you off guard if someone attacked you. You look battle-hardened, professionally trained. Not only that, those eyes. I've seen those types of eyes before my dear boy. Someone who has witnessed calamities and events that no normal person should see. War my boy, I'm asking if you have seen war." Naruto was floored by what Makarov said to him. He couldn't believe that he could so easily deduce Naruto by his actions, including just by looking at his eyes. "I must say he is very experienced, he is very wise and perceptive. I can't believe he could even tell that from you." Kurama was very impressed by Makarov's deducing skills. Wait, how can you even tell?" Naruto looked at Makarov surprised by his words. Makarov closed his eyes and sighed. "I've seen and dealt with a lot of things my dear Naruto, things I wish I could unsee and ununderstand as well. I can see it, not only that, but the amount of determination, and much more, comes off of you. It's like I'm staring at a raging fire that is powerful when lit, burns who it wants to burn and can leave the things that it loves unharmed. So my boy, do you wish to discuss this with me?" Fairy Tail is home to mages who have no place to call home, people to call family, and a place where they feel they belong, live, love, laugh, work, and most of all have fun. Naruto looked at Makarov with a very impressed look on his face. Naruto simply smiled. This is truly why Makarov Dreyer was the leader of this guild, why he oversaw everyone. He was a parent, a leader, who could deduce anything and know when someone he cares about is hurting. Naruto shook his head. If he was going to tell everyone everything, he figured it might as well be Makarov. "Well, why don't we start here then?" Naruto held his right hand up. "Tell me master, have you ever heard of what chakra is?" Makarov raised an eyebrow showing he had no clue what Naruto was talking about. "Get comfortable, because there is a lot that has happened to me these past few hundred centuries has been long." Naruto held his right hand up as a Rasengan formed in his hand. Makarov's eyes widened as he felt the power come from Naruto's attack. He could not sense chakra, but he could feel the ferocity of the said attack. "I see from that example alone, I can now see you are no normal mage Naruto." Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. This chapter next day. Naruto woke up from bed as he slowly sat up and looked out the window. Naruto decided to start his day quickly. He created a shadow clone, which Matatabi took control of to make breakfast. Naruto went to go take a shower, which didn't take long, and within 10 minutes Naruto came down. Naruto this time changed his outfit he had on before, which was similar to his original black and orange jumpsuit. Naruto now adorned a new jumpsuit that was a dark blue shirt and pants. Naruto had kunai and shuriken holsters on each side of his pants. The pants also had red hints on the sides of his pants, along with red shoes. To keep his pants on was a patterned red belt with a golden circle clasp that had the moon and sun mark next to it. Naruto's shirt had a specifically red zipper. While the rest of his shirt was blue, Naruto didn't zip it up all the way, revealing a black undershirt with a chainmail-like mesh shirt underneath. Naruto had a turtle-like collar that went up to about the bottom of his, but left the front wide open. Naruto also had two golden shoulder pads on each shoulder, the left pad with the moon, and the right side having the sun mark on it. Naruto seemingly two individual pieces of cloth in a rectangular shape flow freely behind him. Naruto came downstairs to his kitchen to meet Matatabi, placing breakfast on the table. Matatabi was currently transformed into a female human version of herself. Incorporating the sexy jutsu allowed Matatabi to create a human female of herself. Matatabi had pale smooth skin, bright blue hair, her typical heterochromia eyes, and 3 whisker-like marks on her cheeks. Tattoo-like markings represent the fire pattern on her shoulders to her forearms, her right leg, and a single mark on her lower neck. She had on a purple kimono with a back-piece collar around her neck. Her sleeves were separate from her main piece of the kimono, with hints of red near the bottom of her sleeves, with a golden sash on her abdomen tied on with 2 red strings. Fishnet leggings that went halfway down her thigh, with open-toed sandals that went up to her knees, and 2 red pieces of her kimono draped behind her. You will be able to find their outfits on my Pinterest I will make for this story. I will also eventually include the novelette eyes of Lucy, Levi, Urza, Mira, and Wendy, my friend novelette Mira. Well, doesn't that look lovely on you, Naruto-kun? Matatabi purred with joy as his hair seemingly swayed left and right as if they were her tails. Thanks, Matatabi. It seems Air Rose did well with the outfit, thought a little on the flashy side. Naruto examined himself with the outfit. I'm not too mad about the color. In fact, the golden almost even looks orange, which I'm not complaining about. Naruto chuckled as he clasped his hands together. I did Akamasu. But that Naruto continued to chat with Matatabi as the two ate breakfast. Kurama decided to stay fast asleep since he wasn't needed for anything. Once Naruto was done, he helped Matatabi clean up and then made his way out heading towards Fairy Tail to do a job with Lucy. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Fairy Tail. Naruto soon walked into the doors of Fairy Tail and opened the doors to find people already there. When he did, it was as if people either never left or slept there the entire night. Naruto scratched his head and then found Mira already at the bar. Naruto walked over and before he said anything, Mira saw him and waved him down. Morning, Naruto. Hope your first day was a day to remember. Naruto waved to her as he walked over to Mira. Yeah, it certainly was. Getting into my first brawl was rather different. Naruto chuckled remembering when Natsu punched him in the face. When Natsu did that, Naruto didn't even move. When he hit back, he sent Natsu flying into 3 other guys, knocking them all out. Naruto didn't even use his full strength. He held back and used only 2% of his true strength. That was without magic or chakra. So, any interesting missions you know of on the board? For Lucy's sake, maybe something that pays well. Mira giggled, she then turned and yelled to Lisana who was in the back, hey Lisana, are there any good paying missions that Naruto and Lucy could go on today? Lisana came out from the back, oh, sure thing me-chan. Morning to you Naruto Nai. Lisana waved to Naruto as he gave her a small wave back. Lisana ran up to the board and glossed over some missions, which she then proceeded to grab and run over to Mira, here you two go. I think this mission should be fun for you guys to go on. Just then Natsu called out, hey Lisana. Elfman. Come on, we don't get all day. We gotta take care of those pesky bandits. Natsu proceeded to punch his fist into the open palm of his other hand. Humming. Lisana then turned to Naruto and Mira, well I'll see you two later. Elfman Nai. Come on let's get going. Lisana ran towards Natsu as Happy flew over Lisana's head. Elfman smirked as he flexed his muscles, yeah let's do this mission like a real man. Lisana's sweat dropped, but I'm not even a man. Naruto chuckled as he then was handed the mission by Mira. He glossed over it. High class mission, it's a request to get rid of some dark mages huh? Over at Mangrove Village, seems simple enough, the pay is nice too, offering 350,000 jewels, a bonus if we can catch the head honcho of this group too. Naruto glanced through some of the details, this should be a breeze. Just then Levi came walking over. Morning Mira. Morning Naruto. Jet and Droy have not shown up to the guild yet, so she decided to go over and say hi. Morning Levi. Both Naruto and Mira replied at the same time. Naruto then asked, you going on a mission anytime soon Levi? Naruto asked curiously to Levi. Levi nodded her head, I need to start going on some jobs so I can make some money for this month's rent, not that I'm tight on money, I just like staying on top of it. Naruto gestured to himself with his thumb, if you want you can join me and Lucy if you want to, what about you Mira? Levi thought for a moment and Mira gave Naruto a light smile. Well I could come and show you around where you need to go. I don't do missions anymore. I mostly do Sorcerer's Weekly as a model. I make most of my money there. I see well you're more than welcome to come if you want. I'm sure we'll all do fine. Naruto said using a hand gesture to show that it would be a cinch for them. Well with that said, maybe we should let one another know our magics. That way we can figure out how we fit in this group, Mira suggested and the two both nodded their heads. Just then another voice called out Mira. Levi. Naruto. Morning. The three turned their heads to find Lucy walking over to them with a smile on her face. Hey guys. What are you all doing? Going over the mission debrief since we're all going. We're talking about our magic along with our strengths and weaknesses. Naruto gestured for her to come over, which Lucy trotted over quicker. Not that Lucy minded that Levi or Mira joined, but it did irk her not being able to spend alone time with Naruto. So, what's the mission entailing? We have to take out a bunch of Dark Guild members from Dark Unicorn. They're causing problems for a place called Mangrove Village. It's not too far away from Clover Town. Mira is gonna guide us, and Levi is along for the ride since Jet and Droy aren't here. I see, well I guess I'll start. I'm a celestial wizard. I got keys for Aquarius, Cancer, and Taurus. Those are from the 12 celestial zodiac keys, then some silver keys, but they usually aren't much for combat. Lucy chuckled as she looked at Naruto and gave him a thumbs up. I've also managed to be able to summon 2 of them at once and keep them in the human world for an hour. I practiced hard and trained hard like my mother taught me and trained physically like you wanted me to. That's great. Since I realized the weakness of a celestial mage is the hand-to-hand combat. I'm glad you were able to pick up some techniques. Naruto was glad that Lucy took his advice and incorporated his teachings into her style. Mira and Levi took note of Naruto and Lucy being quite close. Wow, did you two know one another before coming here? Mira asked curiously. Lucy nodded her head, quickly answering Mira's question. Yeah. He stayed with us for a few months before he left on his own. Lucy smiled, thinking back on memories. It was fun hanging out with Naruto and training with him, even though he left. For the first few years he would stop by, however, of course then for 5 years, he didn't show up. All he did was write. Lucy looked over to Naruto annoyed as she crossed her arms over her chest. Naruto seemingly missed the part where Lucy emphasized the word, and this didn't go unnoticed by Levi and Mira. Naruto, realizing Lucy was still upset by that, sweat dropped. I'm sorry Lucy, I told you I had to go on my own to get stronger. Besides, I need large open areas for my magic, otherwise, I can't get stronger. Naruto looked to Mira and Levi and held up both of his hands, with all 5 fingers up. I am a sage dragon slayer mainly. I have takeover, solid script, enchantment, and I can use wind, water, earth, fire, lighting, and finally light magic. Lucy's eyes widened. Naruto slapped a hand over Lucy's mouth. I'd like to keep that on the down low if possible. Fewer people know, the better. Naruto chuckled as he looked at the girls. Mira had a hand over her mouth. Wow, that's impressive for even a S-rank mage yourself to know. How is that possible? You learned all those magics? Levi was very interested in hearing Naruto's answer. Wow. You're like a prodigy. Most mages can only learn up to a few types of magic. Even then only being proficient with 1 or 2. How did you do it? To top it all off, you're a dragon slayer like Natsu. Naruto explained it the best way possible he knew how it worked. From my understanding, this is all based on how a person is taught magic. It's like learning a language. If you teach the child young enough different magics, they can eventually train and learn to get stronger later on, being able to learn other magics and become stronger with those too. Wow, so who taught you? Did a dragon teach you? Mira asked curiously to Naruto and he nodded his head. Yeah, she did, but she disappeared on July 7th at 777. I have no idea where she went. Her name was Rose. Naruto smiled, thinking back to her, but he wondered who she was. She was family to him. She raised him like he was her own. He loved her greatly, but he wanted to know what happened to her. Just like Natsu too. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm sure you'll find her one day. Levi smiled, giving Naruto a reassured look on her face. Well, you know my magic. I'm just a solid script mage, but what element can you eat? I know Natsu can eat fire, but what's yours? Naruto smirks and says, you'll just have to figure that out. Naruto giggled as he looked at Levi. Mira smiled, you know my main, I use takeover magic, but I can use transformation and some water spells. Well, what do you guys say? Let's get going. Naruto stood up from his seat to leave, and the girls followed, but he stopped. Wait, the 3 girls looked at him confused. What should our team name be? Levi placed a finger on her lower lip. When I'm with Jet and Droy, we're Team Shadow Gear. Naruto looked at her with a sad face. Dang. That is so much cooler than Team 7. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. I thought Team Fire Shadow could be cool. But that is just awesome. The rest of the guild looked to Naruto and his team, and Naruto realized all eyes were on him. Naruto nervously chuckled. When you're going out on a mission with a bunch of pretty girls, I guess it's not hard for the guild to miss that. Just then Lucy smiled and said, I kinda like that name. That we just go with Team Uzumaki. Mira looked at Naruto and nodded her head. I like that name. Team Fire Shadow has a nice ring to it. Naruto looked to Levi. What do you think? Levi nodded her head. I like it. Wait, won't Droy and Jet get upset if you joined up with another team? Naruto didn't want to make it look like he was taking Levi away from Jet and Droy. Levi chuckled as she waved her hand from side to side. Well, I'll admit that Jet and Droy are nice guys. They are really sweet too, but they can be a bit much sometimes and be too overprotective. I do understand it though, we've been childhood friends. They seem like swell guys. Hopefully, they don't mind us stealing you from time to time. Naruto gave her a slight pat on the head as he gestured for them all to move. I can go get a carriage to take us there. The head part caused Levi to pout a bit, but hid it well so the others didn't notice. Mira chuckled and said, a carriage? There's something better than that. Let's get a magic 4-wheeler, it can drive us there. Naruto seemingly tilted his head confused, he didn't know what that was. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Moments later, Naruto looked curious as he sat in the front with Mira. As she connected the SE plug to her arm, she began to pump magic into the vehicle, and the group began to drive. Naruto looked around as they went at a steady pace through town. This is rather different, faster than a horse-drawn carriage. That reminds me, Naruto, you're a dragon slayer, right? So why don't you have motion sickness like Natsu does? Levi asked curiously. Now that you mention it, I remember Natsu having problems like that all the time. Mira looked at Naruto confused. Motion sickness? That doesn't seem like fun. Lucy looked at Naruto thinking about what it must be like for Natsu. It's simple. Becoming a dragon slayer grants the user immense magical powers, as well as the senses of a dragon too. Naruto held up his finger in the air. A magic power grows stronger with time and training. However, for dragon slayers, it also heightens their senses, which affects the body. So, if a dragon slayer's body is not up to physical capability with their magic, it means their bodies were not prepared to handle the extra senses the magic gives to the user. Naruto smiled as he thought back to Rose. I made sure to nip that in the bud as early as possible, that way I won't have issues like that. Interesting. That's certainly news to hear. So, you're saying Natsu isn't physically strong enough to handle the magic it grants him? Levi smiled as she took down some notes. Oh. Don't mind me, I'm just writing a book on magics and their effects. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. That's wonderful. If you want any input or anything, I'm more than happy to help out. All I ask is if I can maybe read it. Same. Sign me up for a copy. Levi felt a bit embarrassed by it, but smiled. Why yay. I will. I wasn't going to publish it, but if you guys think it is good, I'll think about it. You should do it. Why not, Levi? I think it'll be a real hit. Naruto smiled as he turned his head back to face the front. How much farther, Mira? Mira looked ahead and said, maybe another 40 or so minutes, but I can speed it up to get there quicker if need be. As long as it doesn't completely deplete your magic, go at a pace good for yourself. Naruto made sure to iterate that Mira didn't overdo it, so let's go over the plan. When we get there, we'll find out where they're hiding and take them out. Levi, from my understanding, you more support. Let us know where the enemy is, and if they try to get around us, Lucy will help us with numbers with her celestial keys. Mira and I will be the ones who knock some skulls together. Questions? Naruto looked to see if they had any ideas they wanted to try out. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Mangrove Village. The group soon arrived, meeting the mayor of the village. Fairy Tale Mages, thank you so much for coming. The mayor wore a brown suit and notably had a thick white mustache. Not a prob. Where are these mages holding up? Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. They've practically set themselves up at the village's orphanage. Thankfully the kids have left, but the caretaker was taken hostage. The mayor frowned. The kids adore her. They said if we don't comply within the next day, they'll execute her, and since we're a small town, we're not as wealthy as some of the other villages are. The Rune Knights have hardly done anything to help out. We sent word a day ago and no one has responded. How awful. Don't worry, we'll do our best. Mira looked in the direction of the orphanage with a look of determination on her face. We'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Levi scowled. Yeah, we'll teach them not to mess with people who have done nothing wrong. Lucy growled out in white to think these people would do such a thing. Naruto stayed quiet and thought to himself, alright then, simple, I'll sneak in, this is where my area of expertise falls in. Naruto looked to the girls with him, infiltrator, assassination, and espionage. Of course, I don't kill unless necessary. Naruto gestured for the girls to follow him. Come on, we'll talk more about the plan as we go. Mira and Levi found Naruto's expertise to be rather interesting and new. However, Lucy does remember Naruto training like that a bit, but she doesn't ever recall him learning, unless this was something he picked up over the 5 years he disappeared. Again, it makes Lucy wonder just who Naruto is sometimes. He had to be something more than just the fun blonde goofball when he was with them. Her mother even called Naruto reckless sometimes when it came to his magic, willing to practice with high-level spells and creating his spells as well. The mayor watched with the other civilians there holding their hands in a prayer hold. Just then a bunch of the kids broke to the front of the crowd. Please. Save Miss Setsuna. She's like our Kachan. Naruto and the girls turned around to look at the kids and plead for help. We don't want to lose her. We love her very much. She is practically our Kachan. Naruto smiled gently and walked to them as he knelt to their height. I promise you guys that I will save Miss Setsuna for you. That's a promise I can guarantee you. And Naruto Uzumaki never breaks a promise. Naruto placed a hand on a boy's head with one hand and then ruffled a girl's hair with the other. Naruto stood up and turned to the girls walking past them. Come on ladies, we have work to do. Well, he certainly has that leader role. Lucy took note, wondering if along Naruto's travels, someone taught him. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, Macron Sadilla Sadilla, Macron Sadilla Sadilla, Macron Sadilla Sadilla, Macron Sadilla, Macron. 20 minutes later. But the plan all solved out and everyone in motion. Naruto made his descent onto the orphanage from a tree. He landed on the top of the orphanage. He placed a hand on the roof and created a hole, manipulating the concrete and wood to make a hole for him to slip into. Once inside, Naruto closed his eyes and reached out for the enemies. Alright, there seems to be about 30 of these guys in here. All low-class dark mages, but one seems to stand out a bit. There she is on the other side. Last room to the right. Naruto was still in between the roof and the ceiling of the room he was above. Sensing no one in the room, he created another hole and slipped in. Once he dropped down, she scanned the room for any important information. Sadly, nothing, so he snuck to the door and opened it slightly. He looked down the hall to see it relatively clear, except for the 2 guards in front of the door. He could also sense the girl in there, along with the stronger presence of the mage. He had to be at least B rank level. Naruto held up 3 smoke bombs. They were to simulate as if there was a fire in the building. It was to smell and almost look like there was a fire. The smoke was indeed real, but wouldn't cause significant damage to anyone. Naruto went ahead and snuck into the hallway and went to the ceiling, applying chakra to his feet and hands sticking to the ceiling. The hallway was dark, sadly for them, they couldn't see too well. Good for Naruto, since it is his element. Once Naruto got close enough, he found a ventilation shaft. He lit a small flame on the balls and threw them in. Soon the smoke blew open, letting out a quick smoke screen covering the enemy mage's vision. Without any delay, cough cough, F fire. F fire. We need to get out. Be damn it. T, they're crazy. Cough, they're trying to burn the orphanage down. Just then the door slammed open and the boss came out. Damn it. Cough cough, one of you. Get the woman and get out. As any typical boss would do, ran out to save his scrawny ass. Naruto looked at the other 2 as one ran off with the boss and the other one ran into the room to grab the girl. Naruto quickly followed in, keeping himself to the ceiling. She seemed tired and had bruises on her face. There were even some parts of her clothing torn off and one of her breasts hanging out. Her hands were tied to a chair along with her feet. Her pants were torn from the legs up, mainly where a portion of the crotch pants were torn. Naruto frowned. He quickly landed on the mage and chopped him in the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious. Savages, the lot of them. Naruto used wind magic and created a barrier keeping the smoke out of the room. Naruto began to untie Satsuna's hands. Miss Satsuna. Naruto gently placed a hand on her cheek to see the woman slowly open her eyes. Who are you? The woman looked at her newfound savior. Hey, are you here too? Save you? I am. Now let's get you out of her. Naruto flicked his wrists as blades of wind cut the ropes binding the woman's legs. Put this on, that way, so the kids don't have to see you like that. Naruto took off his jacket and placed it over Satsuna's shoulders. Now come, let's get you out of here. Naruto gently picked the woman up carrying her bridal style and took her back out the way he came, while also making sure he fixed the hole he created earlier. Naruto soon got to the top of the roof of the orphanage and smiled at the sight. Water cannon. Solid script. Fire. Lucy kick. Move out of my way. Naruto watched as the girls attacked the mages, while Tora swung a giant battle axe around hitting the enemy mages. Naruto jumped with the lady toward the mayor and the other civilians looking at the fairy tale mages fight. Naruto set the woman down. I'll be right back, gonna make sure we round these guys up for the magic council to come take them away. Naruto gestured to the civilians as he ran toward Lucy, Mira, Levi, and Taurus. Once Naruto made it to the scene, he smiled placing his hands on his hips. Impressive so far, ladies. You too, Taurus. Thanks. Kicking some faces in making this all the while worth it, Lucy smirked as she did a quick roundhouse kicking a mage in the face. They're like helpless little fishes in a barrel. Mira had a hand on her cheek as she fired a bullet of water from her finger, oddly resembling the water gun jutsu from Naruto's world. These guys are pretty easy to take down. I one-shot these guys. Levi smiled happily. She was glad she was able to help out the right way, unlike how Jet and Droy like to run into things without a plan, which results in them messing something up. Then Levi is the one who cleans up their messes. Why you tricked us all? How did you even get her out? Naruto and the girls looked over to see the boss pointing at them angrily. You'll all pay. Now die. The boss of the group held his hands up. Dark bullet. Naruto took a step forward and smirked. Naruto caught the dark bullet with his teeth. He then slurped it up as if it was a noodle. Mira, Lucy, Levi, and the dark unicorn boss looked at Naruto agape. Not bad, though it could use a lot of work. I mean, there just isn't enough darkness in it. Like when firing it next time, condense the attack more, that way it can pack way more of a punch. Naruto said with a suggestive tone while smiling at the end, hoping he helped him improve his attack. Levi asked, wait. I'm confused. You're a sage dragon slayer? But you never said you were a dark dragon slayer. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head. That's the thing, I'm not a dark dragon slayer, I am still, and only will be a sage dragon slayer. However, I don't have a main element. Naruto smiled as black flames began to come from his mouth. That's the thing. I can make my element whatever I want with this magic. Dark sage dragon roar. Naruto roared off a large cone of dark flames toward the mage, hitting him directly. There was an explosion as black dust was kicked up, and everyone shielded their eyes. Naruto waved some of the dust from his face. Ops might have put too much in that one. Naruto swiped his hand to the side using wind magic to push away the dust. The dark guild mage lay there unconscious with several burn marks on his body, charred clothes, and slight burn marks on his face. Well, that's an interesting form of dragon slayer magic. I was curious about exactly what it did. Mira smiled looking at their handiwork. There were some still stragglers who either have woken up or had yet to be knocked out. Mira smirked looking at the other mages with an almost devilish smile on her face. Now we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours. But of course, if you decide the hard way, I do not personally mind whatsoever. Mira held up another bowl of water in her hand. It's just more practice for me. Levi and Lucy both shuddered a bit, taking a step away from the demonic model. Man, she is kinda scary. Now that I have seen it. Lucy didn't believe Elfman or Lasana, but now she sees it. Levi's eyebrow twitched nervously. That's our fairy tale mascot for ya. Mirajane Strauss. Also known as the She-Devil. Wow, that's a badass name. Naruto placed his hands on his hips. He looked over to see what the Dark Guild members were doing. They prostrated themselves on the ground, allowing themselves to get tied up. Naruto went over and began to tie everyone up, and then tied everyone up in one large group. Of course, this was done easily with the help of Levi, Lucy, and Mira, agreeing to help out, of course. Some of Mira's mages she tied up commented on how tightly she tied them up, which was something Naruto seemingly shuddered at as he swore. She saw Mira look at him while she tied one of them up. Naruto hoped that was just his imagination. The village people came running up to Naruto and his team with cheers. Thank you fairy tale mages so much. We appreciate everything you've done for us. The mayor of the village stuck his hand out to Naruto. I apologize for not introducing my name earlier. My name is Mango, Mayor Mango of Mangrove Village. We're greatly known for our mangoes. So, please. We have your reward and extra mangoes as well. The woman who Naruto and his team saved came walking up to them. I must thank you very much for saving me. The name is Miyuki Satsuna. She gave a polite bow. She still had on Naruto's jacket that he gave her, so she looked modest in front of the kids. The kids who were part of the orphanage came running up. Thank you all so much for saving our Kachan. Yes. Thank you very much. Ori for fairy tale. Can you guys stay for a while? Yeah, you should play with us. No. Teach us magic. Ooh, magic. Magic. Naruto chuckled as he waved their praises off. No sweat really. I made a promise and kept it. Maybe next time I stop by I can teach you guys a magic. My teammates and I have to get back to the guild and report in. Mira nodded her head. Yes, besides, the Rune Knights should be here soon. They'll take care of those crooks. I understand. Please, here is the mission reward. The mayor walked up to Naruto and handed him the bag of jewels. Then another person walked up and handed Mira and Lucy some bags of mangoes. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. Well, Satsuna-san here. Let me do something about your clothing. Naruto walked up to her and placed a hand over a part of her outfit. He poured some of his magic onto her outfit. Mira, Levi, and Lucy looked at Naruto interested as they saw her clothes sew themselves back together. There you go. You should be all good. Miyuki smiled brightly seeing her clothes repaired. Thank you, I appreciate it greatly. Miyuki gently took off Naruto's jacket. She looked up to Naruto. Do you often go into enemy territory to always save the damsel in distress? Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Ahahaha. No, I do not, but I'm sure my master would have done so. Naruto then reeled back his thoughts of Jiraiya, though there are times when I know it's important and the stakes are high. Of course, he taught me after all. Besides, he'd be upset if I didn't save a lady as pretty as such as yourself. Now that Naruto got a better look at Miyuki, Miyuki is a very beautiful woman. Even Naruto had to admit that her looks could captivate many men, especially her eyes. Her arms and legs are slim, along with her slender body. She may not be big in the chest like a lot of fairy tale members, but she has curves in the right places, even though she isn't a major anything. She seemingly leads a healthy lifestyle. She has gentle gray eyes and silky smooth black hair that goes about halfway down her back. My, modest and cute. I guess there is only one way to thank my savior. Miyuki took a few steps forward to Naruto and went up on her tippy toes. She held up his jacket hiding her face, and Naruto's face behind it, surprised by her actions. Before Naruto could move or even react, he felt a pair of soft lips touch his cheek. She then whispered in his ear, "You're always welcome to stop by if you want. I think the kids would love it if you visited from time to time." Mira was surprised, unsure how to feel about the scene in front of her. Levi blushed slightly watching the orphanage mother give Naruto his gift. Meanwhile, Lucy stood there as she seemingly grits her teeth annoyed. How dare she make a move on him? She just met my Naruto. Matatabi and Kurama, who were watching this, smirked. Kurama just kept his head on his paw smiling. Meanwhile, Matatabi, in her human form, seemingly sat on a Kurama's paws as she kicked her feet happily, while having her elbows on her thighs and both hands cupping her cheeks. Naya. How cute. She is so beautiful too. She might not have a killer body like some of the girls in Fairy Tail, but she got that alluring look about her. Once Miyuki then placed the jacket back on Naruto's shoulder, she then turned and began to walk back next to the citizens of the village. The kids who saw this, the boys said, "You gross. Naruto Nai has cooties now. Bleh." However, the girls all looked at Naruto and their surrogated mother, Miyuki, with hearts in their eyes. They would be ecstatic if Miyuki and Naruto got together and started dating. Oh, they'd make a cute couple. We'd get to have Kachan and a 2chan. Yeah. Kachan should marry Naruto-san. Naruto chuckled as could feel the jealousy coming off of Lucy. "Mayor Mango, we were happy to help, but we all must get going." "Yeah, of course. Please you guys visit anytime you want." Mayor Mango chuckled as he waved to them along with the other citizens who began to wave to Naruto and his team. "Will do. Thanks for the mangoes." Lucy chirped out as she made her way to the four-wheeler. "Yeah. If anything happens, let us know." Mira called out. "We'll see you guys around." Levi waved. Naruto gave them all a salute as he could see Miyuki giving him a bright smile. Naruto also saw in the distance a clone of his. He ordered his clone to place some seals around the village. It would alert him if anything happened. He applied a security barrier, along with his Hiraishin marker, in case enemies tried to attack them. With that, they began to make their journey back to Fairy Tail. AN. If you're all wondering that Miss Satsuna Miyuki is Shiba Miyuki, just search for her, and you'll know who I am referring to. No, not a harem option. The crew soon got on the four-wheeler, with Naruto offering to drive this time. Once Naruto said, "Since we're in, why don't we split up the reward, and maybe the mangoes could get to our guild." Mira nodded her head. "I'm sure Master would love the extra mangoes for the bar." "Yeah, I think it'll be nice." Now the reward was 350,000 jewels. Levi began to count it so everyone could get their equal share. Lucy only looked at the back of Naruto's head with her cheeks puffed out. Naruto could feel Lucy's eyes drilling holes into the back of his skull. "That was a great job, everyone. We should go out on missions again sometime." "Yeah, it was fun." Mira nodded her head, liking of working together with Naruto. "I don't mind doing it again." "Of course, when Jet, Droy, and I aren't out on a mission," Levi said as she moved her finger counting past the 150,000 jewel mark. However, Naruto chuckled as Lucy was still silent. "Oh, Lucy, is everything okay?" Luffy crossed her arms over her chest and looked out at the moving scenery. "Yes." Mira and Levi chuckled lightly. They both could tell Lucy was jealous. Naruto sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. "Look, we did well, right, Luce? If you're worried about her, don't. I don't know her, she's pretty. But you three are just as pretty, so try not to worry about it so much." Lucy began to blush when Naruto called her pretty. Meanwhile, Mira and even Levi faces heated up. It was different when the other guys in the guild constantly hit on Mira or even Levi for Jet and Droy. It's nothing all too different for the two. But it was nice hearing from someone like Naruto. Levi cheered out. "Whoa. Awesome. They gave us an extra 50,000 jewels. We have a total of 400,000 jewels here. We can split it evenly amongst ourselves. 100,000 each." Lucy smiled, thinking about money, and forgot about the woman who kissed Naruto. "Great. This means I can pay this month. While having some spending money too." Lucy liked knowing she'll be able to pay this month. Thankfully, she saved up the money she got doing small jobs here and there, then some help from her parents when she left, giving her some extra jewels to fall back on. "I say we work pretty well as a team." Mira clasped her hands together, which Levi and Lucy nodded their heads together at. "Indeed, we do. Now we head home." "Oh. I meant to ask Lucy, how is the little rascal of a brother of yours holding up?" Naruto smirked as he asked, wondering how Lucy's little brother was doing. Lucy childishly giggled as she thought back to her little brother. "Oh, Eric. Ahaha, he non-stop asks about you all the time. But he's doing well. He is picking up the business from 2chan well." "That's great. I wasn't any good to take over your father's job. It's not my shtick, this is more my style." Naruto grinned from ear to ear. "Well, one of these days we should stop by. Ka-san is going to give you an earful, maybe even 2san as well." Lucy giggled. It would be nice if Naruto got to see her parents and Eric again. Even if Eric was young, he always constantly asked her and their parents about Naruto. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Back at Fairy Tail, Naruto and his team arrived back into the guild with everyone partying and drinking like usual. Makarov, seeing everyone come walking in, waved to them. "Well, welcome back everyone. How did the mission go?" Naruto could hear the worried tone in Makarov's voice. He was hoping that if there was any property damage, it was minimal. "Went well, master. We even got a bonus and some mangoes for the guild." Mira cheered as she waved to Makarov. Meanwhile, some of the other male members of the guild looked at Naruto jealous. Naruto smirked. "Yeah, it went great. Saved a woman that was held hostage. The orphans there look up to her as a mother. Yeah, her name was Miyuki. Then the kids were so sweet too." Levi giggled, thinking back to how Naruto was with the kids, along with promising them he'd return to teach them and play when he had free time. "It was great. I had fun, kicking some dark guilds around felt good." Lucy placed a hand on her hip. "Wonderful to hear. Makarov cheered happily, but he then looked to Naruto and the girls, but please tell me that the property, if any, was kept to a minimal. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head, nope. No property damage. Jed and Droy continued to glare at Naruto as he ignored them, Wakaba who was drinking next to Mikao, and Makarov asked, so, was the lady who ran the orphanage hot at least? Wakaba smirked, earning a glare from Lucy. Now why would that matter? Mira turned to Wakaba giving him a dangerous smile. I mean you guys saved her right? Wakaba took a drag of his pipe. Yes, we saved her because the Dark Guild members took her hostage. I went in and infiltrated the orphanage and smoked them all out. Naruto sighed placing both hands on his hips. She was grateful for me saving her, and so were the kids. It was the right thing to do. You got a problem with that? So, what if she's young? Levi placed her hands on her hips. Mira is like half your age. Old men like you shouldn't be hitting on her and saying you'd leave your wife for her. Naruto could feel the venom in Levi's words as Wakaba flinched at Levi's harsh words. Wakaba then tried to deflect it off of Naruto. Well come on Naruto, I mean you saved her, right? Wakaba began to sweat. Did she give you a personal reward or something? Wakaba was trying to talk out of his ass, which practically everyone knew. I mean it even sounds like she wanted you to return. Why you like her or something? Or, is it the other way around? Wakaba hung his head in defeat. Makarov himself had to admit the deflect wasn't shabby, but could be done differently if everyone knew he was there with them. Sadly, what he is saying, everyone knew he was pulling this out of his ass. Naruto looked to Wakaba annoyed. What if she did? Don't know why it matters to you anyways, besides, not like you're 2 times her age either, why so interested in my love life? What it contains means nothing to you. That was another peg that Wakaba was knocked down as he flinched at Naruto's comeback. Mikao placed a hand on Wakaba's back. Dude cut it out, you keep digging yourself a deeper grave. Mira smirked, well at least someone finally gets it, you should try acting like that more often Mikao, maybe you'll find a girl that won't leave you. Kana chuckled nervously at the tension, but laughed it off trying to lighten it up. Well Mira that's out of line, but she right Mikao. Mikao sighed silently while Wakaba laid his head on the counter crying silently. Makarov shrugged his shoulders, regardless a job well done you guys, maybe Natsu, Urza, and Gray could learn a thing or two from you guys, Makarov sighed. Wow for how popular Urza is, you guys make her seem like a destructive and strict woman. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, looking at the other guildmates nervous chuckling. Just then everyone put in their own 2 cents about Urza, she can be rather crass sometimes. She can be hard on us once in a while. She's blunt, can be mean and scary when things don't go her way. She can be impatient. She also isn't the best at explaining things. When you don't, she headbutts you. Naruto chuckled as he thought back to his mother and how they first met. When she got impatient with him, she whacked him upside the head. I see well what you know, we'll just have to see what she is like. Lucy's eyes even, geez you guys make Urza sound like some sort of monster. Lucy and Naruto turned towards Natsu to see him talking like happy. Gray was shoulder to shoulder with Natsu putting up on a facade. Yep. We're best of friends. Lysandra standing there behind the two had a devilish smile on her, eerily resembling Mira's infamous demon side. Yep you two continue to behave right boys. Natsu shouted. Yes ma'am. Gray shouted as the two could feel Lysandra's stare down. Okay, I thought the guild was normal. But everyone is crazy. Urza. Mira is the she-devil. Lysandra even gets some of this guild's strongest to quiver in fear. Now I'm scared. Lucy wasn't sure what to think, the only thing she could think is what type of mess did she get herself into. Just then the guild doors busted open as one of the members, Loki, shouted, "Bad news." The light from outside shined around him while his face stayed dark. It's Urza. She's on her way here. Everyone in the guild froze up and got scared thinking about Urza coming back. Soon Loki moved out of the way as a dark shadow entered the guild. Urza, who was being illuminated by the light from outside, was holding a giant item in her hand. Once she walked in, she placed the giant horn down next to her. Urza is a young woman with long, scarlet hair and brown eyes. Her attire consists of custom-made armor by Hard Cruise Smiths, a blue skirt, black boots, and diamond-shaped silver earrings. Iza looked around and asked, "Where is Master Makarov?" Naruto went to say something until Lysandra said, "Oh, Master left to go out on a guildmaster meeting." Naruto deadpanned as he felt Makarov's signature leaving out the back door of the guild. I see Urza placed her hands on her hips. Just then one of the other guild members asked, "So Urza, what is that humongous thing you got there?" "It's a horn of a monster I slayed. The people were so thankful they decorated it and gave it to me as a souvenir." Then Urza adorned an annoyed look on her face. "You got a problem with it?" The boys she looked annoyed at held their hands in defense, and both said, "No not at all." Urza then turned to the rest of the guild angrily and shouted, "Listen up. While I was out on the road, I heard a few things. I heard Fairy Tail is causing nothing but trouble as of late. Master Makarov may not care, but I most certainly do." Urza turned to Kana. Kana flinched showing a sign she was scared. "You need to control your drinking." Urza closed her eyes. "Vegeta, please take the dancing outside. Wakaba get rid of that filthy habit." Nab. I suspected I would find you dawdling at the request board, just pick a job. Urza opens her eyes and looks at Mikau, and Mikau. Mikau flinched, but Urza decided to let it go as she let a sigh out. She pinched the bridge of her nose. She didn't know what with some of the fairy tale members anymore. You all cause so much trouble. I've almost given up. Lucy looked to Mira. You know, I think I am beginning to see it. However, I don't see the scary part yet. Naruto could only stare at Urza. Her red hair reminded him of Rose and his mother, two of the most important women in his life, besides Shizune and Tsunade, were deeds. Urza turned to Mira. Mira, I heard you recently went out on a mission with a couple of newbies and Levi, that true? Mira nodded her head and gestured to the two. Yep, let me introduce Lucy and Naruto. Lucy, feeling put on the spot, immediately said, oh. Yes. Nice to meet you. Name's Lucy. Naruto gave Urza a wave and a soft smile. Name is Naruto, a pleasure to meet you as well. I see, I even heard that you guys took down some dark mages over at Mangrove Village. Word spreads fast anyways, congratulations. However, I have other matters to attend to. Urza looked at Lucy and Naruto. Seems Lucy is quite strong, physically trained as well. Urza looked to Naruto and couldn't get a read on him, let alone get a gauge on his strength. She then asked, where are Natsu and Gray? Over here. Happy called out as Urza looked in Happy's direction to see Gray and Natsu giving one another a bro hug. Oh. Hey Urza. Just two bros hanging out like we're supposed to do. Gray said nervously. Natsu says, causing even Lucy's eyes to stare blankly at Natsu. That's great, it pleases me to see you two getting along so well. Urza nods her head with approval with her arms crossed over her chest. However, it is okay for friends to argue once in a while. If you need some information, Natsu challenged Urza to a fight a couple of weeks ago. She beat him up pretty bad. Mira chuckled at Urza's interaction with Natsu and Gray. The cow smirked. Afterwards she found Gray walking around naked, so she decided to beat him up too. Don't forget when Loke tried to hit on her. Kana smirked, holding her head up with her hand, an elbow on the table. Natsu Gray, while I was traveling has me worried. Normally I'd consult with Master if he was here, but this is a matter of utmost urgency. You two are some of the strongest wizards here. I could use your help. We'll meet up tomorrow at the train station. Wow, the three of you could be the strongest team in Fairy Tail, Mira said, placing a hand on her chin. This made Naruto curious about just how strong these mages were. Mira smirked and said, I know. Urza. You should take Lucy and Naruto. Naruto and Lucy could be great extra muscle for the group. Maybe Naruto and Lucy could help keep the two in check. Hold on, I don't need a babysitter. Natsu growled out. I don't need one either. Unlike Flame Brain over here. Gray argued back as the two glared at one another as lighting shot between them. Urza raised an eyebrow and said, well, I don't see why not for this mission. Of course, I'd rather not steal your teammates, Mira, if you plan on working with them in the future. Mira waved it off. No worries, this is best for Naruto and Lucy to get some experience. Urza's facial expression relaxed with a small smile. I don't see why not. You two can meet us at Magnolia Station tomorrow at 8 AM sharp, don't be late. Naruto and Lucy both were currently sitting on a bench in Magnolia Station. Lucy had a sweat drop on her forehead as she watched Natsu and Gray bicker at one another. Would I have to be stuck with you? Natsu growled at Gray. Gray, with an annoyed look on his face, said, that's my line. If Urza wants help, I can handle that by myself. The two then got closer to one another as fire came off of Natsu, frost began to come off of Gray. Then go by yourself. I don't even want to go. Natsu growled once again. Naruto rolled his eyes. I can't believe that these two are one of Fairy Tail's strongest. Naruto had to admit the two reminded himself and Sasuke. However, they were not this horrible with one another. They were even causing a scene as other civilians looked at the two idiots bickering. Then stay home and get beaten up by Urza afterwards. Gray argued back. Happy continued to watch with Lucy and Naruto while eating a piece of fish. Just pretend we don't know them, that's what I do, Happy said nonchalantly as he ate his fish. Wow, some friends you are, Naruto sighed. He stood up and decided to handle the two by himself. Naruto walked over with his hands on his hips. Oi, Naruto sent a chilling glare toward Natsu and Gray as they both turned their heads toward him. Naruto held his hand up. Knock is off. Naruto's lip quivered down as he stuck his hand out as some purple lighting began to crackle off his hand. Otherwise I'll deal with you two myself, just as if Urza was here. Natsu nothing shouted, stay out of this, Blinky. This is between Ice Stripper and me. Are you calling Ice Stripper a mouth breather? Gray shot back as he slammed his head against Natsu's forehead. Naruto grits his teeth, agitated by the two. Okay. That's it. Wait, Naruto, you shouldn't. Matatabi tried to stop Naruto, but it was too late. Naruto shot forward to Natsu and Gray as he slammed his left fist into Natsu's stomach, then his right knee into Gray's stomach, with purple lighting coming off both of his limbs. Of course, it was magic purple lighting. Natsu and Gray both fell to the ground with ghostly white looks on their faces. Natsu and Gray felt the force from Naruto's kick and punch, along with the electrical shock from Naruto's magic. Enough arguing, you two, you're causing a scene and passerby to become uncomfortable. I thought Fairy Tali was full of adults, not children. Just then Naruto turned his head to see Urza come walking up. Oh. Urza-san. while Lucy's mouth dropped when she saw the amount of luggage behind Urza. Sorry for being late, is everything okay with those two? Urza raised an eyebrow as he looked at Natsu and Gray. Naruto let a raspberry out, they got a little out of hand and were causing a scene, so I put them down. Lucy looked at Naruto and said, that's a rather dark way to put it. Happy giggled as he flew over to Naruto and Urza. But who cares? Sometimes the two bumbling idiots deserve it. How could you say that? He's your best friend. Lucy quipped back, quickly astonished by Happy's brashness and uncaring nature for Natsu. Urza nods her head, well, getting along is the best, even if some people have to intervene. Now if I remember, you two were the ones on the mission with Mira and Levi, correct? Naruto and Lucy both nodded their heads. Yes, Naruto and I are new recruits. Mira suggested we come to keep those two in check on this mission. Also, so we can get some more experience in. Naruto placed a hand on his hip. Make sure those two are getting along. Naruto now felt how Kakashi felt when he was teaching him and Sasuke to get along. Naruto saw Natsu and Gray back up, arms locked, as the two danced, acting as if they were getting along. Thanks for having me along. Lucy smiled happily as she gave a polite bow. Well, it's great to have you two aboard. Urza placed her left hand on her hip, nodding her head approvingly. Also, I heard you two both took out some dark mages already, so it's good you already got some combat experience. Hi, Naruto nodded his head, and he glared at Natsu and Gray, who began growling at one another. The two then suddenly begin dancing together once again. Usually, I'm good for the infiltration type missions, but Lucy and I are good in a hand-to-hand fight. Just then Natsu spoke up. Urza, I have one condition for coming along. Hey. Gray looked at Natsu as if he was insane. Urza looked back to Natsu. What is it? Natsu held his left hand up in a fist motion. When we get back. Fight me. What? Lucy looked at Natsu as if he was insane. Boy. Do you want to die this time? Gray placed a hand on Natsu's right shoulder. Natsu smirked. It won't be the same as last time. Also. Natsu pointed to Naruto. I also want to fight you as well. When we brawled in the guild the other day. You beat me. But I want to go all out at you with magic. Urza looked at Naruto intrigued. I see, we'll have to see how well you improved. I have my doubts, but sure we can. Urza smirked, ready for a challenge from Natsu. Urza then glared at Naruto. Also, what do you mean you started a brawl in the guild? But the new member, no less Natsu. Urza's eyes became cold as Naruto and Lucy took a step by along with Gray. Natsu looked at Urza with fear. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't challenge new recruits on their first day. Urza took her right fist and slammed it down on top of Natsu's head, knocking him clean out. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. On the train, Naruto chuckled as he watched Natsu seemingly dead in the chair in their separate car. Since there was a total of 5 of them, they couldn't sit in the smaller cars. Naruto saw in between Lucy and Urza, while Gray sat next to Happy and Natsu. Man, can't believe this is affecting him this much. His magic must be pretty strong. Gray, who had his chin on his knuckle on the windowsill, said, PFF as if, what a loser, look at him, he's like this after picking a fight with someone. Even still, it must not feel well if he is feeling that bad. Lucy looked at Natsu, worried about what was going to happen. Naruto shook his head and extended his hand out, placing his hand on top of Natsu's head. Troya, Naruto stated as a bluish magic flow came from his hands flow into Naruto's head. Urza, Gray, and Lucy watched in surprise as Natsu slowly opened his eye. Haha. Natsu whipped his head around as he looked left and right. I feel fine. I feel fine. Natsu began to jump around in his seat. Gray looked at Naruto in shock. What was that, Naruto? I didn't know you could do that. Lucy didn't realize Naruto had magic like that. Urza even raised an eyebrow. Curious, it seems much more effective than my method. Naruto looked at Urza with his own raised eyebrow. What's your method? This, wham, oof. Natsu shouted as Urza shoved her fist into Natsu's stomach, knocking him out cold. That's not a very nice way, but I guess it works. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing. Urza was crazy strong like Sakura, his mother, and Tsunade. Anyways, what was that? Gray asked once again, hoping to get the answer out of Naruto. Naruto stuck his tongue out. Just say I got some support and healing magic too. Urza smiled, nodding her head. Next time if we're ever together, I'll allow you to deal with Natsu's troubles. Good to have a healer too. We don't have a single one in Fairy Tail. Naruto deadpanned. No healer. Naruto seeming looks at his readers and shouts, healer down. Need a res. Out of mana. An. Comment if you'll get the reference. Lucy raised an eyebrow. What was with the healer down? Need a res. Gray quirked another eyebrow. Out of mana. Urza looked bamboozled, hearing the people in the other car playing what seemed like a tabletop game, along with some dice and papers that read D&D on it. Off back to Gray's question. It's just a spell I picked up from a friend. Naruto looked up out the window. Now that I think of it, she should be about 15 now, right? Yeah, think so, yes, Naruto-kun. I can't believe you forgot about Wendy's age. Matatabi facepalmed as she thought back to the little girl. It's a support type spell. It grants the user a sense of balance. However, despite its long-lasting properties, the spell's effect is only temporary and, if cast continuously, it will become useless. Naruto stuck the tip of his tongue out as Gray chuckled at that. Poor Flames for Brains will be upset to hear that. Gray turned to Urza, which reminds me, Urza, don't you think you told us about why we are here? Urza closed her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest. Our opponent is a dark guild, Eisenwald. They intend to do mischief with some magic called lullaby. Lullaby? Lucy placed a finger on her lips, intrigued by the idea of what this was. Naruto thought about it, and the only thing that came to mind was Rose. Rose taught him various things and even the demons from the Book of Zareth. Naruto then said, lullaby. Naruto's face turned serious with a frown on it. This got everyone's attention. Lullaby is a flute that when played, produces a song that will cause everyone within hearing range dies. It's a type of curse magic. Lucy's eyes widen. Oh, that's worrying. I've read it in a book once. Lucy began to feel worried about dealing with such a dangerous weapon. Urza nods her head and confirms it. When I was on the way back from my previous quest, I stopped at a bat. It's where wizards gather at Anibas, where they talked about the lullaby and bringing the flute back to Erigor. I see, so they must be with Eisenwald and this Erigor guy. Sounds like a real pain. Naruto had no idea who these people were, nor did he know what their chakra signatures felt like, so he couldn't pick them out if he wanted to. Remember that Erigor is Eichenwald's ace. Urza warned with a serious expression on her face. He is to not be taken lightly. He is also nicknamed Shinigami, since he only takes assassination requests. Urza took her fist and slammed it on her thigh. If I had noticed the name Erigor back then, I would have forced them to suffer and made them tell me their plans. Wrong. Naruto closed his eyes, crossing them over his chest. Gray even panicked a bit. No one ever told Urza she was wrong. Coming back and asking for help and extra muscle was the right call. Going in half-cocked into a fight is a surefire way to get yourself killed. Naruto opened his eyes, looking to Urza. Don't patronize yourself thinking the move you made was wrong. You heard the situation, assessed it, and then executed it by deciding to fall back to get help. Even if people do die, at least you went the right way to prevent even more from dying. Keep in mind this Naruto is very different from canon as well as his backstory as well. Gray was a little surprised to hear the rather morbid way of putting it. That was the worst case scenario. Lucy and Urza even picked up on the last part Naruto said, but decided not to push it further. I'd rather not cause any unnecessary lives to be lost. But yes, what they do isn't on our hands. We're acting and planning accordingly. We're well within our rights to act how we should. But let's try to stop them from killing anyone. Urza nodded her head, thanking Naruto for the support he gave. They are trying to do some harm to someone or something. Gray placed his hand under his chin. The only question is where they could go. How long ago was their guild disbanded, or at least considered a dark guild by the Magic Council? Naruto raised an eyebrow. 6 years ago. Why? Urza raised an eyebrow. Naruto smirked. Well, if I were them, I'd be pissed off. Anyway, to get back at the Magic Council, I'd want to go to a densely populated area. Naruto looked out the window. Somewhere they could vocalize that song and enhance it. That's awful. Lucy noted as she thought of it, but where? Well, think about it. All around Fiori, the fastest way to get from point A to B is by train. Their best bet is to go by train, then, a train station where it's highly populated. Not only that, their bluff to use it on the people here would be a bluff. They have a higher goal. Naruto placed his left arm out in front of him, while placing his right elbow on the back of his left hand. It's aroused to stir up a bunch of problems to distract people who want to be heroes. The bigger target. You don't think Urza placed her hand on her lower lip? You don't think they might be after the guild masters meeting, do you? It's a coincidence if it does, Urza, but it makes the most logical sense. Ashibana Station is big enough for a large crowd with loudspeakers. It's not hard to rule out what they do. Sometimes you just have to think like a villain to understand what they do. Gray had to ask, Naruto, how could you possibly know they are going there? As well as targeting the guild masters. 6 years to cook up a plan, 6 years to lay low and build up finances, plenty of time to get new members and get stronger, then 6 years, and patiently wait to get their revenge on those who cast them out. Naruto shook his head. It's not about what I think and feel, it's what makes the most sense. The chances of them being there are higher. It's not illogical to rule out. Urza still had her hand over her mouth, rubbing her lips. The more you think about it, the more you make sense, Naruto. The timing is impeccable, which so happens to be during the masters meeting. Well, Ashibana Station is within the next 2 stops. We'll stop there and see how it goes. Meanwhile, why don't we figure out one another's magics and strengths and weaknesses? Urza suggested as she raised her hand into the air. My magic is Requip, which allows me to store weapons and armor in another place and summon them when I want. Yep. Urza's magic is pretty. She causes blood to go everywhere. Happy cheered. How is that pretty? Lucy looked at Happy as if he was insane. Honestly, I think Gray's magic is much prettier than mine. Urza looked over to Gray. Really? Gray placed his right fist into the open palm of his left hand, frost came from his hands, and he removed his fist. He left a symbol of their fairy tale guild made of his ice. I have ice make magic. That's so pretty. I'm a celestial mage, and I'm a well-rounded close-quarter fighter, Lucy smirked holding one fist up in the air, while placing the other on her bicep. What about you, Naruto? Urza looked to Naruto as did Gray, and Lucy only giggled. Naruto chuckled nervously. Well, I have a few magics to name a few off the top of my head, however, I mainly use Sage Dragon Slayer magic. Urza quirked an eyebrow. Sage Dragon Slayer magic. Gray finished looking at Naruto intrigued. Naruto smirked. Yeah, I was trained and raised by a dragon just like Natsu. Urza and Gray both knew of Natsu always spouting about his father Igneel. Now that even Naruto stated he was also raised and trained by one, it was making Natsu's story of him being raised by a dragon might not be all that far-fetched, though speaking of said Slayer was currently still unconscious. Lucy then adds in, oh, since you're an ice mage, it makes sense why you and Natsu don't get along. Team Urza and their temporary two members continued to talk, however, Natsu was still unconscious and proceeded to keep talking while on the train. Everyone was riding until the train suddenly stopped coming to a halt. Naruto, who was already looking out the window, could feel a bunch of mages who were hiding around the train tracks. Naruto could feel like what seemed to be the strongest of the group, which he assumed must be Erigor. They stopped at the station before the one they were supposed to stop at. They were at Kanugi station. The group quickly jumped out of the train car through the window with Natsu in tow. Once Natsu landed outside he screamed, "Thank Kami, we're out of there." He stretched his arms up into the air. Naruto, ignoring Natsu, looked down at the tracks to see civilians running out of the train cars, as well as to see who seemed to be Eisenwald, as well as a man carrying a large scythe. There they are, let's go. Naruto signals to everyone as he jumped up on top of the train. You guys approach them, I'll come in when I see an opening. Natsu smirked as a fire erupted in his hand. Alright then. Don't complain when you miss all the action. Natsu took off running toward the Eisenwald guild members. Ah. Wait for us, you flame brain. Gray shouted running after Natsu. Come on Lucy, let's go, Urza commanded, and Lucy nodded her head running to keep up with the others. Naruto kept to the shadows as he hit the other side of the train car and ran inside. Naruto made sure he completely masked his presence, and the presence of being completely gone. Naruto ran across the cars as he took some of the members out who were inside. Naruto made it to a train car that was about even with Erigor and the other Eisenwald members. Once the group approached them, Urza shouted, halt in the name of fairy tale. Urza glared at all the members. What are you all after? You guys after the populace to use the lullaby or to attack the guild masters meeting? Naruto facepalmed at this. Urza was certainly something. First, she asks what they're doing, and then presumably answers her questions. Naruto did know about this problem. He's been keeping tabs on all the dark guilds and knew a lot of information. It's not hard to transform into members of dark guilds and sneak in. Naruto has been around for over 300 years. He's met all types of people. He knows what makes each and every one of them tick. Erigor's smile turned into a frown. I'm surprised by how much you already know of our plan. Erigor glanced at his guild members, wondering who it was. But it doesn't matter. Erigor began floating in the air. I'm going to purge these fools with their guards down. All they ever care about are their own rules and rights to safety. Erigor's fist tightened around the handle of his scythe. Especially those without even knowing there are those whose same rights have been stolen away. He then had a devilish smirk appear on his face. Their sin is living without knowing that this world isn't just, and so. The Shinigami has come to punish them. Lucy frowned, placing her hands on her hips. Well, by doing this, you won't get your rights back as a guild. Erigor held his left hand. We've come this far. We don't want rights anymore. It's power. Those with power can wipe the past clean and can rule the future. Erigor clenched his left hand into a fist. Just then a guy who looked like a crazy version of Shikamaru said, "You mere flies. You won't get to see the new dark age, you're heading to the afterlife." Just then purple magic came from his hand as shadows shot from the ground, turning into fists and hands. They went straight for Lucy, but Natsu stepped in and batted the attack away with flames. I'll have to thank Natsu for that later, Naruto said to himself as he watched the group. He was waiting for an opening to attack Erigor. Natsu smirked. There's a bunch of them. Enemies, every last one of them. Natsu punched his right hand into his left palm. This is gonna be fun. Erigor smirked as he began to fly upwards. Even if everything didn't go as planned, you still fell into my trap. There are some bastards that I must make sure hear this flute. Lucy pointed at Erigor. This is one of Fairy Tail's strongest teams. You can't win. Hey, jackass. Everyone turned their heads to see Naruto standing on top of the train car. However, Naruto was twirling a wooden rod in his hand that had a skull on it with 3 eyes. Is this the flute you were talking about using? Erigor and the others' eyes widened with their jaws dropping. Naruto chuckled as he tucked it away in his top. How did you get that? Erigor shouted as he felt himself all over as he couldn't find the flute anywhere. Not hard when you're all a bunch of boneheads. Not only that, you talk too much, you made it way too easy. Naruto got into a fight stance similar to Lee and Might Guy's fighting stance. If you want it, come get it. Erigor roared, you'll pay. I'll make you pay with your life. Aragorn floated up higher into the air as he held his scythe out and aimed it at his allies and Team Urza. He spun his scythe in a circle which created a tornado, wind wall. A giant tornado of wind kicked up, trapping Team Urza in with the other members of Eisenwald. Naruto even jumped to the ground behind the Eisenwald guild members to make sure he was in the wind wall. Now you can't escape. I'll make sure I killed you and then fly out of here. Aragorn landed across from Naruto. Now prepare to die. Naruto smirked. Everyone else takes care of them and keep them off my back. I got this one. Rah. No fair, Naruto. You're stealing the glory. Natsu screamed out as fire erupted around him. Now I'm fired up. I'm coming for you, Aragorn. Naruto simply rolled his eyes. Natsu kinda reminded Naruto of himself when he was young. Naruto turned to Aragorn. So show me how well you can dance. Aragorn snarled as he flew toward Naruto with his scythe in the air. I'll kill you. Naruto simply backhanded Aragorn's attack, causing the scythe to miss him. Naruto moved in close as he raised his fingers to Aragorn's forehead. Gonna have to try harder than that. He then flicked Aragorn in the head without using the aid of chakra magic. Ah. Crash. Aragorn was sent flying into the nearby side of the mountain. He was slammed into the wall at least 20 feet deep. The other members of Eisenwald were too busy to see Aragorn, but some did look to see him gone from his previous spot. Soon Aragorn came out of the hole and shouted, "You'll pay for that, you fairy fly." Aragorn raised his scythe onto his shoulder. He held up his left hand, Stormbringer. A tornado suddenly formed around Naruto, catching him in sharp blades of wind. However, Naruto opened his mouth and grabbed the tornado with his hand. Thanks for the meal. Naruto chuckled as he began to suck the tornado within his mouth. Aragorn's eyes widened as other members looked onward, staring at Naruto. Natsu was even shocked to see Naruto eating the wind element. What? How is this possible? Naruto wiped his mouth with a smirk on his face. Simple, I'm a dragon slayer, but not just an ordinary one. I'm a sage dragon slayer. Naruto stuck his left hand out. Try this one on your size. Wine sage dragon hurricane crash. A circular tornado formed from the palm of Naruto's hand, shot out toward Aragorn. Aragorn quickly stuck both arms up, crossing them over his body. Storm mail. Naruto watched as a tornado surrounded him like armor to protect him. Naruto's attack, however, slammed into Aragorn, which pushed him back slightly. Aragorn grunted, keeping his spell up as he felt the force of Naruto's attack. For a moment it seemed like nothing was happening. However, Aragorn noticed something. He soon felt a cut on his arm. He looked down to see the attack had completely engulfed him. He saw that the wind blades that Naruto produced were doing something that even he had never seen before. Before Aragorn knew it, his storm mail was completely cut through. He was sent flying into a wall where an explosion erupted. This didn't stop the other mages from fighting. However, some stopped to see what it was. A few moments after the dust settled, many of the Eisenwald guild members saw Aragorn on his knee. He was breathing hard, he was bleeding, and had a large gash on his chest. Naruto smirked. He looked completely fine. Aragorn has not even touched him. Their winds are strong, but my wind magic cuts wind. Just sit there and think who you're up against. I am someone not to be underestimated. Naruto held up a ball of wind that began to take the shape of a sphere. It's time to finish this and be over with it. Aragorn growled as he slowly stood up, and no, I can't end here. I won't let it. Aragorn used his scythe to help himself up. A pool of blood spilled from his chest onto the ground. Naruto looked impassively at Aragorn. Let me leave you with a piece of advice. Sometimes some things just aren't worth fighting for. It's best to just cut your losses while you can. Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, at least that way you'd be less hurt by the things you lose. Things die like dreams. Matatabi and Kurama both frowned from within Naruto. They understand where he is coming from. However, not all things die. But the one thing that Naruto has had within him, that died many years ago. The only question is if someone could ever revive that within himself. Aragorn charged forward, encasing his scythe with his wind magic. Naruto simply didn't move as he drew closer and closer to Naruto. By this time Urza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Taurus finished taking out the other Eisenwald guild members. Lucy, seeing Naruto in danger, shouted, "Naruto. Get out of the way." "Fool, what are you doing?" Urza cried out. "Hey. Get out of there, man." Gray yelled, "Save some for me." Natsu cried out, upset, thinking that Naruto was gonna beast the main guy. Naruto stood there as Aragorn was right on top of him with his scythe brought down on him. Naruto stuck his left hand up and smacked the attack away, hitting Aragorn's handle. Naruto slowly brought the condensed ball of wind sage dragon magic up to Aragorn's stomach. "I told you to cut your losses when you could win, Sage Dragon." Rasengan impact, Naruto said with a monotone voice as Aragorn shot from his position back into the wall that Naruto sent him into before. Naruto changed his expression to a smile. "Ops." Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry, Natsu, but he was gonna hit me there. Had to end it." It seemed everyone didn't hear his little speech about cutting their losses while he could. "Shucks, man." Natsu stomped on the ground like a child. Naruto shook his head. "Well, with this now, why don't we go ahead and destroy this thing?" Naruto fished out the flute from his pocket. However, when Naruto did that, the flute began to glow from its eyes. "No, not this time. I won't allow it." Naruto quickly realized what was going to happen, and he then threw the flute off into the distance. Once it hit the ground, it began to glow a dark purple. It grew to a gigantic size. Like the flute, the beast has 3 eyes, 2 legs, 2 arms, and 1 head. There are many cutouts in its body. I'll kill each and every one of you. I will get my fill of souls. The lullaby seemingly took in a deep breath as Naruto quickly shot his hand into the air. Silence. A blue glow came from his hand, causing the giant demon to glow a light blue hue before disappearing. Naruto knew that this way the demon couldn't play its tune. As long as that happened, no one lost their soul. Naruto nodded to his teammates, and they all understood the assignment. Naruto gathered up wind magic within his hand, condensing it much more similar to the Rasengan. Gray placed his right hand into his left palm. As frost began to come from his hands, Urza raised her right arm into the air as she changed into her Heaven's Wheel armor. In her 2 hands were swords, along with another 98 swords that circled her. Lucy was already by a pond of water with Aquarius's key in the water glowing. Natsu already had his cheeks full ready for a fire breath attack. Everyone shouted at the same time. Dance, my swords. Circle sword. The swords begin to spin rapidly around Urza, and she sends them flying toward Lullaby in a disc formation. Before they made contact, her sword separated and flew in different directions, cutting deep gashes into the demon's body. Ice make. Ice cannon. A cannon from Gray's side was created which fired a massive ball of ice. Fire dragons roar. Natsu spewed out a torrent of flames which were concentrated into a cone. Aquarius, even though was farther away, growled out, "Disappear so I can return to my boyfriend." Torrent. The water in Aquarius's urn began to churn as it fired out a large wave that crashed into the demon. Naruto, holding a big bowl of Rasengan made of wind magic, shouted, "Sage Dragon." Rasengan bomb. Naruto's attack was fired last as everyone else's attack hit their mark, causing an explosion. Lullaby thought it was over until a large ball of wind magic slammed into him. It let a groan out and knew, "Oh. I can't be defeated." Its voice tried to scream out, but yet no one heard it. Lullaby was pushed away and up into the air as the wind bolt blew up in a perfect sphere as began to shred its body to pieces. Everyone relaxed as they saw Naruto's attack finish as they saw nothing in the middle. Naruto smiled, sensing that the monster was gone. "I think that was a mission success, don't you all think?" Naruto turned to them with a smile on his face. Natsu smirked as he came walking over. "Man. We kicked some serious ass today. Hell yeah. But don't you forget, Naruto. Next time I won't let you steal all the glory." Lucy trotted over with her smile. "We did it." Lucy had to give her mother credit for helping her become stronger so she could help out her friends with her magic. "That we all make a good team when we team up." Gray averted his gaze from Natsu as he looked towards the others instead. Urza nodded her head with approval. "I must say that was mighty impressive by everyone." Urza placed her hands on her hips. "The Magic Council will come and take them away." Urza then turned to Naruto. "Naruto, I must admit that the attack was impressive. I could feel the power. I think you might give me the biggest challenge yet." "Gosh, I'm so fired up right now. I can't wait to fight you." Urza Natsu then pointed at Naruto. "You better fight me too, Naruto. I'll make sure you lose. We'll see if Gramps will let you keep your S-class status." Urza raised an eyebrow. "Wow, impressive. So you had an S-class-like status before coming to Fairy Tail?" Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. "Not exactly before I joined a guild. I did a lot of freelance work not affiliated with a guild. Word spread about me quickly as a prominent mage, but I didn't belong to a guild, even though I picked up various S-class type jobs. Not many other mages were too happy about it." Lucy giggled. "Don't forget about the success of your 10 years quest you even took on." Lucy then placed a finger on her lip, "Which reminds me, how long did it take you to complete that mission?" Naruto began to sweat as he said, "Oh well, that one, yes, I did complete it. It took me a couple of weeks to track down the sea beast, then a few days of preparation, and then I beat it." "Not a bad line, Naruto. Couldn't have thought of a better explanation myself." Kurama praised with a satisfied smile on his face. "Smack ow." Kurama looked to Matatabi, who smacked him in his snout still in her human form. "Oh, don't you dare growl or even snarl at me. You know very well that it isn't a good habit for Naruto. He should be truthful about his achievements." Urza nodded her head approvingly. "I see the fact you even succeeded in the mission is impressive. If the master wants to grant you the title of S-class, I don't see why not." Before Naruto could explain anything, Lucy interjected and said, "Well, a lot of everyone in the guild got uppity about it, so Naruto agreed to a mock battle against you to prove everyone too in the guild his abilities." Lucy looked at Natsu and in turn, Natsu began to whistle and look away. Urza, displeased to hear this, turns to Naruto and says, "If master says you should keep your title as S-class, it is not mine nor everyone else's judgment to determine if you are one one or not. We do not know who you are completely or fully. We all have our stories to tell. Just who you tell it to are the ones most deserving, if the master has heard it and deemed you worthy. I see no reason to argue. I am pleased though you are willing to go to such lengths. I again apologize for some of my guildmates' behaviors. Naruto chuckled as he waved it off. Don't think too much of it. They're titles until you make something of it. Even if people don't know my own merits, I do, and I stand by what I know and believe. Naruto shakes his head left and right. My way of life, my principles, policies, and more are unique and different. I would never push mine on others. I simply inform them. And if they wish to ignore me, they can. I think it's great you think like that. In the end, you like them all. They're all crazy and weird in their ways, but they're family. Urza patted Naruto on the back, doing her best to reassure him that the guild meant well. Well, why don't we get home, eh? This will be a story to tell, master. Natsu smirked as he began to make his way back to the guild. Where are you going, Flame Brain? The train is this way. Gray had a smirk appear on his face as Natsu gulped down hard. Oh, Natsu turned to the group with a nervous smile on his face. Oh, Naruto chuckled. Urza, don't knock him out this time. I'll cast that spell on you again, Natsu. It should last long enough for the ride. That also reminded Natsu as he quickly ran to Naruto's side. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh. Naruto. I smelled you using Dragon Slayer magic. Who was your dragon? Did your dragon know Igneel? Naruto chuckled as he said, well no, my dragon didn't. She disappeared July 7th Act 777. Heard your dragon did the same. Natsu looked down at the ground as he let a raspberry out. Darn it, alrighty, well at least it's cool to have another dragon slayer in the guild. Natsu's frown was replaced with a big grin on his face. He could make a 180 on a flip of a dime. Macron Sadilla Sadilla. 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 Macron. Fairy Tail Guild. After about a 3-hour ride back to Fairy Tail, Naruto, Lucy, and Team Urza returned to the guild. They found the place just as loud and brash as it usually is. When they arrived back, everyone turned their heads in silence. Urza saw them all partying and drinking as per usual, and found everyone she chided the other day doing the same thing. Urza only shook her head. Come on, let's go wait for master if he is here. I want to inform him of what happened. Urza, my dear, I am over here, just got back. Makarov chuckled as everyone turned around. If you need to tell me of a mission report, come into my office. Makarov walked towards his private office with Urza in tow. The two soon entered the office, and Urza began her explanation of today's events. After mulling over the information, Makarov nodded his head with approval. I'm glad to see you all came home unscathed. The mission well done. I'll fill the proper paperwork when the time comes. Makarov let a low sigh out. But a matter this serious, don't be surprised if they come knocking on our front door steps. I can see it happening, but don't fret, I think it'll be fine. So, master, please inform me on the guild. I heard they didn't go along with your decision to let Naruto keep his rank. Urza placed her arms over her chest. Makarov could tell she was upset. Yes, the newcomer and Lucy too. Not too long ago they went on an A-class mission with Levi and Mira. They did miraculously as you heard, but everyone still didn't believe in Naruto's capabilities. Makarov sighed as he jumped on top of his desk to take a peek outside through the blinds. He could see the rest of the guild all chatting with Naruto and Lucy. With Mira and Levi right next to the two, they complained about letting me allow Naruto to keep his rank as S-class. This is unacceptable, but I can tell Naruto wants to try to earn the trust of the guild. Urza closed her eyes and nodded her head. Well, I accepted his duel, as well as another with Natsu, which I'll do after Naruto. I see. Well, regardless, if he could complete a 10-year quest alone without help, I think it makes him suited for S-class just fine. Makarov released the blinds, turning back to Urza. Well, what do you say? Want to get this battle started? Urza nodded her head. Sure, why not? I hardly used too much magic today. I recovered all of it on the ride back. I don't see why not. Let's go ask Naruto. Urza began to walk out with Makarov following her out of the office. Everyone in the guild grew quiet as Naruto watched as Urza and Makarov walked up to him. Urza looked to Natsu. Natsu, I promise to fight you after I have fought Naruto. We can fight tomorrow after I have rested from my battle with Naruto. Natsu for one time in his life nodded his head. You got it, Urza. Just don't forget. You too, Naruto. Natsu then looked at Naruto with a raging fire in Naruto's eyes. Alright then, the contenders have been settled. Everyone outside. Makarov shouted as everyone ran outside to where the battle was going to take place. After moving about 4 miles from the guild to a flat open land, Makarov stopped as the other members got behind him. Naruto and Urza stood across from one another in front of Makarov, staring one another down. Makarov looked at the both of them. I'll set the rules. There is no maiming, cheap shots, or anything that could seriously harm or even kill. When I call the match, I will call it either a draw or one victor. Besides that, everything else is permitted. Naruto and Urza both nodded their heads, understanding the rules. However, a voice spoke up as Kana shouted, "Come on, folks. Step this way to the lady with money, pencil, and paper. Place your bets on Urza, our very own Tatiana. Or Naruto, our brand new member. Put me down for 15,000. Urza, 10,000. Urza, 30,000. Urza, 10,000 Urza. 5,000 Urza. Levi, Mira, Lysana, Elfman, and Lucy all stayed independent, deciding not to bet on Naruto's and Urza's fight. Wow, it's completely one-sided. Lysana looked at her other guildmates ashamed. Lucy then says, I'll put 10,000 for Naruto. Same here. Lysana waves her hand in the air with her money. I'll bet too. Like a real man. 10,000 for Naruto. Elfman smirked from ear to ear. I guess it couldn't hurt. Mira giggled as she placed in 100,000 for Naruto. I know Naruto can do it. I believe in him. Levi placed in 10,000 jewels. Urza then said, don't think about them too much and just enjoy our battle together. Urza placed a hand on her hip. Some betting amongst family is okay. Urza equipped a sword into her hand, holding up. Naruto closed his eyes as he extended his hand out to the side. A circle formed in front of Naruto as he reached into a magic dimension and pulled a sword out. The sword didn't have a hilt and simply had a blue handle, along with the scabbard that Naruto placed on his belt behind him. Naruto held the sword up in a reverse grip fashion ready for Urza. Makarov looked left and right and then raised his hand. He then brought it down and shouted, Hajime. Urza shot off towards her spot towards Naruto as their swords clanged against one another. Naruto and Urza swung their swords trying to catch one another off guard. The two threw feints, counters, parries, and attacks. Soon the two yelled with a battle cry as their swords clashed against one another, causing sparks to fly. Wakaba was in disbelief. Is he standing against Urza right now in swordsmanship? Wakao had his left arm over his chest and his right arm on top of it, with his hand on his chin. The kid is not bad, the two haven't even begun to use magic yet. Naruto and Urza real men. Elfman shouted as he flexed his biceps. Lysana sweat dropped. Urza isn't a man, Elfman nai. But even still the two are quite strong. Lysana began to focus more on their footwork and their techniques. If anything, everything so far might prove that Urza is still slightly better at swordsmanship than Naruto. But observation, Levi interjected as she had on a pair of magic reading glasses. From what I am seeing too, Urza's movement seems to be a lot more concentrated and knows how to move, while Naruto's is still very good. No doubt he'd give most swordsmen a run for their money. However, now Urza still has the edge in swords. Naruto has this. He's stronger than just with swords. Lucy puffed her cheeks out. It was true that Urza might be better than Naruto with swords, however, that didn't mean that Naruto wasn't still strong. Urza jumped back from their clash and summoned another sword and charged at Naruto. Naruto brought his sword up to block one of Urza's strikes. He was then forced to dodge as another came at a downward diagonal slash. However, she brought the sword back since it was double-bladed. Everyone's sword, the sword comes back as Naruto's eyes wide. She's got him. Wakaba shouted knowing he just won his bet. Clang. Wakaba's voice dropped as Naruto with the sword he already blocked from Urza. He brought his sword up where the hilt stopped Urza's other sword from reaching him. Hell, almost got me there. Urza was very impressed. She quickly backed off, gaining some distance. Your swordsmanship is nothing to scoff at. Now, why don't we get serious here and let loose? I'll begin using magic when you do. For now, let's see how long you can last. Naruto smirked as he took the sword and sheathed it. He tucked it away in a dimension. Just then 7 smaller portals appeared around Naruto. Out dropped 7 swords. And Naruto twisted his body where the swords fell into the nooks and crannies of Naruto's limbs. Urza was shocked to see such a crazy number of swords on one body. And the stance was strange. Killer Bee's stance. Now I haven't seen that in a long time. Matatabi purred, thinking back to Jayuki's old Jinchuriki host. What the hell? Gray looked at Naruto confused. He looks ridiculous. Natsu pointed at Naruto as he was on the verge of laughing. Don't laugh at it, you don't know what he could do with those, Mira quickly interjected, stopping the rest of the guild from making too much of a commotion. Naruto just then threw some of the swords at Urza, who deflected the 2 swords that stuck to the ground. Just then Urza looked up to see Naruto spinning at her like a buzzsaw, which forced her to sidestep. Once she did, as Naruto spun, he picked up the swords he threw and spun towards Urza. Not everyone could see Naruto's speed, but every time Naruto spun, he moved his joints in his body, which caused the swords to spin and change their direction and position, allowing Naruto to be able to aim a sword at some part of his opponent's body. Before Urza knew it, Naruto was on top of her, raining down all 7 swords on top of her, which she did her best to block, parry, and dodge. Urza continued to block, dodge, and parry, but soon she felt a nick on her forearm, then her cheek, the top of her hand, her thigh. Holy crap, he is making Urza bleed. Gray shouted as everyone gasped in shock to see Urza, one of their strongest, being pushed. Enough. Urza shouted as she took another few nicks on her face, but managed to push Naruto away to gain some distance. Urza took a few moments to collect her breath. I'll admit that style is something I haven't ever seen before, but if it's a number you want to play, then let's do so. Urza began to glow as his hair began to float up into the air. Once the glowing stopped, Urza was in her Heaves wheel armor. Dance, my swords. Circle swords. The armor that Urza adorned not too long ago was now on her, 2 swords in her hand and 98 others floating around her. You've far exceeded my expectations, Naruto. Now let us go all out. I want to see your strength. Naruto smirked as he relaxed and allowed the swords to fall into a portal going back into his storage. Naruto held his fists up ready. Well, if we're using magic now, I guess I better start trying now too. A light hue of green surrounded Naruto. I hope you're ready. Naruto put his finger up and shouted. Solid script. Fire. Solid script water. Solid script. Wind. Naruto wrote the words almost consecutively, and the spells finished at the same time. Wait, did he just cast those spells at the same time? Natsu screamed out as the attacks flew toward Urza, but before coming in contact with her, the attacks blew up. This caused a smokescreen, creating a steam area blocking Urza's view, as using the wind to push the steam around. Makarov shook his head. No, Natsu, he wrote those words so fast in the air, it almost looked like he wrote them at the same time. Urza quickly began to spin her swords in a circle which created a vacuum that sucked away the smokescreen. However, it left nothing to be seen. Where did he go? Urza looked left and right as her sword circled her until she then spotted something off. Wait, since when did I have 99 swore shit? One of her swords burst in a cloud of smoke, revealing Naruto coming from it. Naruto extended his fist out as he made contact with Urza's cheek. Naruto hit her cheek, spun around in a circle, and then threw her to the ground. Urza was sent careening into the ground, creating a human-sized crater. She quickly got up as Naruto landed on the ground. He smirked. Gotcha, like I said, spying, espionage, and assassinations are what I specialize in. Urza, allowing one of her swords from her hand to float, allowed her to rub it, feeling the pain. That hurt. Urza could feel her body aching from that punch. That was a serious hit. You didn't even use magic, that was pure strength. Hey, good. I must admit you're one of the strongest I've fought so far. Naruto looked to Urza. Now what do you think? No more holding back. With pleasure, Urza quickly changed into her flight armor. This armor features very few armored parts. It is cheetah printed, and the outfit has a large collar around Urza's neck and a tail hanging from the back of her shorts, both made of bushy fur, plus a pair of large cheetah ears adorning both sides of Urza's head. When wearing this armor, Urza is equipped with a pair of short swords with elaborate handguards similar to a rapier's, shaped like a rose thorns. Naruto, just seeing Urza's speed dramatically increase, narrowly dodges an attack from her swords. Naruto held his hands up as he parried another sword attack and ducked under another. Naruto jumped back, making some distance, and smirked. Impressive speed. The armor suits you quite nicely, I must also add. Urza smiled, adoring her armor. Thanks, I think the cheetah-like look to it was adorable. Now enough chatting. Let's fight. Urza dashed off. Sonic Claw. Naruto tried to dodge, but he felt a sword slash into his side. Before he knew it, another across his chest, as Urza bounced around using her strength to quickly change her direction without losing any sort of speed. Urza finished her assault with a kick to Naruto's chest that sent him careening into the ground, creating a cone-like trail. Urza readied herself in a stance as she looked at Naruto on the ground. Yeah? Urza won. Woo-oh. Wakaba shouted. My money I'll get back will be doubled. Wait, Naruto Nai isn't out of this. Lisanna looked intently as she watched the dust clear from the path Naruto made. The dust cleared to show Naruto on one knee with Naruto's clothes seemingly torn, with cuts all over his body, even some blood running down his forehead. I must admit those attacks were pretty good. I haven't had someone make me bleed like this in a long time. Naruto held his hand out and gripped it as he saw blood come from his hand. It's been a long time since someone has made me bleed. Someone who isn't Madara or even Rose. I think I've held back quite long enough. Urza, I suggest you equip your strongest armor. Naruto looked to Urza as he stuck his hand out, and magic began to gather around Naruto at an alarming rate. Makarov shouted, everyone stand back. Makarov grew 7 sizes, so he was about 7'2". He pushed all the guild members back. Urza, noticing the Ether Nano gathering around Naruto, begins forming an attack aimed at her. Urza quickly changed into her adamantine armor and set it in front of her. Naruto raised his hand into the air as a giant sphere of magic formed in his hand. Naruto's sphere began to take on elements of light, water, fire, purple lightning, earth, light, and darkness magic. The main basic elements of magic were then all condensed into a giant sphere, causing the sphere's color to change to a ghostly white. The sphere was grabbed by Naruto, and he condensed it into a tiny sphere about the size of a marble. Wind around Naruto began to pick up as a strong breeze blew around him like a tornado. Dark clouds formed, causing lightning to strike all around, and even caused rain to begin to fall. The earth around Naruto began to break apart, and pieces of earth levitated around him. The air seemingly grew hot in certain areas. I call upon the power of Mother Nature. This is the power of a sage. Up until Naruto finished his chant, everyone could only hear a quiet, almost metallic humming. No other sounds could be heard until Naruto shouted his spell's name. Sage Dragon Secret Art. Supernova. Naruto gripped the marble-sized attack between his index finger and thumb. He then flicked his thumb, firing the attack off his thumb. Urza watched as a small ball of magic slammed into her shield. She could feel the pressure from Naruto's attack drawing closer to her shield. Urza knew she could not dodge the attack. It didn't matter where she went. This was an attack she had to tank. The small ball touched Urza's shield, and everyone heard a ding noise as the attack blew up, creating a very large cone of magic that completely engulfed Urza. Everyone watched as the roar from Naruto's attack blew everything away, causing lightning from above to strike. The wind and rain began to pick up, and the earth that was sent flying. Naruto quickly used a wind spell to negate the effects of his attack to reduce the damage, as everyone watched Naruto clear the dust and debris away. Everyone was shocked to see Urza laying on her back in a 20-foot-long cone crater. She was not majorly injured, just knocked out from the force of the attack. Makarov couldn't believe the level of power that Naruto's spell possessed. Shausa. Naruto. He did it, he won. Lucy and Levi both cheered as they both looked at one another happily. Mira clapped happily as Lisana cheered. Yeah. I knew he could do it. Elfman flexed his muscles. I knew Naruto could do it. He's a real man. And no way the newbie has a spell like that in his back pocket. Kana looked onward at Naruto with complete shock. The kids is crazy. Mikao rubbed the back of his head. Whoa, I pissed off the wrong kid. Wakaba knew he had to apologize to Naruto for what he said to him. The rest of the guild was in an uproar as the people who betted on Urza ended up paying all their jewels to Lucy, Levi, Mira, Lisana and Elfman. They would be set for a while when it came to having to pay for rent. Naruto went over to Urza while this was happening and knelt to her. Naruto placed his hand on Urza. Thankfully he didn't blow away her armor. He did his best to hold back in that spell. He wanted to just knock her out. Naruto began to heal her, and Urza slowly opened her eyes. Hey, easy there, you feeling okay? Urza slowly sat up from laying down. I am assuming if I'm on the ground I lost. Urza looked to Naruto. That was one hell of an attack. You utterly and completely beat me. Naruto stood up and offered her his hand. Thanks. Urza was pulled by Naruto, but Urza wasn't quite ready to walk just yet on her own. Urza's legs felt weak as she fell forward, but Naruto caught her in his arms. Thanks. Urza Frauder blushed down quickly. She also used her remaining magic to shift back into her normal Heart's Cruise armor. Yeah, take it easy. I put you through the ringer on that attack. Naruto smiled as he looked towards her. The fight was amazing. I haven't been pushed as much in a long time. Urza looked to Naruto and asked, I know I did my best. In the end, you fought well. I must admit you are far stronger than I am. Urza however had a question. But I must ask, you've already healed. How come? Naruto quickly said, thanks to my Sage Dragon Slayer magic, I have a passive healing factor. My magic revolves around nature and all that. Naruto lied, and Kurama praised Naruto for coming up with a great reason why he healed so quickly. That was very well done, you two. In the end, Naruto won. Makarov walked up to the two back to his normal size. I went all out and did my best, and yet he still beat me. I have no doubts he should have the rank of S-class. Urza nodded approving of Makarov's decision, but glared when she looked at the rest of the guild. I hope this is a lesson to you all. Master's words are final, and if he decides that a certain mage is allowed to keep their class, then so be it. It is not our decision. But how were we supposed to know Naruto was that strong? Natsu looked at Urza confused. He thought this was the best way to gauge his power. Makarov explained with his hand held out to the side. Indeed, it was good to rest him, but Naruto told me about his achievements. Everything he told me aligned with all the rumors, and how well he did on the mission with Mira, Levi, and Lucy. Makarov's face then turned to a frown. Next time you have a problem with my decisions, keep them to yourselves. It's not up to your guys' decision. Makarov shouted as the other guild members all flinched at his words, then they all looked down at the ground in shame. Master, I think they get it, so, no need to be harsher on them than you already are, Naruto interjected as Makarov looked at Naruto and let a low sigh out. Very well. Urza nods her head and sticks her hand out to Naruto. Officially, Naruto, I'd like to welcome you to the guild as our newest S-class wizard. Thanks, means a lot to me, Urza. Naruto shook her hand. Now that we got a new S-class mage. Naruto. Fight me. Natsu charged at Naruto with his fist on fire. However, Urza stepped forward and slammed his head into the ground. Natsu. You know better than to attack someone after they had a long and hard-fought battle. I'm sure Naruto is tired. Natsu mumbled through the ground. Why yes ma'am, sorry ma'am. Naruto chuckled. Actually if Natsu wanted that fight I could still very well do it. Naruto looked to Natsu as Makarov and the others looked at Naruto like he was crazy. My dear boy, you cast a very powerful spell. Are you telling me you could still keep fighting? Makarov looked at Naruto in shock. He knew of Naruto's feats and powers, but he didn't realize that Naruto's stamina was this large. Urza shook her head, placing a hand on her hip. No matter what, there will always be someone stronger than you out there. Urza looked at Naruto with a determined smirk on her face. Oh yeah, Urza could easily see Naruto being a rival for her. Next time we fight Naruto I will be stronger. We should push one another to get as strong as possible. Naruto smirked back at her. Okay. I'm game if you are. Let's just see how powerful we get and see who stays above one another. I wouldn't want it any other way. Urza looked to Naruto as seemingly lighting sparked between the two, causing the guild to realize something, that Naruto and Urza might have just become rivals with one another, similar to how Urza and Mira are still rivals even today. Urza nods her head and sticks her hand out to Naruto. Officially, Naruto, I'd like to welcome you to the guild as our newest S-class wizard. Thanks, means a lot to me, Urza. Naruto shook her hand. Now that we got a new S-class mage. Naruto. Fight me. Natsu charged at Naruto with his fist on fire. However, Urza stepped forward and slammed his head into the ground. Natsu. You know better than to attack someone after they had a long and hard-fought battle. I'm sure Naruto is tired. Natsu mumbled through the ground. Why yes ma'am, sorry ma'am. Naruto chuckled. Actually if Natsu wanted that fight I could still very well do it. Naruto looked to Natsu as Makarov and the others looked at Naruto like he was crazy. My dear boy, you cast a very powerful spell. Are you telling me you could still keep fighting? Makarov looked at Naruto in shock. He knew of Naruto's feats and powers, but he didn't realize that Naruto's stamina was this large. Urza shook her head, placing a hand on her hip. No matter what, there will always be someone stronger than you out there. Urza looked at Naruto with a determined smirk on her face. Oh yeah, Urza could easily see Naruto being a rival for her. Next time we fight Naruto I will be stronger. We should push one another to get as strong as possible. Naruto smirked back at her. Okay. I'm game if you are. Let's just see how powerful we get and see who stays above one another. I wouldn't want it any other way. Urza looked to Naruto as seemingly lighting sparked between the two, causing the guild to realize something, that Naruto and Urza might have just become rivals with one another, similar to how Urza and Mira are still rivals even today. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. This chapter next day. It was the day after Naruto defeated Urza in combat. After everyone watched their battle, it was undeniably shown that Naruto was indeed an S-class mage. Much to many of the ones who lost the bet, they in the end respected or feared Naruto for his power, which taught everyone a valuable lesson to never judge a book by its cover, that there is always someone stronger than you out there, which is an understatement of the century. Naruto woke up from his morning like usual and made his way over to the guild. Madatabi was able to convince Kurama to get out of the seal for a bit. The two took on transformations to go around and explore Magnolia. Hell, Naruto even gave them some spending money so they could enjoy themselves. Naruto walked into the guild to find the typical people he talked to in the guild. Naruto made his way over to the bar. Morning Mira, how you doing? Naruto sat on the stool and leaned his arms on the counter. Mira, who was taking inventory of the drinks at the bar, looked up from her job. Oh. Morning Naruto, I'm doing even better now that you're here. How can I help you today? Naruto smiled. He was glad that Mira enjoyed his company, even more so than most people. Well, I'm good on drinking and food if that's what you mean. Naruto let a chuckle out as Mira joined him. Besides that, probably gonna take a look at the mission board. Just then a voice called out, Naruto, my boy, I have something for you. Mira and Naruto turned their heads to see Makarov come walking up to the two. Makarov got up on a stool next to Naruto and slid him 2 pieces of paper. Makarov shook his head. You've only been here for a few days, and there were already missions being requested by you. Naruto took a look at the first piece of paper and nervously chuckled. Wow, that was quick. Naruto held the mission up to Mira, who read it. Come play with us, from the children of Satsuno Orphanage. Mira smiled as she looked over at the mission. Oh, how adorable. Those kids just want to get to know you. Mira looked over to Naruto as she felt her heart beat a couple of skips. Seeing Naruto getting requested by these precious kids from before was adorable. Just then Levi and Lucy came walking over and heard the commotion. Already the kids want you back. Levi chuckled as she stood next to Naruto and Makarov. Naruto turned to her and nodded her head. Yeah, the reward for the mission is a few hundred jewels, but I can't take those kids' money. Lucy then said, I wouldn't deny that if I were you. They want to first hire you so you can come, plus, they're kids, they want to seem grown up, so they're gonna wanna pay you. Lucy giggled as she looked at Naruto with amazement. I can't believe after just one mission he captured the kid's heart. Well, I must certainly agree he has that type of ability, as well as a way to crowd people around him. Wow, that seems like fun. Levi liked the idea of a different pace in jobs, granted not like it was high paying. But it was just a simple mission, the way the kids went about it was just precious. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. Well, if you girls want, you could come join me. I mean, the more the merrier, am I right? You can count me in. Lucy smiled, raising her hand. Yes. First one to answer. Oh my, well it seems I'll have to ask someone to look over the bar. Mira placed a hand on her cheek as she looked over to Naruto. Mira walked around the counter and over to Lucy and whispered, I see, so that's how you want to play it, is it? You're on Blondie. Mira stopped next to Lucy as Lucy stared back at her, without Levi and Naruto seeing it. Makarov could see a tiger form behind Mira and a lion from Lucy as the animals roared at one another. Ah, what it is to be young and in love. Makarov sighed to himself with a smile on his face. Levi, it'd be great if you came. Some of the kids want to learn magic. Lucy and Mira, you too. You three are pretty smart, right? Naruto smiled looking at them as Levi and Lucy blushed from the compliment. However, Mira continued to walk away with an upset look on her face. Even though she kept up the smile, she knew she wasn't much of a teacher and was honestly smart to a point, but she can't teach. God, she has tried to do that for others before, and that didn't work out. However, that wasn't going to stop Mira from Lucy and Levi getting a leg up on her. Lucy and Mira know that this was Lucy 1 and Mira 0. For now, at least. As the group prepared to leave for their mission, Natsu, Happy, Lisana, Urza, and Gray walked into the guild chatting amongst themselves. Naruto was with Lucy, Levi, and Mira by the door, as Mira wanted to talk to Lisana before she headed out. Elfman was currently sleeping at one of the booths at the guild. Just then Naruto noticed off as he felt a presence. Not until it arrived made itself known did he feel a sense of drowsiness. Naruto quickly shook his head and stood up before he could slump. However, he saw Mira, Lisana, Levi, Lucy, and Urza begin to wobble around and began to fall. Naruto quickly shadow clones to catch Lisana and Urza from falling and hitting their heads on the ground. Naruto was able to pull Mira, Levi, and Lucy close to him and gently lay them against one another on the ground. Naruto saw Makarov send him a nod of gratefulness for Naruto's help. Naruto watched as the doors creaked open. He saw a figure walking into the guild. Makarov, who was now on the counter, sighed, "Must you always put everyone to sleep?" The man who Makarov was referring to only nodded his head. Naruto looked at him strangely, since he resembled a shinobi in some ways. He was wearing a dark blue cloak, and his arms and legs were mostly covered in bandages. He also adorned a dark blue bandana with a silver forehead protector, and a green mask that obscured the bottom half of his face, to hide his identity from his guildmates. The man walked up to the job board and grabbed a mission. Naruto also noticed a tuft of yellow hair, and looked up from over the balcony. Just then the mysterious man who came walking in, got Naruto's attention by making a clicking sound with his mouth. Naruto looked at the man as the man then looked at him. "Naruto, right?" Naruto nodded his head. "Interesting, I've heard a lot about you, Mystigan. I'll see you around 5 4 3 2 1 Mystigan finished as he walked out the doors, closing them behind him as everyone began to awake from their slumber. Naruto looked at Makarov and Makarov looked to Naruto with an impressed look on his face. Not even Urza, who is one of Fairy Tail's strongest, could resist Mystigan's sleeping spell. Ugh, what happened? Lucy held her head as she looked up to see Naruto. It must have been Mystigan. Mira slowly looked around to find herself next to Levi and Lucy. She realized that Naruto must have laid them all down so they wouldn't have gotten hurt. He always puts people asleep so we can't see his face. Damn it, Natsu growled out annoyed. He always does this. Levi, who also realized what Naruto did for them, slowly stood up and smiled. "Thanks, Naruto. Appreciate not hitting my head." Levi looked at him thankfully. "Of course, don't want to see people get hurt, especially if they are you guys," Naruto said with a smile on his own, causing Levi, Mira, and Lucy to fight their flushes down. Urza didn't realize that Naruto laid her down, but Lisana did as she saw she and Urza were in a similar position as Levi, Lucy, and Mira were in. Lisana smiled and waved to Naruto. "Thanks for helping us two out to Naruto Nai." Naruto simply nodded his head to her. Just then a voice spoke out. "Haha, so many of you haven't seen his face. Of course, I've seen what he looks like. I'm pretty sure he couldn't even beat me if he wanted to. You're all weaklings. Even Mirajane and Urza couldn't even stay awake. Pathetic." Makarov only looked up to Laxus disappointed, asking himself where he went wrong. "How, Laxus, a boy he raised himself, ended up the way he did?" Natsu growled out. "Come on, Laxus. I'll show you just how strong I am. Then come up here." Laxus taunted as Natsu prepared to go up to the second floor. Natsu was about to go until Makarov shouted, "Natsu. You can't go up there yet. Not until you've become an S-class." Lucy, watching this unfold, could understand why Natsu couldn't go up there. He wasn't mentally mature enough to be considered S-class. Naruto then spoke up and said, when mocking others, "You're just trying to get rid of something embarrassing from within you," Naruto stated as he turned towards the doors of the guild and walked out. Laxus looked at the back of Naruto, sneering at him until he walked out. Laxus simply huffed away as he laid back down, deciding to ignore everyone. Levi, Mira, and Lucy quickly followed Naruto out, leaving the rest of the guild in a bunch of chatter. Meanwhile, Jet and Droy were currently biting the collars of their shirts while crying. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. With Naruto. Once Naruto heard the others follow him out, Naruto said, "Wow, that guy was something else." Naruto turned to Levi and Mira, wondering who that guy was. Levi frowned and shook her head left and right. "That's Laxus for you, Laxus Dreyer. I'd be worried if Laxus ever became guild master." Mira turned to glance back at the doors of the guild. After all, he is likely to become the next guild master. "Wait, are you saying?" Lucy looked at Naruto with a worried look on her face. Must be Master's grandson. Naruto knew if they were related, they were grandfather and grandson. Isn't he just a ray of sunshine? He's been like that since Master expulsed his father from the guild. Mira placed her finger to her lower lip. He's always obsessed about succeeding Master, and the Thunder God tribe is super loyal to him. Well, hopefully he turns over a new stone soon, otherwise he's going to regret it. Naruto narrowed his eyes thinking back to Sasuke. Anyways, come on, let's go get a four-wheeler and get to Mangrove Village. Macron Sadilla Sadilla. 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 Macron. Few hours later, Mangrove Village. Naruto and the others soon returned to the village they were just not long ago. Naruto lead the group into town as Mayor Mango greeted them. "Ah, welcome back. I heard about the job that the kid sent out not too long ago. They were very eager to see you all again." Mayor Mango chuckled as he gestured the group towards the orphanage. He then took out a bag of money, which was more than the given amount said for the mission. "I know this amount wasn't set on the mission board, however, the money the kids scrounged up was from their savings. We went ahead and put their money back into the saving and decided to take it out of the village's funding, so please do not mind it if we give you more." Naruto, Lucy, and Mira wanted to refuse, however, they all knew better. Levi smiled and stepped forward. "Of course, I think it's sweet that the village looks out for everyone. We'll make sure those kids know they do not need to pay for us to come." "Well," one of them said, "if they are mages, then time for them is important. They are busy going to jobs to make money, so they can continue living and go on more jobs. So, to get them to come here, we need to buy their time." Mango smiled as he looked down at the grown with a smile on his face. "Miyuki has done a wonderful job looking after those kids as if they were her own. These kids are quite smart too. We're fortunate for Miyuki, after all, she is a school teacher." "That's wonderful the kids get that from her." Levi beamed happily. "I think we're all going to get along well." "Yeah, we can give lessons on magic," Mira added. "Help them get stronger if they want to be mages." Lucy grinned happily. "We have various types of magic users. I'm mainly a holder. Everyone else here, besides Mira, is a caster. I got takeover." Mira smiled thinking of the idea of teaching children. It would be great practice for her in the future. "Well, those kids aren't gonna teach themselves. Come on gang." Naruto chuckled happily seeing everyone's enthusiastic looks on his friends' faces. Everyone came walking up to the orphanage as everyone was outside. They were sitting on some chairs that they brought to the outside. Miyuki was up at a chalkboard on wheels. It looks like she was going over beginning algebra for the kids. Now that Naruto had a good look at them all, most of the kids seemed to be about 10 to 12 years old. Everyone watched silently as all the kids focused solely on Miyuki listening to her words. Of course, the kids were writing in their spiral notebooks. Miyuki saw the others arrive, but continued to teach as they kept a relatively far distance, so the kids didn't notice them. Though some of the kids seemed upset, they wanted the fairy tale members who saved Miyuki to be here. Not that they didn't like Miyuki's lessons, but they were anxious for them to arrive. "But that said, class, before I let you all go, I am curious, are there any specific types of magics your kids would like to learn?" Miyuki flipped the board the other way, revealing the student's name and a column for the magic they want to try to learn. Naruto looking at the group of kids counted a total of 8. Miyuki decided to start with the first student. "Alright Miguel, would you like to go first?" "Alright." Miguel fist pumped the air and jumped from his seat. "I wanna learn how to use lighting magic. That way I could fire off cool beams of lighting. Maybe even cloak me in it to make me super fast." Miguel ran his hand through the air resembling how fast he wanted to be able to move. Miyuki wrote Miguel's choice next to his name, Miyuki, then moved her hand down to the next person's name. "Tomo, you're up." "Hey, that's me." Tomo cheered out loud. She had red hair and blue eyes. Tomo did a skip and a twirl on one foot. "I wanna learn how to fly using wind magic." Miyuki nodded her head. "Alright, Michelle, you're up." "Understood Setsuna-sensei." Michelle, who was standing, thought for a moment and then nodded her head. "I'd like to learn how to use water magic." Michelle had black hair and bright blue eyes. "Ace, you're up." Ace stood up. He had black raggedy hair and freckles on his face. "Alright. I wanna learn how to use fire magic." "Oh yeah." Just then Ace slumped over falling asleep with a snot bubble coming from his nose. The kids who all knew what Ace was like laughed as Ace slept. Miyuki giggled. "Anyways, Patricia, you're up sweetie." Patricia stood up. She had brown hair and green eyes. "Alright. I wanna learn how to use celestial magic so I can summon those celestial spirits." Lucy beamed hearing the girl wanted to learn celestial spirit magic, however, it also hurt, knowing that the special 12 zodiac keys were extremely hard to get. "Wonderful now Mark," Miyuki said finishing Patricia's wish to learn celestial spirit magic. Mark, who had black hair and green eyes stood up. "I wanna learn how to use water magic. That way I could control when it rains and summons huge tidal waves." Miyuki finished writing Mark's response and then turned to another girl. "Alright Melissa, you're up." Melissa stood up. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. "Great. I wanna learn how to use magic that is super versatile." "2 more to go. Mitch, you're up." Miyuki turned to the boy after writing Melissa's element. "I wanna learn how to transform into beasts and stuff. It'd be cool as hell." Mitch shouted out. The boy had black hair and brown eyes. Mitch language, we're still in school. Miyuki glared at the boy as he chuckled back, deciding to quiet down. Naruto whispered to Mira, try not to traumatize the boy too much. Mira felt his world shatter as she continued to look ahead at the children. For whatever reason, when others tell her she is scary or call her the devil, when Naruto states it to her, it hurts her ego more than usual. Lucy internally chuckled as Levi gave a light chuckle at the jab Naruto took at Mira. Last but not least. Becky. You're up. Miyuki turned to a girl, which everyone took an interest in. She had brown hair and brown eyes. Understood, Setsuna-sensei. I want to learn wind magic, that way I can learn how to fly. Becky smiled, looking up into the sky. Not every paid too much mind to the girl, but Naruto took note that the girl did not stand up when Miyuki called on her. Miyuki nodded her head. Well, with that said, class is dismissed, and your free time for the rest of the day can begin. Of course, I think you should all turn around. Miyuki gestured her hand as all the kids turned around, except for Ace, who was still asleep. All cheered and gasped in joy. Naruto waved to the kids. Yo, can't wait to get started on those lessons. Yeah. Let's go. Naruto Nai is here. Those girls were with him before. Let's learn some magic. Magic time. Levi smiled and said, well, I know how to use solid script if you're interested in being more versatile. If I remember, that was Melissa. Cool. Melissa called out as she ran to Levi's side. Mira, who had a very adult and calm aura about herself, said, I know how to use takeover magic and water magic. It'd be Mitch and Mark. Michelle, why don't you go to Naruto? Got it. Michelle nodded her head in acceptance. Awesome, my teacher is super hot. Mitch cheered gleefully as he ran over to Mira. She's on Sorcerer's Weekly. Mark hit Mitch upside the head. Stop leering at our teacher, you pervert. Mark sighed, knowing he has to do his best to keep Mitch in check. Lucy held two fingers up. Well, it seems like you got me, Patricia. I so happen to be a celestial mage myself. Amazing. I can't wait to learn. Patricia came running up to Lucy, standing next to her. Naruto chuckled as he placed his hands on his hips. Well, it seems I'll be teaching Tomo, Ace, Michelle, Miguel, and last but not least, Becky. Naruto watched as the kids ran over to him, but Ace was still asleep. Miyuki walked over and shook Ace awake. His snot bubble popped. Ugh. Huh, where am I? Miyuki looked over at him, crossed. Oh. Sorry, sensei. Who's the fire magic teacher? Naruto chuckled, waving his hand over to him as Ace shot up from his seat and ran over to Naruto. Miyuki shook her head, placing her hands on her hips. What am I going to do with that boy? Seriously. Sensei, come on, I need a hand. Becky called out as Miyuki quickly turned to her. Sorry about that, Becky. You know how Ace is sometimes. Miyuki chuckled. Naruto and the others watched as Miyuki helped Becky out. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Miyuki helped Becky with her chair. Miyuki picked the young girl up and carried her behind the chalkboard and placed her into a wheelchair. The two soon came out with Miyuki rolling the young girl out. Naruto then noticed that not only can Becky not walk, she was also blind herself. She had a light haze of film over her eyes. I could easily heal her, cure her blindness and help her walk again. Naruto did feel bad for her, but he doubted that girl wanted his empathy, let alone his sympathy. It was clear that the other children treated her well. Tomo cheered out, can't you wait, Becky? You'll be able to fly with magic soon. Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. I'm sure we will all do well. Ace cheered on. Yeah, we've all dreamed of this. Now it is coming true. Melissa cheered as the other girls cheered together. Ah yes, I can't wait for it either. I know this will be an eventful and wonderful learning experience, Becky said again with excitement in her voice. Though something seemed off, Becky held herself very differently from the other kids. She couldn't be the oldest of all of them, she seemed to be the youngest. Miyuki smiled happily. You may not have met Becky yet, she wasn't at the orphanage when those members attacked. She was in town getting a new dress from the seamstress on that day. Naruto nodded his head and turned to his team. Well, why don't we go to separate areas so we can teach and get to know one another. Naruto walked up behind Becky. I'll push you over there. Don't worry, Miyuki. I'll take great care of her, Naruto assured Miyuki, who let him push Becky to a training area Naruto wanted to take them to. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. With Naruto pushed Becky as Tomo, Michelle, Miguel, and Ace followed Naruto as he took them to an opening in the forest. Naruto gestured for them to sit in front of him, and they all did so. Naruto looked at Becky and asked, may I? Becky wondered where Naruto was and hoped she could also sit where the others were. I shall only do so under one condition. Tomo giggled and said, Becky only wants certain people to carry her. So far, the only person allowed to do so is Miyuki Kachan. Becky is a real sucker for fairy tales. Tomo. Becky, using the sound of Tomo's voice, looked towards her direction. You're embarrassing me. But even still. Becky regained her composure and cleared her throat. I shall only let you pick me up under one condition. I want a vote from my panel too. You got it, sis. Tomo shouted with a cheer. Let's do this. Ace stood up from the ground. We'll see how Naruto-sensei does now. Michelle giggled as she looked at Naruto, wondering what Becky will have him do. Alright then, Ace, hope you're ready. Miguel looked to Ace, and he in turn nodded his head. Naruto, nervous, looked between all the kids and said, alright then I accept. Becky nods her head, alright everyone sits down, and I'll instruct Naruto-sensei on this. Becky looks intently at Naruto, Naruto-sensei, if you want to be able to pick me up I have to knight you, Becky stated as she reached into a pocket of her wheelchair. She pulled out a walking stick and pointed it at Naruto, I want you to tell me a fairy tale. A wonderful story and it can be anything. Then and only then will I knight you, and then you can pick me up. Naruto was surprised, but not unwilling to give it a shot. He smiled and nodded his head, alright then, let's do an alternative, and let me show you something amazing. Naruto using chakra stomped his foot on the ground, tree branches from the ground came up and formed a large couch for all the kids to sit on. Naruto pushed Becky next to everyone, and he created another chair across from the kids to sit down on. Whoa. So cool. Tomo cheered with stars in her eyes, he can grow trees. Awesome. He made furniture with them too. Miguel said in excitement. Becky, Naruto-sensei is already so cool. That has to give him bonus points for the story. Michelle looked at Becky as Becky nodded her head. Understood, I shall make sure the furniture he creates is also added to his score. Becky nodded her head and gestured to Naruto. Now please you may begin Naruto-sensei. Naruto nodded his head, smiled, and thought back to Jiraiya's story. Okay, how about I tell you guys about a guy. He was a shinobi, and ironically, this is how I was named Naruto. Naruto looked to the kids as a wave of nostalgia hit him. The name of the story is The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. This story takes place within several ninja villages that exist around Mount Hyakki. During the First Ninja World War, the northern village, Katsu, tried to conquer the village of Kanton. Kanton sought aid from the southern village, and together they began the Sumten project to create a destructive kenjutsu called Gukmaizen. When the chance for peace with Katsu emerged, Gukmaizen was no longer needed. Shuku's second village chief, Kin Mahiru, ordered everyone involved in Gukmaizen's creation to be killed, so that knowledge of its existence wouldn't get out. Naruto and Renji's fathers died during the war, possibly because they were part of the Sumten project. Kin also broke the village of Kanton in two to further keep Gukmaizen a secret, with Kan to the east and Ton to the west. That was just the plot setting of the story, so you all had some insight. Now, the main character, Naruto. Sometime after the Second Ninja World War, Naruto Musasabi fights a ninja that tries to attack Shuku. Naruto, and Sayu's teacher, SHK, summons them to a meeting with Shuku's third village chief, Kokage Mahiru. He informs them of the recent destruction of Ton due to the shifting of Mount Hyakki. Kokage worries that its destruction may be a sign that Kon has rediscovered how to use Gukmaizen, possibly with the help of Renji Momoshi, who recently abandoned Shuku to discover the larger world. Kokage instructs Naruto and Sayu to find and eliminate Renji. Naruto investigates Renji's house to try and learn his whereabouts, and while there he is attacked by a giant centipede. He defeats it, but not before it bites his neck, leaving a mark resembling a cross between a spiderweb and a compass. He finds this same mark drawn on a wall in a hidden room. Naruto investigates Renji's house to try and learn his whereabouts, and while there he is attacked by a giant centipede. He defeats it, but not before it bites his neck, leaving a mark resembling a cross between a spiderweb and a compass. He finds this same mark drawn on a wall in a hidden room. Kokage summons Naruto and Sayu to meet with him again the following day. He modifies his previous order to instead have them capture Renji alive and bring him back to Shuku. To help them with this, he assigns Nakaku Onokoma, a censor, to help them track Renji down. Nakaku was thought to have died during the First Ninja World War, executed for killing his allies. To prevent the public from learning he's still alive, he disguises himself as a donkey. Naruto and Nakaku have several donkey-related arguments before setting out to search for Renji. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Few hours later. That's the end, Naruto finished as he placed his hands back onto his lap. He took a sip of water that Miyuki brought to the group a bit ago. Tea that was amazing. Wow. Loved it. Tomo clapped, loving the end of the story. I think it was awesome. The fighting and the suspense. Who knew the bad guy planned this the entire time? Crazy. Miguel shouted as he kicked his feet into the air. I have to say that's one amazing story. Michelle nodded, liking Naruto a lot. That was so cool, that should be a real story. There were so many great and funny parts too. A slapped his thigh, agreeing with the rest of his siblings. Becky after a few moments nodded her head and smiled. What a wonderful story, lovely. Nonetheless, I think the character interactions were well done. The details and descriptions of everyone were marvelous. Becky wished she knew what things looked like. She could only hope to imagine what they were. Naruto smiled. Thanks Pervy Sage, once again you come to save the day. So, does that mean I pass? Do I get knighted, Becky Heim? Naruto gave a polite bow of respect. Becky, liking the sound of that, Frauder blushed down and nodded her head. Why yeah, well, with that said, come here, Naruto-sensei, and kneel. Naruto stepped forward and went down on one knee and bowed his head. Becky, with the guidance of Tomo, placed her walking stick on Naruto's left shoulder. As princess of Miyuki's orphanage, I now knight you, Naruto-sensei. You shall be known as. Tomo guided Becky's stick to Naruto's right shoulder. Sir Naruto, you have been knighted and may move me from my wheelchair to the comfort of the ground. Naruto slowly stood up and said, of course Becky Haim, as you command, so it shall be. Naruto walked over and gently picked Becky up bridal style and tapped his foot on the ground. A small shrub grew with a comfy leaf for Becky to sit on. Thank you, I hope you cherish this title, Sir Naruto, one of the many rare few who will only get to pick me up. Becky smiled happily thinking about Naruto. She was glad he was such a gentleman and so kind. But that said and done, is everyone ready to begin learning some magic? I'll teach you all the basics of what you need to know. Of course, if you have questions, feel free to raise your hands and ask questions. Naruto slowly stood up. Now, let's begin. As Naruto began to teach the children, Mira, Lucy, Levi, and Miyuki were off to the side listening to Naruto. The kids they were teaching were asleep under a tree. They were all tuckered out from trying to use magic. Becky is so adorable. Lucy giggled watching Naruto's and Becky's interaction with one another. I didn't know Naruto was quite the storyteller. I must admit that was new, but it was beautiful to see Naruto do that for her. Mira looked at Naruto with an awe-inspired look on her face. That's my Naruto, it's truly amazing to see this side of Naruto. He'd make a great father. Lucy looked at Naruto from a distance with a happy feeling from the scene. However, Lucy saw Miyuki lean in closer to her. As she saw Lucy's face heat up, Lucy took a step back. Hey, why are you so close? Mira and Levi continued to talk, not hearing Lucy's and Miyuki's conversations. Oh, nothing, just interesting to see how close you three are with him. Miyuki giggled as she turned back to Naruto. Don't worry, I get it. You like him, don't you? Lucy held her head in embarrassment. Am I that obvious? Miyuki giggled into her hand and nodded her head. Don't worry about it, he's a cute guy and has dashingly good looks. However, I'm not one to get in the way of girls who already like a guy. Besides, I can tell how close he is to you too. Macron Sadilla Sadilla. 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 Macron. But Naruto sighed as he stood in front of his students. He gave instructions on how to feel out for their magic. It didn't take long after the instruction Naruto gave for the kids to begin activating their magic. Naruto explained to each of them what to feel when it came to their desired element. Tomo stood with both her hands out in front of her. Slowly a light green hue appeared in her hands as the wind picked up. Her hair began to flail in the wind as her eyes sparkled. Naruto-sensei. I've done it. I've done it. Naruto smiled looking over her shoulder. Wonderful, Tomo. You and Becky could work on wind magic together. Working with another is always helpful. Naruto-sensei, look. Naruto turned his head to hear the voice of Ace as he smirked holding a small flame in his hand. Ha. I did it. Just like you explained it to me. I thought of a flame in my mind and it came. Naruto gave Ace a thumbs up. Nice. Now you can keep your friends and family warm too. Then when need to you can cast great big fireballs. Heck yeah. I've always wanted to be able to go by a special moniker. Ace smirked as he held his fist up covered in flames. Let me guess, Fire Fistia. Becky smirked off to the side as Ace looked over at her. Hey. You were listening in on me. Ace's face began to blush in embarrassment. Michelle placed a hand on Ace's shoulder. Ace, you kind of talk to yourself a lot in your room, it's kind of hard not to hear you. Ace hung his head depressed as Tomo patted his back trying to comfort the young fire apprentice. Michelle held her hand in the air was a bubble of water formed in her hands. Naruto nodded his head. Nice, Michelle, water is very versatile. Michelle nodded her head with pride. Of course, after all, Naruto-sensei is the one teaching us. Naruto patted Michelle's head. No need to be like that, the rest of the work was you. Just then there was a crackle of lighting, which everyone turned their heads towards. Becky turned her ear towards the sound. Miguel smirked as lighting jumped between his fingers. Alright. That idea was perfect, Naruto-sensei. Had to think of electrical charge and think of it crackling when leaving my hands. Mira nodded her head at Naruto's reasoning for understanding said magic. Lucy and Levi, however, chuckled wondering if that was really how Naruto explained magic to the kids. Becky sighed as she thought about Naruto's explanation of wind magic. Wind magic, it's like trying to mess with the air around you. Breathing helps, concentrating on your breathing and the air surrounding. Becky focused on the air around herself and made sure to control her breathing. Naruto and the others watched as Becky's hair began to move in the air. The hem of her dress began to flap in the breeze she created. Just then Becky felt something connect within her as the wind picked up quicker. Everyone watched as a mini tornado spun around her. Nice, Becky. Your magic is pretty strong after just finding it. Naruto made his way towards her and placed a hand on her head. Not bad at all, Haim, not bad at all. Naruto looked around as the other kids began to practice their magic. Conjuring up weak spells to help practice, Naruto continued to give them pointers on how to control their magic. But in the next 10 minutes, everyone exhausted their magic reserves. Naruto gently laid them up against some trees to rest under. Naruto looked over to see Levi, Mira, Lucy, and Miyuki watching him from a distance. Naruto made his way over. Well, I think the kids will sleep well tonight, Miyuki. They got a good understanding of their magic once they got the hang of it. Yes, I saw, thank you for so much for coming out. Miyuki smiled looking towards the kid sleeping under the tree. They couldn't stop talking about wanting to learn magic, as well as waiting to see Naruto over here again. The kids are close, after all, they were either dropped off here at a young age, that or their parents died. Miyuki frowned, but then smiled looking to Naruto. I've taught them that family doesn't have to be related by blood. Naruto smiled and said, it's the people who think and care about you. Naruto smiled thinking back to his family. This didn't go unnoticed by Lucy, Mira and Levi. Now that they thought of it, none of them knew about Naruto's past. Naruto, I want to know just who are you? Lucy looks to Naruto wanting answers, but she is worried, because she still remembers how he saved her mother, she still wants to know what he did. Lucy did learn that magic deficiency disease is deadly. It wasn't easy to find someone who can cure such a thing. Well, when we can we'll stop by when the kids want, we can continue teaching them, maybe they'll even join Fairy Tail once they're old enough. Mira smiled brightly as she looked to her left to see Mitch asleep by a tree. Yeah, maybe, Lucy placed her hand on her hips. It was fun, this was something I was pretty good at. Levi looked to Naruto, thanks for inviting me along the way for this mission. I'm glad you could tag along. I'm not much of a teacher, so I figured having some help would be good. Naruto chuckled as he gave Levi a bright smile. This caused her to smile back with a slight blush on her face. Well, it's been lovely to have you guys here. We just need to get the kids back in their beds, and you guys can go about your day. Miyuki looked at Naruto and his team. Well, I can give you a hand bringing them back to their rooms. Naruto, without thinking, created 7 shadow clones. This surprised everyone as they looked at him. Naruto, you idiot. Kurama facepalmed. Naruto looked to everyone and said, well now you all know I got a buttload of magic. Mira was rather surprised as well. Wow, I mean to be able to make that many thought projections is amazing. That requires a lot of magic. Lucy was surprised herself as the clones went and took the kids into the orphanage to lay them to bed. Ops, Naruto to himself as Madatabi and Kurama stayed silent when Naruto took the kids back into the orphanage. Levi looked to Naruto rather confused. Mira didn't catch on to it, but those thought projections, they had magic, but they weren't made of magic. Naruto had his clones take the kids back to their rooms in the orphanage. However, when Naruto himself picked Becky up and found Miyuki next to him, Naruto wondered and looked at her and asked, Miyuki, do you know the stories behind everyone? Miyuki gave him a gentle smile. Why don't you keep her here, if you don't mind letting her rest in your lap of course. Naruto shook his head showing he didn't mind. He gently sat down holding Becky in his arms. Miyuki gestured for Levi, Lucy, and Mira to come sit with them. Miyuki smiled as she closed her eyes for a moment as a cool breeze blew into her hair. Honestly, everyone here was abandoned and left in front of the village. We're unsure of who dropped them off and where they came from. We've caught parents dropping their kids off here before. The kids were so young when dropped off that they don't even remember anything of their parents. How sad, Lucy frowned. She thought of not knowing who her mother, father, or even her little brother was. It's sad. Levi looked down thinking for the kids. Even still it seems you've given them a lovely home. Miyuki nodded her head in appreciation. Thank you, I made sure they knew the situation they were in. However, you made sure they all loved one another like family. Mira smiled as Miyuki nodded her head confirming Mira's guess. As you can tell they've learned to not care about where they came from. They only care about one another, me, you guys, and everyone in the village. Miyuki shook her head and smiled. The boys want to be able to become strong mages and join prominent guilds. That way they could make money and help support the village. Responsible young kids. Wow, already thinking about the future. Lucy giggled thinking back to some of the boys. That ace kid has a real fire in his eyes. Naruto looked towards the orphanage. The others as well. I think you raised these kids well. You should be proud. You've done a damn fine job. Thank you, all of your praises flatter me greatly. Thank you. Miyuki smiled with a gentle blush on her face. They're the most important things in my life. I'd give up everything for them. Spoken like a true mother, Lucy smiled gleefully as Miyuki nodded her head in agreement. Miyuki then looked towards Becky. I will say this though, I am rather surprised Becky warmed up to you so quickly. Naruto looked at her worriedly and asked, let me guess her background isn't so cut and dry like everyone else's, is it? Mira frowned, and Lucy and Levi quickly followed suit as Miyuki nodded her head. Becky, well. A few seconds passed as Miyuki tried to bring herself to begin. She didn't even know where to start. Just then a voice spoke up. It's not hard, Miyuki Kas, and everyone turned their heads to see Becky slowly sitting up in Naruto's lap. I may not look like it, but I am younger than some of the others here. I'm only 8. Naruto was surprised. Wow, you physically seem older than most of the other kids. It's because you act so mature, Mira answered quickly, and Becky nodded, confirming Mira's answer. Forced to learn the hard way the world works. Forced to grow up. Becky nodded her head as she looked down at her lap. I can still remember it. Becky began to shake as Miyuki placed a hand on Becky's hand. My parents weren't the best around. My mother and father were divorced. They fought a lot and argued. Usually it was always over me and my little brother. No one said anything, waiting for Becky to continue. I looked after him, fed him, bathed him, and worked to make money. Becky lifted her hands to her face. Even if she couldn't see her hands, she could still see the cuts, bruises, and gashes on her hands. I had to work manual labor, moving cargo, and working in factories wherever I could, something to make money for me and my little brother. Becky's voice began to crack with sadness and pain. I did everything I could for him. He was so young, his name was Jack. He was my little Jack. I miss him greatly. You don't have to continue if you don't want to, Becky. Naruto placed a gentle hand on her right shoulder. Becky took her left hand and placed it over Naruto's hand. Stories mean a lot to me, no matter how silly, real, or fake they are. Every time I came home from work I would be always happy, because I knew Jack, as I usually request is for him, to read books and come up with a story for me. It kept him busy and happy. Well, at least what happiness I could provide for him. You did your best, Becky. I'm sure Jack understood and loved you very much, Lucy said gently, to which Becky smiled and nodded her thanks to Lucy. I too have a little brother, but I couldn't even imagine losing one. Yeah, he passed away because no one would look at him. Becky gripped her fists in anger. He got sick because of me. Becky slammed her fist into the ground and caused the wind to pick up around her. It wasn't your fault, Miyuki retorted, quickly grabbing Becky's fist and trying to calm her down. I have no one else to blame. I had to work, but yet people got sick, very sick. I got lucky and didn't have it as bad as everyone else. Becky looked away in shame. Even though I didn't get sick as the other workers, I thought it wouldn't be worse than a simple cold. Naruto's anger inside was boiling as he listened to Becky. Of course, everyone else's inner rage was there. Somehow through getting a cold, his cold grew worse. He ended up getting pneumonia. I tried to go to a hospital, but they turned us away because I couldn't pay for the jewels required for the treatment. Hell, I even tried to steal them. That didn't work in the end. All that got me was a beating from my father. How awful. What kind of parent would do that? I can't believe they were even parents. Naruto frowned. Neither of them did anything, neither of them cared. You're their children, for Kami's sake. Naruto grew visibly angry. He could remember when he had the slightest of fevers. His mother was all over him, taking care of him. She did the same for his sister too. Becky smiled. She could feel everyone's emotions and how upset everyone was. It's okay if you get mad. I appreciate you getting mad on my behalf. You are all great people. Becky rested her head on Naruto's chest. Kurama lay there in the seal, saying nothing. He even knew everything the girl said was true. We called us monsters, Matatabi said within the seal as Kurama nodded his head, agreeing with Matatabi. Your mother didn't care at all. Levi looked at Becky with a lot of empathy for the little girl. Not only that you had to work just to make money. Didn't your parents even help a little? Lucy looked at her, wondering if her parents even gave a damn. No, nothing. My mother just up and left. No word or anything. Becky frowned. My Jack was only 4. Becky turned her head into Naruto's chest as she began to cry. Miyuki looked down, saddened by everything. Becky's past was just so bad, yet here she is still strong and living through life. Your brother must have been so important to you that you kept going, huh? Naruto smiled as Becky nodded her head. If you don't mind, then how did you lose your sight? Why are you in a wheelchair? Naruto knew the answer, but he had to know. I explained. My father, well, you know, beat me. He got even worse when Jack passed. So bad he broke my spine, which paralyzed me forever. Then took a knife over my eyes. Becky was stopped as Naruto placed a hand on her head. It's okay, no need to continue. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Naruto closed his eyes as tears ran down his cheeks. You're wonderful. I hope you know that you're so strong. You should be proud of how far you've come, not just for yourself, but for Jack too. You've made Miyuki, your mother, so proud. Becky smiled as she thought about Naruto's words, and tears began to flow from her eyes again. I thank you, Naruto. Naruto Nai. Becky cried as she shoved her face into his chest. It was a lot to take in for Becky, even if Miyuki has said it to her before. You never truly realize how much one appreciates just hearing words like that from people. Naruto was amazed by this little girl. After everything, after all, she went through, she kept going and living after losing her ability to walk, see, and her little brother, here Naruto, realized how much he wanted to move on. To think he wanted for himself to just be done so he could see his parents and his little sister made him feel quite pathetic. Was it wrong for him to want to finally rest, knowing he lived over 300 years? He saved the world, but at the cost of all his friends and family. The only other survivor is Tsunade. Don't you dare think like that, nor relate yourself to her. Watabi scolded Naruto as he flinched. You both have had completely different circumstances. You can't compare them. Thanks, Matatabi. Naruto relaxed internally, and Matatabi nodded happily. I understand how you feel, Becky. Naruto looked down at the little girl as she looked back up at him. I know what it's like to lose family. Maybe not knowing your own family not caring about you, but losing them that I can relate to you with. Mira frowned along with Levi. Lucy was sad to hear that as well. However, Lucy was now even more worried and curious about Naruto. Just who was he? They met when they were about 7. Just how much trauma has Naruto experienced as a child? Becky smiled. You learn to treasure the time you have with those around you. Mira's, Livy's and Lucy's eyes widen hearing Becky's words. Because we have so little time in this world, 100 years may seem so long. But we could lose everything in just a blink of an eye. Mother Nature is neither friend nor foe. Too wise for someone so young. But we all do what we can to make the most of it. Naruto smiled as he pulled Becky close. I have some healing magic I can try to help you. I can help you walk again. I can help you see again. Mira was surprised as she looked at Naruto. Is there even healing magic capable of that? Mira even looked at Lucy and Levy. Naruto smiled and said, for this I need you to be asleep so I can focus on healing parts of your body. I can't promise it will work, but I want to try. Becky smiled and nodded her head. If you can't it's okay, I'm just glad you're willing to try. Miyuki looked worried. Naruto tapped Becky's forehead and placed a sleeping spell on Becky. Naruto, are you sure about this? I mean to say you could potentially do it, but it's not a guarantee. Couldn't there be side effects? Miyuki seemed rather on edge now that Naruto brought this up to her. Naruto understood her plight. I get it, it's a lot I just dumped on you and Becky after she told us about her life. She was a wonderful girl. She is trying to enjoy life to the fullest. I feel like I just want to try to help her do so. Lucy wanted to speak up and say something. In the end, Lucy decided not to say anything and stayed silent. Lucy had a really upset look on her face. She hated not being told everything that was going on. She understands this is Naruto's personal life and the things he went through, but they are close. She knows she likes him a lot. To see and know Naruto is suffering alone, and he won't let anyone in. It bothers her, and it angers her because she wants to help, yet he won't allow anyone to help him. Naruto could tell Lucy was very hurt by this, and she wanted an explanation. However, Naruto knows he can't tell them. He can perform these different acts and different miracles, but he understands letting too many people know can come with consequences, big ones at that. The girls would have a lot of questions. Naruto knew that if he continued to come here with the girls, they would end up seeing Becky walking and being able to see. Again, there are limits that magic can do. Hell, even Tsunade would find it extremely hard to help someone walk again. Bringing back eyesight, forget about it. But when it comes to Naruto, all rules and laws set by Mother Nature or whatever kamis exist, you can throw that into a garbage can and incinerate it. Naruto's hands began to glow green, acting as if he was using his Dragon Slayer magic. Naruto knew Sky Dragon Slayer magic, so it wasn't hard to trick everyone. At least everyone but Lucy. Naruto had the sun mark appear on his right hand, which went over Becky's mid-back. Naruto could feel the damage. Her sciatic nerve was damaged. Tsunade could fix this with surgery. But thankfully Naruto didn't have to do that. Once Naruto finished, Naruto took the same hand and placed it over her eyes. He could feel the eyes were severely damaged with the cornea having a scar. It was clear a blade was ran over her eyes, and it wasn't a shallow cut either. The green-like glow from his magic continued and slowly faded. As the sun mark on his hand disappeared, Naruto said, "Okay, open your eyes." Becky moved her head, so she faced everyone. She began to slowly open her eyes as she saw everyone sitting in front of her. Becky looked around to see the grass, the trees, the sky, and the clouds, and finally, she looked at Miyuki. Becky placed her hands over her mouth as she looked at Miyuki. Miyuki looked so young, yet so many in the orphanage, including her, called her mother. Are you? Miyuki nodded her head with a smile. I am Becky, I am. Becky went to go toward Miyuki, but her legs couldn't move, though the initial movement caused her to move off of Naruto. She used her arms to brace herself. It didn't hurt, but she felt the grass prickle her shins and toes. Naruto gently lifted her. Your legs are weak due to atrophy, and you not using them, it'll take time, but you'll be able to walk and run like everyone else very soon. Once Naruto sat Becky down, Becky turned her gaze from Miyuki to Naruto. She looked at him with a slight blush on her face. So that's why you look like. I can also feel the grass. I can feel the breeze up against my legs. Becky smiled brightly as Lucy looked at Naruto with a smile on her face. Levy and Mira had some tears rolling down their cheeks. Becky looked to the other girls. You all must be his friends. It's so nice to put voices on people's faces. But I'd like to put faces to names too. Lucy smiled, waving to Becky. I'm Lucy. Mira here. Mira wiped a tear from her cheek. I'm Levy, glad you can see again. You really are amazing, Naruto. Levy tilted her head to the side a bit with a bright smile on her face. Naruto chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Come on, it was nothing really, I'm just glad I was able to help. Becky couldn't stop smiling as she rested up against Miyuki. I can't thank you enough, all of you, Naruto, for healing me, and you guys willing to teach everyone magic. I feel as if I can do so much more for Jack. Becky had some more tears run down her cheeks in excitement. After a few moments of cheering for Becky's recovery, Becky soon fell asleep in Miyuki's arms. Naruto figured it was time to head out. Well, I'm glad we were able to help teach the kids magic and help out Becky. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head looking towards the sky. Nonetheless, we probably should get heading back. Miyuki looked at Naruto with a great amount of admiration from Naruto. I can't express how much you've done for us and our village, especially for the kids. You've given them help to better their lives. I appreciate it, I do. Mira waved it off, I only taught a couple, it was mainly Naruto wanting to come here. Yeah, no need to thank us so much, it was mainly Naruto, we just joined since he asked us. Livy chuckled nervously embarrassed by the praise. Lucy nodded her head, most of it should be Naruto, he is the one who wanted to do this. Naruto shook his head, don't forget I still asked you all if you wanted to join, you guys still played a part in the kid's journey to learning magic, I appreciate you all coming to help out. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Later that night, Naruto and his team went back to the Fairy Tail Guild. It was a rather quiet ride where small chat was made, but nothing else was said. Naruto walked out of the guild and looked up at the stars. Hey Naruto. Naruto turned his head to see Lucy come walking off from the side. Lucy was upset and mad at Naruto. She had her arms crossed over her chest. Oh, Lucy, I thought you went home, something up. Lucy shook her head. Lucy looked Naruto dead in the eyes. I've enjoyed seeing you and going out on missions with you. I'm overjoyed that we got to reunite, but Naruto, don't you trust me? Lucy walked up to Naruto and got closer to him. Is there something I did wrong that you don't trust me? Or is it something I've said or done to make you not want to trust me? I mean, we've been friends since we were kids. My parents took you in and looked after you. I am not trying to guilt trip you or anything. Lucy looks down at the ground. I just feel as if I don't even know who you are anymore. I can see you are troubled and you're struggling with something. Is it that bad that you can't tell me what happened? Naruto looked at Lucy with a serious look on his face. He would like to keep this talk for later, it was taken early, but even still he went and decided to heal Becky. Naruto, this is the repercussions for healing Becky, not that it's a bad one, just one that would force you to explain yourself. If I don't, Naruto replied, simple, you lose her as a friend kid, nothing more nothing less. Kurama closed his eye resting his head on his paws. Madatabi looked at Kurama, it was cruel for him to say that to Naruto. It was highly unlikely that Lucy wouldn't want to be friends with him anymore, it would just put a big strain on their friendship, but it was Kurama's way of pushing Naruto. Naruto had a nervous smile appear on his face. Naruto gestured for Lucy to follow him. Come with me, I want to show you my place. Naruto began to walk once again towards the forest which lead to the outskirts of Magnolia. Lucy followed silently behind Naruto, unsure of what else to say. Naruto knew she was nervous and anxious herself. He could tell she was even hating the fact she asked. The two walked in silence until they reached a place where it was covered by trees and brushes. Naruto turned to Lucy, who seemingly looked at him confused. Naruto snapped his fingers as the shrubs and trees soon disappeared. Lucy looked in awe as she saw a house in its clearing. It was a rather comfortable 3-story house. Well, here's my place. I keep it hidden so people can't try to squat or anything. Come on in, we'll talk there. Naruto continued onwards into the house as Lucy followed through the front door. Once the two made their way into the family room, Lucy looked around at all the decorations and furniture in the house. Wow, it's nice. It's almost as if a girl decorated the place. Lucy walked over to the fireplace and found pictures. Whoa, wait, are these your? Lucy looked to Naruto as he nodded his head to her, answering her question. Wow, your mother is so pretty. Her hair is as red as hers is. Your father, you look just like him. Lucy panned to another picture of a kid Naruto and a girl who seemed to be about his age. She had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as Naruto. Lucy looked to Naruto. I knew you had a family, but you never really said anything until Becky told her story. Naruto chuckled as he said, yeah, I don't like to mention them too much, just a lot happened with them, just wish they were here, you know. Naruto looked to the left and up the stairs. Lucy's eyes grew 2 sizes as 2 footsteps came walking down. Madatabi came walking down the stairs in her kimono. Well, welcome to our humble abode, Lucy Naya. Madatabi smiled happily as she came over to the couch. Madatabi gestured to the couches. Please sit, Naya. All will be explained, Naya. Naruto smiled and said, well, first introductions I think are needed. Naruto gestured to Madatabi. Hello, Lucy Naya. My name is Madatabi, I'm the Two Tails Hellcat. Madatabi added as 2 blue tails appeared behind her, then 2 blue fur ears lifted in the air. If you're wondering, no, I am not a human, I'm just a being construct made from chakra Naya. Lucy looked at Madatabi like she was crazy. Real subtle, Madatabi, real subtle. Why don't you tell her Naruto is from another dimension and is over 300 years old? Kurama joked as Madatabi mentally hissed at him and her cheeks turned red. Naruto seemingly facepalmed as Lucy looked at Naruto in confusion, shock, and well, more confusion. What? Well, that is after all the most appropriate response. Naruto chuckled as he said, yeah, I don't like to mention them too much, just a lot happened with them, just wish they were here, you know. Naruto looked to the left and up the stairs. Lucy's eyes grew 2 sizes as 2 footsteps came walking down. Madatabi came walking down the stairs in her kimono. Well, welcome to our humble abode, Lucy Naya. Madatabi smiled happily as she came over to the couch. Madatabi gestured to the couches. Please sit, Naya. All will be explained, Naya. Naruto smiled and said, well, first introductions I think are needed. Naruto gestured to Madatabi. Hello, Lucy Naya. My name is Madatabi, I'm the Two Tails Hellcat. Matatabi added as two blue tails appeared behind her, then two blue fur ears lifted in the air. If you're wondering, no, I am not a human, I'm just a being construct made from chakra Naya. Lucy looked at Matatabi like she was crazy. Real subtle Matatabi, real subtle. Why don't you tell her Naruto is from another dimension and is over 300 years old? Kurama joked as Matatabi mentally hissed at him and her cheeks turned red. Naruto seemingly facepalmed as Lucy looked at Naruto in confusion, shock, and well more confusion. What? Well, that is after all the most appropriate response. Macron Sedilla Sedilla, 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 Macron. This chapter Naruto's house with one explanation later. Wait, so you're telling me this entire time you can use two different energy sources? Lucy looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, that's chakra for ya, all living beings have it, just this world's people only have enough to survive, no one can access it, since everyone constantly relies on magic. Naruto was doing his best to explain it. Remember how Natsu said he was a dragon slayer? I was taught by a dragon. I was taught magic and chakra by these guys who were companions of Rose, so I learned how to not only utilize the ether nano floating in the air, as well as harness my chakra within me. Naruto took a moment to sigh a breath of relief. Even if he wasn't able to explain everything, he could explain what he has now to at least satiate Lucy's concern and curiosity. I see, having an ability like that would give you an edge above others. Lucy smiled at that and nodded her head, but then she narrowed her eyes at him. That still doesn't explain your ability to stop someone from dying, as well as give someone their legs back in sight. How does that work? Kurama and Matatabi had to admit, Lucy was a very understanding woman, though, she has a very sharp mind, and the little things she doesn't let slip. Naruto scratched his cheek. He was unsure of how to put this. The only way I can explain it is this mark. Naruto raised it as a sun mark appeared on it. It holds power that my body is learning to produce on its own. The only thing I can describe it as, restoring a person's body to the way it was before. There are no drawbacks or anything, but if word were to spread about it. Lucy then understood quickly as she placed a hand over her mouth. I see, so that's what it does. Lucy smiled as she looked at Naruto, though Lucy noticed something. I'll accept the information you've given me now. Lucy smiled at Naruto as he looked at her rather surprised. Lucy smirked. Don't think you can get past me with that, mister. I know you far better than you think, but I get it. There is just some information that you don't want out. Even if you don't trust me, you don't trust the people around me. Before you know it, there are lines of people wanting answers. Then people who would want that for themselves target the people you care about. Is that right? Naruto looked at Matatabi, who was also surprised at this as well. Well, yeah, actually, that's exactly it. Lucy giggled proudly as she happily tapped her shoes on the ground. Ha. I know Naruto better than that mirror girl and the others. Naruto is mine. So, back off. Lucy screamed victoriously in her head. Great. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Matatabi let out a purr and said, well, now that we got everything figured out. Matatabi looked to Lucy with an evil glare in her eye. Have you told Naruto that? Before Matatabi could finish, Lucy got up from her seat and slapped her hand over her mouth. Okay. Well, I think it's about time I head out then. Lucy's face began to turn red as she looked towards Naruto. Lucy released Matatabi and stood back up. Thanks for the explanation. Naruto just feels good to get something out of all this, so thank you. Naruto nodded his head and smiled. Anytime, Lucy. Why don't I walk you back to your apartment? Naruto stood up and turned to Matatabi. Please try to have more tact around people we don't know. Aye, sir. Matatabi gave Naruto a salute that eerily resembled happy. Naruto and Lucy soon made their way out of the house and outside. It was still dark out as the two continued to walk. It was quiet between the two until Lucy grabbed onto Naruto's arm. She pulled it into her chest as she rested her head on his shoulder. This is something that Lucy would only ever want to do with Naruto. She trusted no one else to be like this with her. After all, it's kind of hard to hide that she does like him, even if Naruto is a little oblivious to her advances. At least, that's what she thinks. Naruto didn't say anything when she did that. He just let it happen. Naruto was used to this. He never had a girlfriend, but he knew one liked him, though. Was this something he wanted? If anything, he was unsure if he could want a relationship. After all, he cannot die of old age, and dying straight up to an enemy isn't the best idea nor that easy. Naruto and Lucy walked back together until they got to her apartment. Lucy walked over and opened the door. Before she went in, she turned to Naruto with a smile on her face. If there is ever anything that you ever want to talk about, please don't hesitate to do so. I'm your friend, we have been for many years, so don't forget that. Naruto smiled as he nodded his head. You got it, Lucy. When the time comes, and the time is right, you'll be the first to know. Naruto took a step forward hugging the young blonde, to which Lucy greatly appreciated it. Lucy understood there was more to Naruto, but that was an explanation she wanted for a while. Naruto didn't blame her for it. This was the second time she had seen him perform this ability. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Next day Fairy Tail Guild. Naruto entered the guild hall finding Mira at the bar cleaning some mugs. Naruto walked over, and Mira looked up and waved. "Oh, Naruto. Good morning." Mira seemed to almost glow seeing Naruto enter into the guild. Many onlookers looked at Naruto with jealousy and tears in their eyes. Wakaba whispered, "Lucky bastard." Naruto walked up and sat down. "Morning Mira, good to see you. How have things been?" "Pretty good, have some orders to make, can I get you anything to eat?" Mira asked curiously wondering what Naruto might like to eat. You wouldn't happen to have ramen here, would you?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, but he heard Kurama groaning within him. "Oh, normally no, not something I'd eat for breakfast, but I can make it for you if you'd like." Mira had a tint of pink stain her cheeks thinking about it, she hoped he'd like her cooking. Naruto thought for a moment and said, "Well maybe another time, anything you think that might be good, shoot for it." Mira nodded her head and went into the back. "Hey Lisana, let's get on those orders." "Got it Ni-chan." Lisana cheered out. Naruto waited at the bar until he looked to his left. Lucy sat next to him. "Hey, morning Naruto. Did you sleep well last night?" Lucy thought back to when she held his arm and rested her head on his shoulder. She had a tint of pink stain on her cheeks. "Yeah, I did. Do you want to go out on a mission Alter? Maybe Mira and Levi can join later." Naruto smiled at the idea, to which Lucy hid her frown. Hide it she did well. Though. Jet and Droy were biting their shirts shouting, "Bastard." Levi, who overheard this, left the two at the table and trotted over. "Yeah. If you guys are willing to. That way Droy and Jet will have enough money when done with their job. That way they can parent." Jet slammed his face into the table. "My Levi no don't go." "My Levi no." Droy had tears running down his cheeks watching his Levi go over to Naruto. Naruto kind of felt bad, but it was in the end up to Levi on what she wanted. Naruto nonetheless welcomes her. "Of course, if you want to join, you're more than welcome. Got any ideas on what mission you're interested in?" Levi looked at Naruto curiously and then panned over towards the mission board. "I'm unsure, maybe we could all tackle an S-class. I think we could all do it." Naruto thought about it, and Lucy and Levi seemed relatively unsure about it. Mira came out with some food. "I know, how about I tag along? Though, I can't leave the bar unattended." Mira placed Naruto's food down with an upset tone in her voice. Just then Lisana said, "I can look after it Ni-chan." Mira looked over to Lisana as she gave her a thumbs up while winking at the same time. "Go get him Mirani." Lisana was cheering for Mira internally. "Alright, it's set then." Naruto smiled. "Let me eat real quick and we can head out." Naruto turned around and clapped his hands together. "I did Akamasu." Naruto then took his chopsticks and dug into Mira's omurus. Mira leaned on the bar with the palm of her hands on her chin, staring at Naruto intently. Naruto, tasting her food, was quite happy with it. "Hey, Mira, this is great." "Really?" Mira stood up, placing the pads of her fingers together with a bright smile on her face. "That's wonderful." Mira smiled happily as she looked over to Lucy and Levi. Lucy saw that and took it as a threat. Meanwhile, Levi chuckled nervously. "Ho she is on." Lucy screamed internally, "I may have lost the battle now, but the war isn't over." Levi quickly shook her head. "It's not like I like Naruto like that. I hardly know him. I've only gone on a couple of jobs with him. Besides, not like he would ever look at me like that." Levi looked down at her chest, and then back up at Lucy and then to Mira. She saw their chests as they bounced. Levi then looked behind Lucy to see her rear end. It stuck out and was firm. Levi then looked at Mira, but she was wearing a dress that hid it. Levi looked at herself, placing her hand on her chest. It comically went, puff, which she then looked over at her butt. She saw how rather flat his butt looked. Yeah, no way he ever would. Levi shook her head, trying to not think of such things. Just then the doors opened, and everyone turned their heads to see Urza come walking in. "Good morning, everyone." Some replied, others didn't, though some were scared replies. Naruto swallowed some food. "Morning Urza, what you got planned for today?" Urza placed a hand on her hip, "Going to see if people want to go on a mission. It seems Natsu and Gray aren't here yet. Lisana, you free?" "Sorry Urza, filling in for Mirani today." "Why don't you also take Elfman too?" Lisana smiled, gesturing to Elfman, who was sitting at a table with food in front of him. "Yeah, I'm down. We can be real men." Elfman threw his arms up, flexing his muscles. However, he forgot he had food on his fork, which went flying off his fork. Before he knew it, it hit someone. One thing led to another as food was thrown back at him. He shouted, "Not throwing food back isn't being a real man." Before everyone else realized it, an all-out brawl broke out in the guild. Urza looked at Naruto and wondered, "What about you Naruto? Interested?" Naruto shook his head, no thanks, but thanks, I'm going to be going on one with the girls here soon, just finishing up eating right now. I see, oh well, doesn't hurt to ask. Urza went and took a seat next to Naruto on his right. Lucy and Levi eventually found their seats to the left of Naruto. Just then the doors of the guild opened up again with Gray and Natsu already butting heads. Stupid ice princess. Matchstick. Stripper. Flame brain. Elsa. Boys. The two froze as they heard Urza yell out to them, that's what I thought, sit down, we're going on a mission later. Urza didn't even turn around from the bar. Yes ma'am. Gray shouted, giving Urza a salute while wrapping an arm around Natsu's shoulder. Aye. Natsu did the same thing as Gray. Just then a voice from up above spoke up, TCH. Pathetic. Everyone looked up along with Naruto as a head raised from below, all fighting and arguing like children. I heard about your fight with Urza. Naruto recognized him, it was Laxus. Laxus. Come down and fight me. Natsu screamed out. Ha, as if. Laxus smirked, but he then looked to Naruto. Oi, Whiskers, I heard you beat Urza. I must congratulate you at least being S-class material, but don't let that go to your head, beating Urza isn't much of an accomplishment. Naruto said nothing but Natsu shouted back, come on Laxus. I'll show you just how strong I am. I'll beat you. A flame erupted from Natsu's hand wanting to punch Laxus in the face. The FFT, weakling, you aren't even able to take up an S-class mission. So don't even bother. Most of the people in this guild are weak. When I'm guild master, you can all say goodbye to this place. Laxus smirked as he looked down at Urza and Naruto. Of course, your guys' strength still isn't anything to scoff at. As long as you two and Mystogen swear allegiance to me, I'll let you stay around. Don't go getting too far ahead of yourself, Laxus. Like they always say, leaders don't force people to follow, they invite their followers onto their journey. So, if I were you, if you are trying to be a leader, Naruto smirked, otherwise you won't have anything to lead. Makarov, who was sitting off to the side, also said, Naruto is right, Laxus, you should be more considerate of your fellow guildmates. DCH, Laxus laid back down, placing his hands behind his head. He decided not to further push the. Makarov turned to Naruto. I'm sorry about that, he can be rather brash, and not to think as much. Makarov shook his head, hopefully he turns over a new leaf, I'm sure he will. Naruto waved it off, don't think too much about it, the time will come when he decides to act, when he does, it depends on how he acts. Naruto turned to his team, well girls, I'm all done eating, you all ready to head out? Yeah, let's get going. Lucy added as she placed a hand on her hip. I'm sure we'll just fine now that we have two S-class mages going, Levi said with a relaxed feeling going throughout her body. It's not that she didn't trust Naruto or think he couldn't help her when she needed it, but now more people are stronger and could help her out if she slows them down, though, she still doesn't like that she relies so much on others. I'll go get the mission. Mira ran up the stairs to the second floor and overlooked the job. Let's see, I know this one. Mira grabbed it and came running back down. I'll approve this mission for us, Lisana, you take care of the rest. Got it, Mirajane. Lisana gave her a thumbs up. Team 7 went outside of the guild and Naruto asked, alright, what's the mission? Where we off to? It's a mission over at Port Hargadon. There's problems with some sea creatures, some boats were attacked by some sea beasts, some almost died, it says to take out some sharks and even some arapaima. Oh. Those large missile-like fish. The ones that are almost the size of a magic four-wheeler. Levi's eyes widened at hearing arapaimas, they're quite dangerous. Yeah, sharks are easy, but these guys are tough. Mira looked at the mission details, they have tough scales, and fishing makes it difficult. Then again, I don't recommend fishing to get them. Lucy smiled, well, I got Aquarius. She'll do great to help out since we're gonna be by water. Yes. No scolding from her. I can summon her without her washing me away in a giant wave. Well, I don't think she is out on a date right now with Scorpio. Lucy decided to think about that later as she shrugged her shoulder. Those arapaimas could seriously injure someone because they swim so fast, they can launch themselves out of the water. Levi heard about the rumors of the fish, it must be their spawning season for them, that's why they're so close to the ports. Naruto was confused, I understand, but why is this an S-class? Because it's asking us to try to move their spawning grounds to a new place, Mira added, which made everyone realize why it was a S rank. That won't be easy, moving a creature's spawning place, especially these arapaima are quite aggressive. Levi thought about what they could do, when mating and more, they make it difficult, and fishing for them wouldn't work. Well, the best thing we could do is trap them in a giant water bubble, and then move them. Naruto smiled thinking about the idea. That would be almost impossible. Levi's eyes widened at Naruto's idea. To control water and use it as an attack is practical and makes sense. Holding some water to pour or fill something is easy, but we're talking about four-wheeler-sized arapaima, it's way too much magic to be moving them. Lucy smiled lifting a finger, why don't we use Aquarius? She has a giant wave attack that will create a current forcing them to leave. We'll just have to see, Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Just then the doors from the guild opened and Naruto and his team turned to see Team Urza. Oh, you guys strategizing? Urza looked at Naruto curiously. Yeah, just thinking how to handle these Arapaima causing problems for Harjan port, though I think we'll figure it out when we get there. Naruto looked to Urza, but he saw Elfman flexing. Well, Gray and Natsu did their best to act like friends. You guys heading out on a mission? Yes, we're taking an S-class. It's something to do with destroying the moon. Urza looked at the quest while raising her eyebrow. Don't know how this will work, but I'm sure we'll do alright. Naruto nodded his head. Well, good luck. Thanks, you too as well. Urza smiled looking at Naruto and then said, do you want to see who can get their mission done quicker? Naruto raised an eyebrow and smirked. Are you trying to start a competition against me? A little friendly competition won't hurt anything. Whoever can get it done first wins. Urza crossed her arms over her chest as a grin appeared on her face. Why don't we make it interesting? The loser pays 25% of their reward. Of course, just the share you earn. Naruto raised an eyebrow seeing if Urza was willing to take the bait. Urza took a moment to think and nodded her head. Okay, I'll bite. Let's do it. Urza stuck her right hand out. May the best leader win. Naruto shook her hand agreeing on the best. Just so you know, I got some insane luck. You can still back out if you want. Ha, I like the confidence in you. How about we spice it up even more? The winner also gets one request from someone. Urza raised an eyebrow wanting to add in more. Naruto deadpanned. Why the hell not? Naruto nodded his head. Sure, let's do it. I bet she'll ask you to bend her over and spank her. Kurama laughed from within the seal, but Naruto just ignored Kurama's response. Mira looked over at Urza as she sent her a look, to which Urza and her met eyes, though quickly Urza smiled. Mira, how have you been? Mira realizing that Urza was not competition smiled back, doing, well, it'll be interesting to see how Lucy and Levi do on their first S rank. Well, with you and Naruto there, I'm sure you'll be alright. Urza smiled at Naruto and his team. Oh ho. So, you think you guys handle your S-class mission? Mira smirked looking at Urza. Well, I'm not surprised when your group destroys everything. Hey. I don't destroy. Natsu stopped mid-sentence as Mira smiled sweetly at Natsu, causing him to freeze up and shut up. Gray, seeing this even looked away, not wanting to interfere with Urza's and Mira's rivalry. Anyways, do your best on the mission. Mira smiled and began to walk towards the port. Come on everyone, we need to rent a four-wheeler. Naruto silently followed, not wanting to get in between their rivalry. Just then Mira looked back to Urza as she said, don't worry, I'm sure you and everyone will do just fine. Urza nods her head. Don't let Mira's intimidation work on you. She was called the she-devil for a reason, you know. Urza placed a hand on her hip watching Naruto and the others walk away. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Port of Harjan. Naruto and everyone made their way down towards the port. They arrived at the docks and parked the four-wheeler off to the side. We need to look for deckhand leader Hank. Apparently he was the one who requested the mission. It says here he works for Hank's Ports and Company, so it should be around here. Mira looked around until she noticed the men looking at her. Mira placed a hand on her cheek. Oh my, I must be attracting quite the attention. Lucy and Levi began to notice it too. They could feel the men's stares at them, and Mira, though Naruto deadpanned, they're not looking at just you guys. They're looking at all of us and sending me dirty glares. That's because a single dude is with 3 cute girls. You got that right, Naruto-kun. Those girls with you are ever so beautiful. Naruto heard Matatabi's purring at the scene he was in. Heh, I'd say just take them and make them yours. It's clear the blonde girl likes you. Kurama just rolled his eyes. Human, and their thing when it comes to romance and sexual partners. Naruto ignored his fellow tenants and turned to the men working on the docks. Hey, where we might find Hank. We're from Fairy Tail and here on a mission about Arapaima and a shark. Just then a gruffy-looking old man came walking up. He was quite a burly and was just a bit shorter than Naruto. Ah, welcome to my port. You must be Fairy Tail. Glad you could make it. Hank looks to his workers. Imagine this, full-grown men afraid of some fish. But boss, these are gigantic fish we're talking about here. Hank sent a glare back. I ain't pay you to be scared like little schoolgirls. Man up and fight back. Naruto deadpanned. Well, it is serious when not everyone is trained to use magic, so, leave it to us. Hank nodded his head. Yes, at least some of these people have more of a backbone than a starfish. Hank looks to his workers again. Wimps. Naruto shook his head. Mira smiled and turned to Lucy and Levi. Since we'll be working in the water, let's get changed into some swimsuits. Lucy felt a little embarrassed, and Levi was even more so. Naruto deadpanned, wasn't sure if it was necessary, but he'd have to make do with what they wanted to do. Naruto and the girls went into some changing rooms, and Naruto put on a pair of black and orange swim trunks. Though, when Naruto waited for the girls to return, he closed his eyes and leaned up against the wall, and waited with his arms crossed over his chest. Just then a voice spoke up. Hey, Naruto, we're DONE. Naruto looked up to hear Mira sing the last part. Naruto looked at the girls and smiled. Well, don't you three look pretty in your swimsuits? Mira winked and smiled, placing both hands behind her head. Thanks, I figured you'd like my swimsuit. Mira was wearing a white frilly swimsuit top with a white black bottom part of her swimsuit. The men around them all stared at Mira and the girls from where they stood. Lucy was rather nervous, but kept both hands to the side. I'm glad you like it. Lucy blushed, ignoring the men around them. She cared more about what Naruto thought. Lucy was wearing a violet-purple two-piece swimsuit. Levi blushed as her eyes darted between Mira and Lucy, and then to Naruto. Levi had a rather hard time not looking at Naruto's body. It was rather hard to not look at. Thank you, Levi replied as she blushed further. She was wearing a blue and purple two-piece that was mixed in a flower-like pattern. The background color of the swimsuit was blue, and the flowers were purple. Mira smiled, taking in Naruto's body, unlike how unsure Levi was, and Lucy was also rather reserved, though not as much as Levi was. Well, let's get going. Are any of you able to create water bubbles to help us breathe while in the water? Mira raised her hand. I can. I see, Naruto thought for a moment. Well, we'll do what we need to when we get in. Naruto gestured for everyone to follow him. Come on, let's get going. Naruto and the girls went towards the docks. Naruto ignored the men's glares at him, and the girls ignored the glares from the females. Men were jealous of Naruto for having 3 beauties with him, and the women were jealous of Levi, Lucy, and Mira for having someone like Naruto with them. Not only that, but Naruto is shredded too. Alright, so we need to move the Arapamas to a new spawning ground. Let's take them to a delta where there is a river. Mira thought about that. I think it is helpful to move. I see, I'll summon Aquarius to keep the fish at bay. Will me and Levi move the eggs? Lucy suggested, and everyone nodded their heads. Levi likes that idea. I can use the solid script to create currents to keep the ones who get too close away. Levi knew she had this one. Naruto nodded his head. I'll keep the ones I can off and see about those sharks once we move the Arapamas away. Naruto smirked. Well, I think we're ready, so let's go. Naruto squatted down and jumped as he vaulted over the railing and into the water. Well, let's go. Mira ran after Naruto, jumping into the water. Lucy and Levi nodded at one another as they both jumped into the water. Once everyone resurfaced, Naruto raised his hand and snapped his finger as a water bubble formed around everyone's head. This should provide all of us with about a couple hours of air, of course, using it sparingly, but I think we should be fine. Well, let's get to it. Naruto was cut off as everyone quickly dodged an Arapama that jumped out of the water. The giant fish was wide and long. It was a very large creature. Go now. Everyone quickly dived underwater. Everyone saw what they had to do. The girls saw the eggs being laid, and Naruto saw some sharks, along with the male Arapamas defending their eggs. Lucy held out her celestial key for Aquarius. Open. Gate of the water bear. Aquarius. Macron Sedilla Sedilla, 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 Macron. An hour later, Naruto kicked a shark up and out of the water, which landed on the docks up above. Naruto looked left and right and turned around to see that the girls had swum off. Naruto began to swim after them as the Aquarius, thankfully wasn't on a date with Scorpio, made a current that kept the upset Arapamas from attacking the girls as they moved the eggs. The sharks have backed off since Naruto kept punching and kicking them away. The mission also stated that Hank wanted them to get a couple of the sharks for them too. It was after all shark season for the fishermen. Naruto arrived where the girls were as they placed the eggs in their new spawning area. Once they were done, they swam to Naruto, leaving the eggs alone. Some continued to try to attack them, but Aquarius kept them away. That or she would redirect them towards their eggs, which many of the female Arapama did. Naruto gestured for everyone to follow him as they swam back towards the docks. The delta was only 20 minutes from the docks, but was a good distance away. Hopefully, there won't be any more attacks on ships and cargo boats coming and leaving. They soon arrived and surfaced with Naruto dropping the water bubble. Mira didn't end up having to do it at all thanks to Naruto. He wanted to make sure if need be that someone else could do it. Hey, great job everyone. Mission accomplished. Mira smiled happily. Yeah, we all did great. Thanks to Aquarius and Naruto keeping them all off of us, we were able to get all the eggs and move them without an issue. Yeah, thanks a lot for the assistance, Aquarius. Lucy looked at her longtime friend with a smile on her face. Aquarius just looked the other way as she crossed her arms over her chest. HMP, well, I only helped because I needed to get this done quick. I have a date with Scorpio soon. I'm leaving. Aquarius then disappeared in a bright light, returning to the spirit world. She had a rather interesting sunnier side to her. Well, let's go, Naruto stated as he reached up and out of the water. Mira, Levi, and Lucy's eyes widened as Naruto's hands touched the surface of the water. It was as if Naruto was using it to get on a platform. Naruto then lifted the rest of his body out and stood on the top of the water. Matatabi laid in the mindscape, raising an eyebrow. You berated me about not having tact. How is Naruto going to explain standing on water and walking? Magic, Matatabi, magic, Kurama rolled his eyes. How are you doing that? Levi looked at Naruto in bewilderment. Mira placed a hand on her lip, trying to think. I don't ever recall there being a spell for water, allowing you to walk on water. Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Well, easier said than done. Naruto began to use his chakra to cause the water beneath his feet to spin. I manipulate the water beneath me using water magic. I make the water steady itself and make the water molecules stick together and not allow them to move around. That way it creates footholds that I can stand on. Wow. Levi looked amazed at Naruto, he was really smart, and not many other members of Fairy Tail are like her. Levi looked at Naruto staring at him in awe, which caused her to blush while looking at him. Wow, well if you ever get a chance, you should teach that to me. Mira looked at Naruto hoping he'd take the time to teach her. Lucy looked at Mira with an annoyed look, she was just trying to get Naruto alone with her. I want to try to learn too. I've been wanting to learn how to use other magics. Naruto nodded his head, sure I don't mind, come on let's go and let our client know we're done. Naruto extended his hand out, I'll get you guys up to the docks. Mira went first taking his hand, which Naruto scooped up. Naruto held Mira like a princess which Levi and Lucy in surprise. Mira smiled as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. Naruto looked to make sure she was comfortable. Alright let's go. Naruto jumped up from the water and landed on the docks with a quiet thud. Naruto gently let Mira down, there you go. Mira giggled, thank you. Not a problem. Naruto nodded at him and then jumped back down to get Lucy and Levi. Naruto did the same for Lucy as he scooped her up like a princess and jumped up onto the docks. Lucy blushed as felt Naruto's chest. Naruto jumped up and landed on the docks. Lucy was then let down. Thanks Naruto. Not a problem Luce. Naruto then jumped back down to get Levi. Naruto gently scooped her up with Levi also blushing. But before they went up, Levi asked curiously, hey Naruto, I got a question for you. Naruto looked down wondering what it was. Yeah, what's up Levi? I was just curious, I haven't met anyone else in the guild besides Master Apuryusuke who are as smart as you. Levi looked up to Naruto, finding herself looking at his eyes. Who taught you so much? Naruto smiled looking down at Levi. She was a great mentor. Her name was Rose. She taught me all I know. She was a dragon, a sage dragon, so you can imagine that she was brilliant. Madatabi purred within Naruto's mindscape. Oh my goodness, this little one is so adorable. Naruto, are you gonna try dating or even marrying this one? I can just see the little cute and adorable blonde-haired and brown-eyed kittens running around. Madatabi. I don't even know her like that. Besides, I doubt she likes me like that. Naruto was internally embarrassed and he quickly cut the connection. Naruto. You, okay. Levi looked at Naruto confused, he was quiet for a moment while looking at her. Oh. Yeah. I am. Sorry, just wondering where she is now. She did disappear as Igneel did for Natsu. Naruto had a small smile on his face, to which Levi also could tell that her disappearance hurt Naruto. Sorry, I was just really curious that's all. Come on, let's get going. Levi smiled at Naruto, hoping he wouldn't take it too personally. Hey, don't worry about it so much, I appreciate you asking. Levi was surprised to hear Naruto say that to her. The reason being is you're just trying to get to know me, no. Levi nodded her head with an embarrassed blush on her face. See, no harm done, I appreciate it more than anything. Naruto then jumped up to the docks. Team 7 soon made their way towards their client, finding him by the docks. Stop lazing around. You never know when they're going to be done. I want everyone to get back to work whenever we get a chance. Hank looked up to see Team 7 return. Ah. Great to see you guys back. Please tell me we got some good news. Yeah, they've been relocated. Mira gave a happy salute, even caught some sharks to make up for some of your losses. Thank you, guys, a bunch. Now my men won't get hurt during our fishing. Hank smirked as he nodded his head. There are always plenty of sharks out there, so that's never a worry. Hank went towards the side and picked up an envelope. Here's your guys' rewards, and a little more extra for doing it quickly and for the sharks. Lucy walked up and took the money. Thank guys, glad we could help. The group soon left and went to change and take a quick shower. Once they were done, the group decided to stay in Harjan, seeing as they had an entire other day before having to return, so they decided to stay at a hotel. The group walked into the hotel and Naruto asked, hello, I was hoping to see if there are any rooms open. The nice old lady looked over to see 3 girls with Naruto. She had a gentle smile on her face, but Madatabi, Lucy, Levi, and Mira saw something Naruto and Kurama didn't. The old lady went over to a roster and looked over it, and it seems we have a room available. But besides that, everything else is booked up. A room with 2 beds is available. Is that okay? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I could always go somewhere else to sleep. You girls can have the room. Naruto looked to the others to see what they thought. Lucy was a little unnerved thinking about sharing a room with Naruto. It's not that bad. I mean, we could. One of us could just share a bed with Naruto, Mira added as she placed a hand on her hip. Levi blushed. Wait, sharing a bed with Naruto? Naruto's sweat dropped. I can just sleep on the floor or a chair. It's fine, I'd rather not make you all uncomfortable. Lucy's cheeks flushed red and said, well, I'm your childhood friend. We've slept together before, so there's no issue. Naruto was a little nervous and went to argue, Lucy, that's not necessary, besides we haven't done that since. Naruto was cut off by Lucy, you and I can sleep in a bed. It's fine. We've done it before. Lucy argued as she took the key from Mira and opened the door. Levi, Mira, let's change real quick. Lucy pulled Levi in, and then Mira slowly walked in. Just wait here until we're done changing. Lucy then shut the door as Naruto stood by the door. This is going to be a long night, Naruto mentally sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. Not going to lie, she almost reminded me of Kasan. Naruto chuckled thinking back to his mother. She was rather pushy when needed to be. The Lucy girl has your mother's personality in some way, though she knows what she wants. Kurama nodded his head in some respect for Lucy, not letting the other girls get a chance to get at Naruto. Soon the door opened, and Naruto saw Lucy wearing a light blue top and bottoms. Okay, we're done, you can come in. Naruto came inside the room and saw the beds were at least queen size. Naruto saw Mira and Levi in a purple top and bottom, and Levi in a sunlight yellow top and bottom. Are you guys sure about this? I can just sleep somewhere. No, we all talked about it, you did a lot during our mission, you deserve to at least sleep in a bed. Levi looked to Naruto with a light smile on her face. Besides, if we all weren't comfortable to form and join you on your team, then we shouldn't be so concerned about sleeping arrangements if something like this were to happen. Levi is right, we don't mind who sleeps with who, we're all part of a guild, and we all should put some trust in one another. Mira placed a hand on her hip. So, we decided to leave it up to you, who do you want to sleep with in the bed? Lucy blushed at the blunt way Mira put it. What Mira should have said was, which one of us are you more comfortable with? Naruto looked at the three with an unsure look on his face. Crap, geez, if I have to pick, I guess it'd be Macron Sedilla Sedilla, 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 Macron. Morning. Naruto slowly woke up as the sun's rays fell upon his face. Naruto squinted his eyes as he held his left arm up. He used it to block the sunlight and slowly sit up. Naruto let a yawn out as he stretched both arms up into the air. Naruto then looked to his left. In another bed, he saw Mira and Levi sleeping peacefully. Naruto looked down to see Lucy asleep, but she was currently sleeping on his lap. She must move a lot in her sleep, Naruto said to himself as Lucy was drooling a bit onto the sheets. Okay, that's something I did not expect. Naruto had to admit was a little funny. Naruto sighed as he gently lifted her off his lap and onto the pillow to his right. Then he covered her up with a blanket. I wonder why me of all the people, Lucy, you end up liking me. How could I break it to you that I'm not as old as you think? But I'm from another world. I'm sure she would look at you no different. A lot of people would accept you in fairy tale. No one would understand where you came from unless you told them. Madatabi added, to which Naruto understood her reasoning. Well, why don't we get everyone up and get ready to head back to the guild? Macron Sedilla Sedilla, 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 Macron. Back to fairy tale. Naruto and his team soon made it back to their guild, but to find it completely changed. Large metal rods stuck in the building with various spots. Well, this isn't good. Who could have done this? Levi looked at the damage done to her home, vastly upset. Mira looked stern at the sight. There's no doubt on who that was. This is the work from Phantom Lord. Phantom Lord. Lucy looked to Mira along with Naruto. Lucy wanted to know who they were. Long story short, they're our rival. I know they don't like us, especially their guild master. Mira had her right hand over her chest. We should make our way into the guild to see what master wants. Team 7 went into the guild to find a rather pissed off and angry Natsu, along with many other pissed and angry guild members. Come on, Gramps. We need to get revenge for what they did to our guild. No. We are to do nothing. They attacked, but they attacked when no one was in the guild, meaning no one was hurt, meaning there is no reason to attack back. Makarov sat on the counter as he drank some ale from a mug. A guild can be rebuilt, but its members cannot be. But Gramps. Natsu punched his fist into his other hand, causing fire to fly off his fists. Natsu, listen to the master. Retaliating isn't going to solve anything. For now, they haven't proved anything. They only proved they can attack a building at night. Naruto walked over and sat next to Makarov. Mira informed me who could do this. Naruto looked up at the rods. They won't be hard to remove. Naruto jumped up and landed on the rods. Makarov looked up at Naruto with shock as he landed on the rods. Naruto sent chakra to his feet and walked to the ceiling where the wood was. Naruto extended his sealing mark on his wrist, sealing the rods away. Then I can repair the roof. Naruto made a ram hand seal. Everyone watched as the floorboards moved to the side. They watched as a tree grew and moved the floorboards it picked up and moved to the side. The tree grew to the top and filled the holes with wood that matched the color around it. Naruto hopped on a branch of the tree and it then began to shrink, going back into the ground. Then it moved the floorboards back into their original place. There, now we don't have to worry about it, as if nothing ever happened. Everyone looked onwards at Naruto in shock. Tree magic, one of the many magics I've learned. Naruto shrugged his shoulder, gaining everyone's shock. He's having a dragon slayer magic, all the other elements, and great tree magic too. That has to be unfair. Mikao crossed his arms over his chest. Geez, you're something else. Thank you, my boy. That puts the cost for repairs down to nothing. Makarov cheered, not having to pay for the damages. Urza was surprised. Every time we meet, I find something new about you every time, Naruto. Urza placed a hand on her hip and smirked. I expect nothing less than from my rival. Geez, just how many magics do you know? Just who was this Rose? Levi looked to Naruto amazed he knew this many different types of magics, it was unnatural. Some special, but that's all I can say, Naruto smiled thinking back to her. Makarov placed a finger on his chin. For now, I suggest everyone partner up tonight, just in case something happens, okay? We don't know what Phantom Lord could do, that way there is safety in numbers. Understood master. Everyone answered loudly as Makarov nodded his head happily. Naruto looked to Lucy, think you'll be good, or would you want to spend the night at my place? Lucy blushed, but she nodded her head, yeah, I'll be fine, but I won't turn down the invitation. Urza smiled, oh, Naruto you have a place of your own? Urza was interested in what Naruto's place looked like. Well yeah I can have a couple of people stay at my place. Naruto chuckled as he scratched his cheek which Urza smiled at. Sure, I'll come over, I think it'll be fun to have a sleepover. Urza turned to leave, let me go get some of my sleeping stuff. Naruto turned to Levi and Mira, would you two be alright? Yeah, I'm with Lysana and Elfman, so we should be good. Mira gave Naruto a wink, thanks for thinking of me though. I'll protect Mirajane and Lysana. Because I'm a real man. Elfman shouted as he flexed his biceps while holding his arms up. My place is near Jet and Droy, so, we should be alright, thanks for the offer, Naruto. Levi sent Naruto a thankful smile, but Jet and Droy were making gestures for Naruto to die. Of course, Naruto simply flipped them off once Levi turned her back to Naruto. But that said and announced, everyone headed home with partners and friends to make sure they got home safe. Macron Sadilla Sadilla, 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 Macron. Naruto's house. Lucy and Urza got their chance to go to Naruto's house, to which Urza's surprise was quite big. It wasn't too large, but it was just the right size house. They went inside, and Naruto said, well if you girls want, make yourself at home, you girls can go bathe while I prepare dinner. Lucy looked to Naruto thankfully, thanks Naruto, I'll take you up on that offer. Thanks, Naruto, sure we'll take a bath, come Lucy, we'll take on together. Urza placed her bags down and summoned her bathing supplies, then used to re-equip to change into a towel. Would you like to join us so we could wash your back when you're done preparing for dinner? Wait what? Lucy looked at Urza like she was crazy. Well, of course, he was the one who allowed us to come here, not only that but is also cooking us dinner. Urza looked to Naruto with a smile on her face, come on, it'd be fun. Naruto chuckled and said, no thanks, but I'll take one after you guys are done, just enjoy yourselves. Naruto had to avert his eyes away from Urza, he had to admit, she had a really great figure. Naruto continued to make dinner for the next 45 minutes, he prepared pasta linguine, with garlic bread, and minestrone. Afterward, they came to the table and ate dinner. Thanks again for letting us stay the night, I appreciate it. Lucy sent Naruto a smile of gratitude. Yes, thank you, and the food is amazing Naruto, who knew you could cook this well? Urza smiled as she ate up Naruto's cooking. Yeah, I can thank Lucy's mother and Uncle Jarvis. Naruto made sure to keep Lucy's last name and family hidden, so, no one knew they were. They knew it would be good for me to learn how to cook, at least until I went out on my own to train. Interesting, I am curious though, it's almost like I have so many armors, you have so many magics. Urza chuckled at the idea as she took another bite of the garlic bread. Yeah, you're right about that, Rose was quite stern with me, she wanted me to learn everything. It came from basic magic to the Sage Dragon Slayer magic, to water, fire, wind, and more, that even included enchantment magic as well. Naruto smiled as he thought back to her, you even remind me of her, she had red hair, just like my Ka-san. Oh, she had red hair too. Urza lifted her hair with a free hand, I do enjoy the color of my hair, though Urza had an interested look on her face, though I do wonder who my Ka-san was too, you know, never met her, so there isn't much to remember. Naruto nodded his head, I may not know what it's like to never have had a Ka-san, but I do know what it's like to lose one. Naruto had a soft smile appear on her face, of course, my condolences. Urza nodded her head thankful for the comment, thank you, but I don't remember her, though I always thought that she loved me, of course, my family is now fairy tale, you two are a part of it, for that I am grateful for and happy where I am at now. Lucy smiled, that's a great way to think of things Urza, glad we can be a part of your family. Lucy took a bite of Naruto's cooking. The three continued to talk and eat, and soon their dinner came to an end where they all bid one another a good night. Naruto made his way to his room as he made his way to his bed. Naruto sat on the edge ready to head to bed. Naruto felt his entire body pulsate as he felt his heart skip a beat. Naruto felt pain throughout his entire body that caused him to fall on the bed. Naruto. Naruto. Stay with us. Kurama shouted from within the seal, and he quickly appeared outside in his dog form size. Naruto. What is going on? Just then from within the seal Kurama heard Matatabi. Kurama. It's what Gramps had. That disease that he got when all the tailed beasts were removed from him. I remember the way his body reacted. This isn't good. Damn it. How do we contact him? Kurama quickly placed Naruto completely on the bed and quickly went back into the seal. Thankfully, Kurama and Matatabi pulled Naruto's consciousness into the seal, however, Naruto was still out cold and the two looked down at him. What do we do now? He's out cold, we need to let him know, he needs to find that meteorite. That's if the meteorites here have those polar particles, is it even the same here? Kurama growled out in annoyance, unsure of what to do for his friend. Thanks for watching.